listen, brother. Everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fucked, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fantastic day. It is 69 degrees, 72 in here in the room right now in sunny California, Los Angeles, and I'm feeling pretty fucking great. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is
Holy shit. We did. We fucking did. In a
Tuesday.
Video game, whatever, hypothetically.
It's Newsday, Tuesday, lads.
We did.
It's Tuesday, April 30. April fucking 30, yeah? Tuesday. That's right. And I'm fucking live and I'm alive. Bro, they've taken over Hamilton Hall at University and Columbia's on lockdown. Protests still ongoing at Illinois. Yeah. Stellar Blade discourse almost killed me last night. Yeah, let's get to it. Let's get right into it. So this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, a lot has happened in between the time period where I pressed the start streaming button and pressed the stop streaming button. Okay, what the fuck? Why is that so loud? All right, there it is. And let me tell you, okay, let me tell you all about it. First and foremost, last night, the discourse surrounding Stellar Blade broke me. You guys told me that Asmongold was defending the Stellar Blade Goonergate on the virtues of free speech defense, and I didn't believe it, because I look, it's not a secret that I like Asmongold. I talk to him every now and then. I think he's a very unique person who will always have some takes that I don't agree with, of course, and it's normal and healthy. But then usually, like, there's a limit where Asmongold, I think, is like very good at just like taking a unpopular position sometimes, regardless of what the fucking crowd says. Because like there have been many instances where he's like defended me. Is the bridge with OTK over? No, what are you talking about, dude? My best friend is a part of OTK. His name is Miskiff. We're both from New Jersey. I thought you guys knew that. What the fuck? Speaking of my best friend, not Miskiff, motherfucker came at my door last night. He texted me. He's like, bro, you're still taking care of Farley, right? And I was like, that's a joke. Like, I thought in my mind, I'm thinking that's a meme. I thought that was a meme on the podcast. No, it very much is not a joke. Farley's in the building right now. He's here. You won't be able to see him because I have not established contact with his dog yet. Farley's here. Will brought him over and was like, yeah, sorry, dude. Like the normal person that takes care of our dog couldn't do it this time. So I'm like desperate. And I was like, sure, I'll take care of him. And I'm asking him, I'm like, okay, well, can I take him to the dog park? Because like, I'm going to go to the park with Kaya. Can I take him with me? And he literally said, it's not about like how much fun he's going to have. This is just about him surviving the next 24 hours. That's what he said. He's like, don't take him to the park. Because I was like trying to figure out like what's going on with Farley. Like he's a small dog. I don't really know small dogs that well except for Fiona. And like he only likes Will. He just doesn't fuck with anybody else. He's a fucking menace. He's like kind of annoying. He barks a lot. He's not barking now because he's just chilling somewhere in the house. I do not know where he is. I have no idea where the fuck he is. I just know he's inside of the house right now and just chilling on his own. PSA flea season, met up Kaya. Oh, true. I keep forgetting I gotta do that. So anyway, he has just been yapping nonstop, yipping and yapping, barking like crazy since I got him. But regardless, I linked up with a homie of mine who was visiting, #1 Drake dick rider of all time, right after the Kendrick Lamar diss track had dropped, but we hadn't seen each other for a while, so we had a lot to catch up on, so we didn't even end up talking about the I mean, he's like a personal dick rider. Like he hangs out with Drake sometimes. So like that's how hard he rides Drake. But you know, we played some basketball. I met a HasanAbi head who's from Yemen. Shouts out to Adham. Like Adam. Yeah, balled up with him and another dude, and we cooked up my friend. We got some bad news about Farley. Do dogs get tired of barking? Dogs do not get tired of barking. I'm sorry for exposing you to the lolly VTuber yesterday. I had nightmares about it last night. Is this stream pro guns? Come on. Bussy Angel, it's fucked up that you're in here every goddamn morning trying to get me to flex by saying, is this stream pro guns? And then you make me hit one of these so you can fucking post it on fucking Twitter. I know what's going on. Fuck it, I'll lean into it. Have you started to put on sunscreen, please? Your shoulders are so damn crispy. Wait, what do you mean? You didn't explain intifada well enough to peers? Do you understand what an intifada means? I did. He's just, his career relies on him not understanding it. Hasan too big. He will spend $100 a week on sunscreen. True. I need too much sunscreen to cover this entire body, so I can't do it. Is Farley with you today? Yes. Anyway, what was I saying? What was I talking about? Personal news. Yeah, I balled up. I won. And let me tell you, it always feels good to win. I always forget how much I like winning when I'm losing, because I'm constantly coping in my mind that, like, well, you know, all my losses are lessons, actually, you know, like, it's fine. It's fine that I lost this game. At least I got cardio in. And it's like, when I win, I'm like, no, that shit is fucking awesome. I'm such a big I'm such a big fan of winning in general. It's my favorite thing. Did you see that Aubrey Graham was murdered 2 hours ago? Yeah, I haven't even listened to the full thing yet. I haven't had time. Watch Baby Reindeer when you have the time. Everyone is talking about this fucking show. I don't know what's happening. I'm getting really bad FOMO about these encampments, despite the fact that my org is probably going to do a public one tomorrow. Consider checking out JSU. Are your knees still fucked? Yes. Anyway, let's do it. Let's blast off. Honestly, there isn't like too much more that I have to say about personal news, other than the fact that we're cooking. We're doing the damn thing. Please talk about our Legoat. I don't want to talk about that. Big man, let me holler at you for a second. What's up? I feel like I'm at the basketball court. Do you trim your armpit hair? No. You were mentioning how fast you running up the stairs for real. I don't know. Got a clip of you from Iced Coffee today, and all the comments were defending your good uses stats. Nice work. Hell yeah, let's go. This is a sub tweet about you. Not arguing with a tall, soft-spoken, kind-hearted man. Whatever you say, handsome. Okay, for the record, I don't think I'm soft-spoken. So I don't think this is a sub tweet about me. I wouldn't say I'm tall. I think I'm kind-hearted, but I don't think I'm a soft-spoken man. Anyway, let's blast off, okay? Columbia students take over building. This is an Austin Butler subtweet. Yeah. Who's to blame for the hostage negotiations? Kendrick cooked. I'm not talking about Kendrick first. You're soft-spoken to people IRL, just not on here, lol. I mean, have you talked about Scott Galloway? Seems to be popping off in the manosphere. I don't know what that is. Hasan, I have a few pet peeves with you. May we discuss them at your convenience? Let me know in 3 to 5 working days. Thanks. Yeah. Will you watch Tucker Carlson / Dugan later? Dude, honestly, Tucker Carlson interviewing Alexander Dugan is like probably the absolute worst content I could ever think of. I legitimately can't think of anything less I want to watch, because it's like two fascists of different variety having a conversation about an issue I don't give a shit about at all. Like, and the people that are going to watch this very carefully, even the people who are like morally on my side on the issue, you know what I mean? Those who are like in support of Ukrainian emancipation, for example, like those guys are also the most annoying fucking shitheads, and they're fascists of the liberal variety, you know what I mean? So like I just don't want to touch that with a 20-foot pole. You know what I mean? Because like Dugan is a fucking fascist, Tucker is a fucking fascist, and even on the other side, like the NATO Andes who are hyper obsessed with that kind of thing. Not like the average person is like, yeah, it's really fucked up that Russia invaded Ukraine. They shouldn't do that. They should stop doing that, right? Like that's the normal position on Ukraine, right? Anything that goes past that point, that goes into like, you know, talking about how anything that goes beyond that, that talks about like NATO and how good NATO is, I'm like, okay, I'm out. I don't want to even hear what you have to say. You know what I mean? James Baldwin dog walk Buckley like he was a Westminster Beagle. That's funny. Anyway, Hasan is a fake bitch and leaving the pod. Yeah, I saw. All right, Columbia students take over building. Who's to blame for the hostage negotiations? Kendrick discooked. What else? Bill Maher is an asshole. Walking Dead. Finale. Later. Has the air conditioning in the house been fixed? Yeah. It's nothing. It's just, it keeps flipping the, it keeps, I have to go to the breaker every time the AC is not working. It just randomly fucking bricks. I don't know what it is. And the HVAC guys did not fix it. Anyway, does anybody have a what was I gonna say? Does anybody have a blast off meme, please? Yeah, central air. I think I do have technically central air. Starting Disco Elysium tomorrow. I think so. Yeah. Just need its own breaker for the AC. It does have its own breaker for the AC, but it keeps flipping. Do we have a meme or not? Upsize the breaker. Need new power supply for the AC. Yeah, I don't know, but I'll tell you this much. It was fucking annoying that the HVAC dudes that came in just basically said, oh yeah, the circuit, the breakers flip. And then they flipped it back and then they were like, we're done. Peace. And it's like, bro, that's not like are you serious? Like I could do that on my own too, man. I know that there's additional issues going on, but unfortunately I was streaming, so I couldn't deal with that. Breaker is popped 300. Yeah, no, literally that is exactly what happened, down to the fucking actual price point. They're not electricians you bought. Hey dummy, they're supposed to tell me that this is something outside of their purview because they need like an electrician to take a look at it. They just said, no, it's fine. Still think workers deserves rights. Lamau owned. Yeah, I don't. What? Okay, who's got a... Ain't nobody got a fucking blast off meme for me, huh? That's what it is. Hillbillies type of outfit today, Hasan. Are you using a Nest? Yes. Yeah, bunch of HVAC guys sitting in their van at work chatting. Get back to work, dude. Y'all are the reason why. Y'all are... What the fuck is this, dude? Okay, I'm using this. I'm using this as a fucking meme. Go get a meme from Hoscord. Yeah, I know. Nest controls are apparently not very good as a mech designer in HVAC and plumbing. K-Dot is back. Yeah. Where can I watch your gaming stream? Sadly, I can't watch because of EU hours. Great question. HasanAbi Gaming is a channel that is actually always updating whenever I play video games. There are wonderful editors over there constantly fucking pumping out. !gaming will take you to the HasanAbi Gaming channel if you would like. We're currently sitting at 75,000, 79,000 subscribers, as a matter of fact. Here are the last ones, the Walking Dead ones. People are very consistently watching this, and I think it's pretty funny. Like, it's just like, it's great. And it's growing over time. Stellar Blade killed wokeness. How I became the editor-in-chief of the New York Times. Testing out the new Megan Helldivers featuring Iron Mouse. Papers, Please on steroids. Contraband Police. Can you repeat when you were playing Disco Elysium? I think tomorrow I probably will start. I'm going to finish. How do you approach a person that claims that if Hamas wins, the people of Palestine will be under Sharia's law? The best way to put it is isn't about religion, but for freedom from oppression. Yeah. I don't think Hamas's utility is about like enforcing rigid religious rules. Also, I don't like talking about Sharia's law, whatever the fuck you wrote, with Westerners in general, especially because like they don't fucking understand it. Like they think it's just like Muslim law that is the rule of the land everywhere, when like most Muslim nations also do not abide by such rigid standards. Those standards are different for every country, and also simultaneously like Turkey, for example, has a specific word for people who like care about tribal Sharia law, and it is like, it is not legal. It's not a real legal code at all. Sharia. Sharia law is pretty easy to understand for anyone around me, Hasan. They say it's stoning women on a daily basis. It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny to think that like Sharia law is anti-women, is like supposed to be your line of attack against the Palestinian population, when like 30 to 40% of the Israeli parties literally revolve around like not allowing women to not allowing women to learn how to read. A more common word you might hear on the streets these days is tromar. Yeah, I've heard that. Hosfart the bum. Oh, hell no, bro. He fucking cooked me. Is that a Gucci ring? No, these are all silver rings that I've gotten. This one is made by my friend. These two I got at Melrose Trading Post. This is, I don't know where this is from. And this is Vivienne Westwood. I got this in the Japans, I think. What the fuck are these new LeBron TikTok meta? Yeah. I don't want to see that right now. I don't know why you had to open up why you have to open up this conversation. Let's talk about Kendrick versus Drake. Let's talk about student protests. Let's not talk about LeBron right now. There's no reason. There's actually no reason to talk about LeBron right now in this very moment. It's just basketball. It's just basketball. It's just basketball. And you guys need to stop. It's just, who cares? Like, I don't even watch that, honestly. I don't even watch that. I just play it. Like, I think basketball is kind of lame in general. It's only cool when LeBron wins. And when LeBron isn't winning, I'm not interested in it as much. Bringing up LeBron right now is white supremacy. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm so happy that people are in the chat and they are actually, yeah, dude, I get it. You guys love a white guy in the NBA dominating. Okay. Just say you're a part of the Ku Klux Klan and move on. Okay. I get it. You love, oh my God, white guy's finally on top. Like, I get it. Oh, he's not even in shape and he's cooking in the NBA. Finally, you know. Trying to figure out if this is a WillNet viewer or HasanAbi viewer or both.
Chill, I got a few questions.
Nah, man, you're good. Just take off all.
I'm not good. I got a few questions. You're a public servant. Listen, I got a few questions. You're a public servant. Listen.
I'm not good. I got a concussion. You're a public servant. I will say, as a diehard Nuggets fan, LeBron played insane in Game 5. Dude is 39 and still cooking. Respect. Why does this bro keep asking me how often I fucking comb my hair in the chat? Like, it's kind of crazy that this is a fucking consistent ass question that this dude is asking in the chat. It's like, I don't know, man. I never comb my hair. I just use my hand. I use the hand comb technique. It's fucking very valid. It's very good. Stop asking me about how many times I comb my hair a day. I've never combed my hair ever in my life, dude. Anyway. Is Kai on a trampoline? Yeah. Please cover what happened at Carolina today. My alma mater assaulted his students. Brother, everywhere around the fucking country. Everywhere around the country, students are engaging in the righteous, constitutionally protected act of public expression, engaging in peaceful demonstrations, and every single place, every single college campus has basically decided to do the exact opposite of what they're supposed to do. Meet halfway, meet some of the demands that are being made by the students. Fuck no. Send in the goddamn Gestapo. Send in the fucking brown shirts and beat the shit out of these little kids. It's great. It's great stuff. Great stuff overall. Love the beacon of democracy and civilization. These kids are doing exactly what Americans hate to see, which is a clear-cut definitional hypocrisy. That's what's going on. And we'll get to the student protest, but before, let's start with the Rafah invasion, the Rafah siege. 40 plus people were killed. Hayır. Şurada bak yemeği. Şu çantada. Ama o şimdi yarısını ver koy, belki yer. My dad is taking care of Farley right now. Yesterday at UT, they legit had a massive bus for mass casualties. Never seen anything like it. Ne? Sopaları verme. Şu anda. Yarısını ver. Someone said I'm cranky today. I think I'm just like really tired today. I don't know what it is. Does Farley like him? I think Farley would like my dad more than he likes me. I'll be honest. All right.
Hamas leaders are considering a new Middle East ceasefire proposal from Israel. The deal includes a 40-day truce in return for the release of some hostages. It would also allow for displaced families to return to northern Gaza. It's reported to involve new wording on restoring calm to Gaza that's designed to satisfy.
Bro, I just realized like I'm probably tired because I've just been cranking out 10-hour streams every fucking day. Something's got to give. That's probably what it is. I'm doing 10-hour streams every day. And also on top of that, I've been working out in the mornings and stuff too. So it's like, that's what it is. Israel heard 40 days and decided to kill 40 people. Yeah. All right. Let's get started. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what the hell's going on. The war cabinet desperately wants to attack Rafah. You got fucking the centrist liberal coalition constituency with Benny Gantz, who is the liberal general who wants to attack Rafah. You got America saying, do not fucking touch Rafah. That's really fucked up. So Benjamin Netanyahu has to basically communicate America's wishes to the war cabinet. And then you also have the Smotrich and the Bezalel Smotrich and the further right coalition of Itamar Ben-Gvir, who also want to fucking hit Rafah and just do as much genocide as possible. So Benjamin Netanyahu is stuck between a rock and a hard place. So does he care about Palestinian lives? Of course not. Of course, he loves killing Palestinians. Don't misunderstand me at all. But he also understands with his, 20, 30 fucking years of experience with dealing with the United States of America as the state representative of Israel, that, invading Rafah is probably going to really piss off the Western world and just like maybe even sever some ties. You got the ICC arrest warrants that are coming down potentially. There's a lot of Western pressure on Israel. Now, obviously, many of you will say, Western pressure on Israel from actual organs of the government? The fuck do you mean? These guys are doing a genocide. I mean, there's a lot of Western pressure on Israel in a way that Israel has never seen before. Because if you're Israel, you're used to being babied all day, every day. They're like, how much money you want? Oh, I'm so mad at you, but here's like fucking $1 gazillion of weapons that you can use on directly targeting children inside of Gaza, right? So for that to be what they're used to, this level of scrutiny over their behavior, over their actions, even in the fucking media, and certainly from actual bodies of government, not just like the feckless institution of the United Nations, but like actual American politicians, like being like, yo, you can't fucking invade Rafah, has caused Benjamin Netanyahu to be a little bit more careful about this process. But he still obviously has internal issues. One of the major roles he's playing here is obviously defending his legacy and maintaining his power, because if he's out of office, if he's out of the war cabinet, he's gone. If there's a new election, he's gone, right? Or at least like he most likely will not be able to build another coalition. So, having said that, he doesn't want to fucking let the war cabinet go. So this is the reason why the even further right elements like Ben-Gvir, even further right elements like Smotrich are capable of basically saying, if you don't do what we want you to do, we'll disband the war cabinet. So he's weak in that sense, because if the war cabinet goes away, new government comes in, he's fucking cooked, he goes to jail. That's it. That's the situation at hand. So these are the different forces converging here on why, if you're wondering like why Israel has not, gone into Rafah yet, it's because of self-preservation from every angle, all the way down. and that's why there is like limitations. Now, having said that, it's dog shit. The way that they're trying to, like, the fact that they're trying to invade Rafah or even talking about this as anything beyond like another pressure point for Hamas from their perspective is insane to me. Like, one might assume that they're simply talking about invading Rafah, even though they don't actually want to invade Rafah, because they want to apply pressure to Hamas so that Hamas will listen to their demands and like lower their otherwise very reasonable demands that they've made time and time again. Like, maybe it's just brinksmanship, maybe it's just politics, or maybe if you are fucking Ben Gvir or Smotrich, it's literally wanting to kill as many Palestinian children as possible because that's the only way you can come. So there are a lot of different factors. There are a lot of different motivations at play here. But it seems the Israeli prime minister says the Rafah attack will go ahead with or without a truce deal.
Hamas's demand for a permanent ceasefire. A source close to the talks told the BBC the new proposal from Israel is significantly different from previous offers. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken called this deal extraordinarily generous. That view echoed by the UK's Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron.
All the pressure in the world and all the eyes of the world should be on them today, saying take that deal. It will bring about this stop in the fighting that we all want to see so badly.
According to Israel, 133 hostages are still being held by Hamas and Gaza.
David Cameron is the... What is this? Add Bry on Discord. Why did you delete him? He's in Gaza right now. Who the fuck is Bry? What? What? Are you okay, bro? Okay. I have no idea. Bro, I said, who the fuck is Bry? And he just wrote Bry. Man, take your medication, please. Please, I promise. It's good. It's yummy, bro. It's a Brody? What the fuck is that? I don't know who that is. What? I don't even understand what the hell he's saying. Okay, anyway. Please don't be a debate. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right. So, let's not forget Lord Cameron, the pig fucker himself, is directly the reason why Elon Levy was fired from his government job. So at least that pig fucker got one good thing.
Gaza. At least 30 of them are presumed dead. Mediators from Egypt, Qatar and the US have been attempting for weeks to broker a deal to bring another pause in the fighting. Now, one source has told...
I just want y'all to remember, okay? I want y'all to remember, from the jump, there has never been a moment where anyone in the Western media or any Western politician has openly stated Hamas has actually made some reasonable demands here. It's always Hamas is fucking up the bag. Israel is giving them such a great deal, the greatest deal of all time, and these guys just don't want to take it. There has never been a single fucking piece of coverage in Western media, with the exception of like every now and then they'll have like a hostage negotiator, like a professional hostage negotiator guy or whatever, come up and be like, no, it's actually Israel that's fucking up the bag. But that's like on CNN International, or maybe every now and then they'll have like Christian Amanpour interview someone, and then that interview is it. Like that never goes anywhere. That never gets repeated over and over again. Everyone takes it for granted. Israel always has the most generous deals, and Hamas is always saying no to the generous deals. Why? Jew hatred. Right? And You know, it's just rampant anti-Semitism. Rampant anti-Semitism. They just want to kill all the Jewish people. That's why they just won't do it. And it's like, from the jump, they have made very clear-cut demands. You might not agree with the actions of that happened, the actions that Palestinian resistance took on October 7. Certainly, there were a shit ton of tragedies, acts of terror. Having said that, however, their demands have been very reasonable and very just. Okay? As a political body, as a unit, as a group that is working on militarily resisting the apartheid regime, it's been fairly fucking just. Oh, here. Hamas official says group would lay down its arms if an independent Palestinian state is established on 1967 borders. Think about that. But hey, guess what, dude? That's unreasonable. You know what I mean? That's so unreasonable. We can't have that. We just can't simply fucking have that. Can't do that.
For the BBC, they are cautiously optimistic about the prospects of this deal being accepted. In a development, though, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that Israel will...
It's so funny because someone said, isn't that the guy who said there should be multiple October 7s? And that's so hilarious to think about within the context of like who they are also agreeing to do this deal with. Because there is one guy that said, because of what Israel has done to us for 75 years, if we did 1 million October 7s, we would be righteous in that cause, which I don't agree with, right? Having said that, that's the one fucking guy that everybody points to say they're genocidal. Okay, on the other side, they're literally bargaining and trying to do a fucking ceasefire negotiation with dudes who openly are doing genocide and literally say way worse shit on a daily fucking basis with the entire backing of the Western world. So yeah, the one fucking Lebanese spokesperson, the one spokesperson for Lebanon saying some fucked up shit, okay, saying some fucked up shit one fucking time, like immediately after October 7, gets repeated over and over again. Every Israeli official at this point has been like, we have to wipe out the Palestinian scourge. Like, we have to clean up the lands of the parasitic Palestinian vermin, you know, their dogs, their fucking rats, whatever. All the classic Nazi tropes. I sleep. One time a Palestinian dude said, Israel's existence and its cruelty justifies 1 million October 7s. I wake up and I think, well, I see who the genocidal side is. Ridiculous. Different guy, lol. That's Ghazu Hamad. This is Khalil Al-Hayya. Oh, Smotrich said yesterday he wants to erase the memory of Amalek again. No half-ass job. Rafah, Dir el-Bala, Nusayrat, total annihilation. Erase the memory of Amalek from under the sky. There is no place for this pure evil. Has no cure. Cannot exist. That's so fucking... Ay, ay, ay. Oh my Lord. It's just, bro, I swear to God, every day since October 7, everybody used to come in here and be like, excuse me, Hasan, how dare you say Israel are the bad guys here? Okay. And then I would just show them a video like this from like an Israeli official. This guy's literally the fucking finance minister, for those of you who don't know, Bezalel Smotrich, who once famously said, I do not want my wife to give birth next to an Arab, okay, like a Palestinian citizen of Israel, like a non-Jewish person that has Israeli citizenship, okay? Because why would she give birth next to a terrorist who is inevitably going to try and kill her? Like, all Arabs are breeding All Arabs are being, according to Bezalel Smotrich, future terrorists. So, like, yeah, finance minister and de facto governor of the entire West Bank. This guy controls the West Bank. This guy, yeah, he's a settler. To help you understand, like, I mean, that guy is literally a settler. So is Itamar Ben-Gvir. It's just like having a Klansman wearing the fucking... I mean, Itamar Ben-Gvir's party is called the Jewish Power Party, okay? The fuck are we doing? They literally are it is the white power equivalent. It's just so funny that we act like this is a functioning democracy and not this, like, psychopathic, bloodthirsty fascist state. It is such a hilarious thing to try and explain to Americans that, like, everything you know about Israel is just completely fabricated. Everything you have learned about Israel is just outright lies, okay? Just completely fabricated. The most moral army, bullshit. The fact that they have a functioning government and it's the only democracy in the fucking Middle East, fucking bullshit. Bullshit. It's an apartheid. Safest place on the planet for Jews, literally bullshit. Yeah, the Kahanas are considered too fascistic for even the nutcases in Likud. Ben-Gvir and the far-right Zionists are that insane. Yeah. I mean, they're actually terrorists. They're actually... They are, like, this is not my classification. This is the American State Department and the Israeli government's classification. Okay? Kahanists is a cult, is a psychopathic far-right Jewish extremist, a Jewish supremacist extremist cult that did acts of terror in the West Bank against Palestinians, and also has, like, done acts of terror in the United States of America as well. These guys are so fucking far right. They are so psychopathic that the Israeli government thinks they're too much, or thought that they were too much. Obviously now they don't care about it as much, but anyway, so it's always wild whenever we have these conversations and people are just like, wait, what the fuck? The fuck do you mean? Like, are you telling me that an actual fucking rabid, psychopathic, Jewish supremacist far-right cult has, like, mass support in the Knesset now? And, like, a, decent amount of support?
Will carry out an offensive against Hamas in Rafah, regardless of whether or not a ceasefire deal has been reached. Well, as those negotiations take place, fighting continues in Gaza. We've seen smoke rising over the centre of the Strip earlier today as airstrikes hit the territory. The Health Ministry said there had been a further 47 deaths in the last day. It says more than 34,500 people have died since the conflict began almost 7 months ago, following the Hamas attack on Israel on October the 7th. Our Middle East correspondent Yolanda is in Jerusalem.
This Hamas delegation that was in Cairo meeting Egyptian and Qatari...
What? I heard a high schooler say that she can't wait to leave the U.S. to go live in Israel, and that she's sorry if it's controversial, but them that and their friends say that they should build playgrounds in Gaza and remove everything that's there. Don't know how someone can say that with a straight face. There's nothing funnier to me than motherfuckers who just, like, want to go and live in Israel. Bro, you live in America, okay? Like, having an allegiance to a fucking fascist state, like, this is so wild to me. Like, you already live in a fucking fascist state. And it's a better one. You know what I mean? Why the fuck would you go? Why would you go live in the fucking welfare state of the fascist state that's doing even more overt fascism? It doesn't make sense. Why is that shocking? White women, including T Swift, say they want to live in the 1830s. Okay, chill.
mediators left late yesterday, and we understand that they're now in consultations with the top Hamas leadership. Arab media suggesting that they will get back to the mediators by the end of tomorrow with their response to the latest deal that's on the table. Now, feeding into all of that, we do have these new comments by the Israeli Prime Minister. On the one hand, he's reiterating what he's said now for many weeks, that Israel is still determined to go into Rafah in the very south of the Gaza Strip to eliminate Hamas battalions there, that they'll do that with or without a new hostage deal. But obviously the timing here is of the essence. This is a very sensitive moment, and there are fears that, you know, anything could scupper a new deal at this point.
You know, we're just seeing pictures there of Benjamin Netanyahu. The war cabinet continues to meet, of course. How much domestic disagreement is there, and disagreement within the cabinet about what should happen with Rafah?
Yeah, the disagreement ranges from, like, do we kill every single Palestinian child, or should we kill 98% of the Palestinian children? That's the fucking major disagreement in the war cabinet. Okay, all jokes aside, the major disagreement is, like, Netanyahu is trying to fucking keep it together while also meeting the demands of the West. He has at least somewhat of a better understanding of how the Western world is perceiving their actions than, like, the fucking sociopathic fascists, both to his left, which is such a funny thing to say, like Benny Gantz, who is also incredibly horny about invading Rafah, militarily dealing with Hamas. And then to his right, you have the absolute, like, the even more psychopathic monsters. It's such a funny way to, like, it's such a funny thing to, like, cover. Yeah. The major disagreement in the most reductive terms can be reduced to, it's between we got to do it right now and Rafah can wait. We got to get the hostages first. The floating port the U.S. is building off the Gaza coast, exactly the opposite of the largest gas field in the region, while the U.S. admin claims it's pushing an Israeli end of the Israeli war. Why is it hurrying towards completing the port, which Gazans do not want or need in this location? Yeah, I don't really understand, like, why they're still going off with this port shit, especially when considering that you could just open up the checkpoints. It just doesn't make sense. You know, you have access points that are literally easier and better that Israel is not allowing anybody to utilize currently. You can deliver aid from Israel. You can deliver aid from Egypt. And yet, for some weird reason, Israel won't allow that to happen. I wonder what that's about. Anyway.
I mean, within the overall cabinet of the coalition government led by Mr. Netanyahu, you do have some really deep divisions now. And those on the far right have really been saying that Israel needs to prioritize going into Rafah in order to win this war. One far right minister, Bezalel Smotrich, said the government had no right to exist if it didn't prioritize that. And then in response, we had Benny Gantz, who's a member of the war cabinet, is more of a centrist, coming back saying that the government had no right to exist if it blocked a hostage deal. So you can see there is that dynamic going on. The latest comments by Mr. Netanyahu do appear to put him more on the side of his far-right ministers, but he's also going to be under a lot more international pressure in the coming hours, as we're expecting the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken to come to meet Israeli leaders. The US and others have really been pushing for a new deal at this point that would bring home Israeli hostages and in exchange have a sort of 6-week ceasefire.
Damn, dude. Guys, I'm beginning to feel like I hate to make such strong claims on this broadcast, But I'm beginning to feel like the Israeli war cabinet and those in positions of power in Israel don't actually care about the hostages at all. Just a suspicion. I have this sneaking suspicion. That if they cared about the hostages, the well-being of the hostages, they probably wouldn't have fucking flattened Gaza where the hostages were and killed a shit ton of them. And the remaining hostages, they're also actively trying to assassinate. I don't know. It's just a sneaking suspicion. I don't know. I can't say conclusively. I can, however, tell you that at the top of the hour, there is going to be a 3-minute ad break, and that is conclusive. But it's wild because, like, they put the fucking posters up. It's like, but they put the posters up everywhere in New York and in Los Angeles. There are all of the Israeli flags on Beverly Hills, like right on Santa Monica Boulevard. Right as soon as you enter Beverly Hills, you have all those flags honoring the hostages. It's just shocking to me. It's just shocking to me because, like, it kind of feels like the Israeli government doesn't fucking care. You know? What the fuck happened? Yeah. On October 8, I told you that the Israeli government demonstrated that they care more about killing Palestinians than they do about the safety and security of Jews living inside of Israel proper, which included the hostages and which included literally the Jewish people living inside of Israel in the kibbutzim at the time. I brought up the Hannibal Doctrine as a reason for why I don't believe that Israel, the reason why I don't believe Israel cares about the hostages is because of their own official policy. Their own military policy is to kill Israeli hostages rather than let Hamas or a Palestinian group actually take those hostages and use them as a political bargaining chip. That's the reason. They would rather continue killing them and continue doing their ethnic cleansing campaign. I was right. Many people at the time, probably not being super experienced with the way that Israel operates, not being very knowledgeable on Israel's fascist tendencies, assumed that Israel was being genuine when they said, oh, no, we care about the hostages. The Israeli government, that is. They were wrong. I do not fault you for being wrong back then, partially because this is very new. This is a very new environment for a lot of young people. They've never really encountered they've never had to reckon with Israel's actions in this regard because for the most part, this shit was nipped in the bud with one-sided coverage and no care or consideration for the humanity of the Palestinians whatsoever. All I'm saying is nowadays, I think a lot more people do understand the reality. That is hard to believe. They know where the remaining hostages are. Therefore, they are destroying everything around them in order to extract them easier. This is an official policy. No, what you're doing is coping. If Israel's official policy was to actually care for the hostages, they would have not killed hundreds of them. And ironic that you're saying this when you also don't give a shit about the hostages, because the hostages that were released openly communicated that they were more afraid of Israel than they were. Oh, that was a joke, Hasan. Oh, I'm sorry. Bro, you can't be fucking coming in here and literally saying exactly what a fucking Hasbara operative would say. Just throw a fucking cap or something. Coming in here all gray with a new account saying that? Yeah. That's because Hasbara operators are jokes.
in the Gaza Strip. And we've had various Western leaders coming out saying that this is something that is positive. Arab ministers supporting that as well.
Yolande, we've already heard from Mr. Blinken, who said that the US has not yet seen a plan that gives us confidence that civilians can be effectively protected in Rafah. How would you judge the US influence on Benjamin Netanyahu at the moment and their leverage?
Well, the US position is very much that really because of the number of people in Rafah down along the Egyptian border that have been displaced by the fighting, something like 1.4 million people crammed into a very small area. That means that no ground offensive can really take place effectively there. It's going to be impossible to move that many people in a way that Israel can go in with the force that it wants to go after what it says are 4 Hamas battalions that are still based in that city. It's the one part of the Gaza Strip where there has not been a full ground offensive up to now. But it's really not clear just how much leverage the US has over Israel. Of course, we know that on the international stage, it consistently shields Israel, that it is a major donor. It's just recently approved billions more dollars in military aid for Israel. But Israel has consistently made clear that when it comes to issues of its own security, it will very much take advice from the Americans. We know that there have meetings being taken place to try to discuss alternatives to a full ground invasion of Rafah with Israeli and US officials. But in the end, Israel says it makes its own decisions.
Yolande, now there.
There were also mass demonstrations in Israel last night. Thousands of protesters blocked a highway in Tel Aviv, demanding a deal to bring the remaining Israeli hostages.
Damn, bro. I can't believe they're blocking. Bro. What? Bro, why won't these guys care about? They're being real fucking annoying, man. Someone should go out and take care of these guys. You know what I mean? That's like, bro. I'll have you know, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, this is not allowed. And it's also kind of fucking annoying. All right? You better watch it now. Better watch this anti-Semitism that you're engaging in, demanding that the Israeli government do their very best to, make sure that your fucking friends and your immediate family members are not assassinated by the Israeli rockets. Can't be out here doing that. Everyone, the IDF has murdered tens of thousands of Palestinians in the last 7 months. Joe Biden, y'all taking over a building ain't it. Yeah. Kind of messed up, guys. I've seen some schools have given into demands about disclosing their finances. Any school divestia. I'm worried that schools will dangle amnesty in front of students in the face in return, conceding on divestment.
Hostages home from Gaza. As Deborah Patter reports, there may be signs of progress in those negotiations.
Feeling the heat and running out of options. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's choice is stark. Press ahead with a Rafah invasion or free the hostages. There are daily protests demanding Netanyahu make a deal to bring those in captivity home.
Tough choices, man. Tough choices, guys. Sorry. We really want to fucking slaughter Palestinian babies. It's just like, have you considered, I know that your loved ones are trapped inside of Gaza. But having said that, have you thought about how excited I get at the prospect of ruthlessly, mercilessly assassinating Palestinian babies? Because it seems like you're doing a Bodies in Spaces and you're not centering this conversation around my personal feelings and how excited I am.
at fucking killing as many Palestinian children as possible. And the thing is, like, if you were to just like think about it a little bit clearly, you would probably understand that you want to mercilessly assassinate the Palestinian babies too. You just you're kind of a little passionate right now. I get it. Like, oh, your loved one is trapped inside of Gaza under the rubble because we blew it up. Like, sure. But think about it this way. Think about how good it would feel. Genociding an entire ethnic indigenous population feels so fucking good without a bitch telling you in your ear that their best friends are trapped down there. Okay? Just like, that's all I'm saying. It's like Little Caesar's Pizza. Genociding an entire indigenous population. Oh.
Whatever the price.
Stop the talking and start the actions. We are losing people that are alive now, and there is no time to waste.
But hardliners in Netanyahu's ruling coalition say his job is on the line if he delays the Rafah offensive in favor of a ceasefire. Also under pressure, Hamas.
Hamas has before it a proposal that
at a meeting with the Hostage Families Association today, Netanyahu said the ICC arrest warrant should be, or should you not, an anti-Semitic hate crime? But HasanAbi, you say that, but we all know you have to live in Israel first before commenting or criticizing. Exactly. I need to walk a mile. I need to walk a mile in the most fascist shoes I can wear to really understand how cool it makes you feel when your government is just like ruthlessly bombing children, like nonstop.
is extraordinarily generous on the part of Israel.
The US does not support a Rafah offensive, and the Secretary of State made it clear the suffering in Gaza must end. For Palestinians there, an end feels very far away. My uncle is still trapped in the rubble, cries Abdul Rahman Barika. His wheelchair-bound mother was also injured in the Israeli strike. As the house collapsed, Barika faced a decision no one should ever have to make. It was a choice between saving my children or saving my mother, he said. His children survived, but like everyone here, he is sick of war, longing for it to end.
Also weighing heavily on Netanyahu's mind, local media reports suggesting the International Criminal Court may be preparing warrants of arrest for both Israeli and Hamas leaders stemming from the October 7 attack and the war in Gaza. Tony?
Yeah, and the U.S. saying there's no...
Israel's too busy denying Srebrenica ever happened. Wait, what? What the fuck? BIH foreign minister slams Israeli ambassador for saying events at Srebrenica are not genocide. Bosnia and Herzegovina's foreign ministry chief Elmedin Konakovic has called the Israeli ambassador to Serbia, Jahel Wilan, a disgrace to both humanity and diplomacy, following the diplomat's statement that Israel does not recognize the events in Srebrenica as a genocide because it belittles the term. Pronounced Srebrenica. Srebrenica. I get why. This is a trap. Chomsky also said this shit. Don't fall for it. Yeah, I think the reason why they say that is because like that being considered a genocide, okay, especially because it has the intent, the genocidal intent locked down, and all the way from administrative officials all the way down to the fucking to the soldiers that act out those desires, directly puts Israel in the crosshairs. Srebrenica in Turkish. If that helps. It does help. That's all it is. That's all this is. I think Israel literally doesn't even recognize the Armenian genocide either for that same reason. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, Israel doesn't recognize. Yeah, Israel does not recognize the Armenian genocide for two reasons. One, because there are like Armenian Christians in Israel, in Jerusalem, and they fucking hate them, obviously. And the other reason is because like if they were to recognize the Armenian genocide, then people are going to turn around and be like, okay, you're doing that. You're literally doing that, and you're continuing to do that to the Palestinians and even sometimes the Armenians too. Israel's refusal to recognize the Armenian genocide is indefensible. Anyway. Says that they recognized it in 2016. Is this wrong? I mean, this is from 2019. An article in 2019 says that they don't. I think they recognized it recently, like last month. Maybe they recognized it in 2021. After Biden acknowledges Armenian genocide, Israel stops short of doing the same. Wait, what? Never mind. I mean, they also did quite literally help the Azeri government, the Azerbaijan government, do ethnic displacement with Israeli weapons. So I don't think they, against Armenians. So I don't think they give a shit about Armenians at all. Anyway. Unlike the Armenian genocide, the Bosnian genocide has been adjudicated in international courts. It was extra bad. I mean, both are pretty bad. I think, guys, here's a take I have. Genocide is bad. I'm an anti-genocide guy, okay? That's all I'm saying, you know? Across the board, brave take, guys. Genocide, not good. Very wrong. Probably one of the worst things you can do. Other than I don't know, like having a Korean developer put a lace bra on 1 out of 74 articles of clothing that are readily available in the Stellar Blade franchise. I feel like who's to say which is worse? Well, you know, obviously the Stellar Blade thing, because that's kind of like a million 9/11s happening to the gamers, the Gooner gamers. You know what I mean? It's just like, as a Gooner / gamer myself, I feel like on the one hand, student protesters are getting fucking slaughtered. Okay? They're getting absolutely dunked on by the militarized state that is destroying. College students protesting for Palestinian emancipation. Publisher potentially blocked pixel cleavage out of one outfit. Yeah. This is, I mean, who's to say which is worse? All here, I mean, I'm posting that meme. Free speech is everywhere for those with eyes to see.
Don't make light of Goonian Assange. Goonian Assange. The American government is trying to assassinate this man. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Have we officially recognized the Stellar Blade stuff as Goonergate yet? Yeah, it is Goonergate. That's what I've been calling it since yesterday. Brown University agreed to hear an argument for divestment from an upcoming meeting and dropping charges on students in return for clearing the camp. Yeah. You got on the same shirt you had on for the Drake track React. Wait, really? Nice. Consistency, baby. Senator John Fetterman says UN unwilling to condemn Hamas who killed, raped, mutilated, and tortured more than 1,000 Israeli babies, children, women, and elderly. Wait, what? Hamas killed, raped, mutilated, and tortured more than 1,000 Israeli babies, children, women, and the elderly? What? What is he saying? Bro, I'm sorry. You guys know my position on this. I am 100% ableist when it comes to you know, public officials. And I think now I will reassert that I will basically show you my commitment to that cause once again. I think if you are this mentally handicapped, you should not be an elected representative. You should not be allowed to be an elected representative if you have this level of mental cognitive issues. Okay? Excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't think blind people should drive cars, and I don't think that John Fetterman with this level of mental disability should be allowed to hold public office. Okay? It's just like, maybe I'm wrong for saying it, but I think that I wouldn't even consider this to be ableism, I think, but like it's a valid thing to be, it's a valid thing to not want to allow. Just like if you have dementia, you shouldn't be the fucking president. Okay? Do you see how they aren't saying that the Israeli hostages are being used as human shields? It's almost as if they say they're going to confess that they killed their own hostages, which is unlike killing Palestinians because their lives are actually important. There's reports that the IDF is setting up checkpoints that will block all military-aged men from traveling northward. There were also reports that Egyptian forces preparing along the Philadelphia line to create a neutral zone for refugees, but the U.S. veto for the invasion is still on, so they couldn't go ahead immediately regardless. Either way, strangely, Bibi's career may rest on Hamas's answer in the coming days. While you're at it, get his ass too. Yeah, I mean, I covered this already. Yeah. Mr. Free Speech. Wait, what? The Florida Democratic Party has chosen Senator John Fetterman as the keynote speaker for its annual fundraising event. The special guest is Rick Wilson. Weren't you advocating for this demon before, not trying to bait? But was this ogre a very open Zionist before? Yes. People would come up to me and talk about his Israel, pro-Israel takes. And I always cast it aside. I brushed it aside as like simple fucking political machine calculations. I thought that it was just like a calculated effort to like get the DMFI off of his ass, Democratic Majority for Israel. A calculated effort to get the fucking AIPAC goons off of his ass. I did not think that he was actually this much of a fucking diehard piece of shit. The thing is, Felix stays winning as always. No, but even Felix, and I've talked to him about this, even he didn't realize it was like this. Nobody thought it was like this. So shut the fuck up. Anyone who tells you that they knew he was going to be like this is lying to you. Okay? He's literally to the right of the Democratic Party's majority opinion, guys. What the fuck are you talking about? He's to the right of Republicans now on this issue. We all thought this was classic, like if you're progressive, the Israeli lobby comes after you pretty aggressively. Bro, the DMFI set up shop with the same exact people in the UK that operated against Corbyn. They set up shop and their first target was Bernie Sanders. Like, if you are someone who covers this stuff regularly, if you're paying attention to this stuff, you immediately knew, you immediately thought that this was simply because he wanted to like make sure that the DMFI doesn't fucking spend a shit ton of money trying to thwart him. That's it. I 100% think that his Senate seat hinges on being pro-Israel. I don't believe people just snap like this. I think he's just like typical fucking Harvard piece of shit. That's what I think. And if you think that his seat hinges on that, how the fuck did Summer Lee operate so well? Summer Lee is literally in Pittsburgh. Summer Lee is one of the most critical elected representatives on Israel. And Summer Lee won by massive fucking... Summer Lee outperformed the polls. Summer Lee outperformed the polls. Summer Lee outperformed Ilhan Omar. So how the fuck did that happen? Yeah, I mean, here, Bernie Sanders has an anti-Semitism problem. This is exactly what they fucking did. This is exactly what they fucking did. They immediately went after Bernie and said that Bernie was anti-Semitic. But Americans don't have that British-style brain rot, okay? Americans are too stupid to understand that a Jewish person can also be anti-Semitic. Not that Bernie was. I don't think Bernie is anti-Semitic. But, like, we're too dumb, okay? That's why Clandis Owens can operate as, like, as a white supremacist speaking on black issues from the white supremacist perspective. But because she's black, all the conservatives are like, what are you talking about? She's black. We're too stupid. The public is broadly too fucking stupid to recognize that, like, of course Jewish people can be anti-Semitic. Look at fucking Ben Shapiro. Look at half the Zionist Jews. Some of the most anti-Semitic motherfuckers you've ever encountered. But of course it didn't work. The DMFI attacking Bernie Sanders didn't work, but it doesn't change the reality that there was a lot of money there. And obviously, if you were a progressive, the issue of Israel was always going to come up. This is why I thought, much like many others, that John Fetterman was possibly simply trying to avoid that. You know what I mean? He was trying to avoid the extra scrutiny and the dollars spent against him.
The clashes at universities across the country. Take a look at the scene right now. Protesters on campus there in North Carolina. And then overnight, protesters here in New York.
Zionist Jews are anti-Semitic. Have you listened to any Zionist, like Jewish, Christian, doesn't matter? Yes, saying Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. Okay? Saying that Israel has to exist as a Jewish ethno-state and it actually corresponds to the fucking interests of all Jews around the world is unironically what the Nazis say about Jews, okay? And it's also what Zionists say about Jews. And yes, Zionist Christians, Christo-fascists, and Zionist Jews alike absolutely are unimaginably anti-Semitic to anti-Zionist Jews.
At Columbia barricaded themselves inside the school, and now the university is taking more action. Stephanie Ramos is there on the scene for us. Good morning to you, Stephanie.
Robin, good morning. Despite warnings of suspension and expulsion for students in...
You need to reconsider your definition of Zionism? What? Why do you spend so much time on Twitter? Zionist Jews are anti-Semitic. You need to reconsider your definition of Zionism. Just fucking say what you think is the definition of Zionism and let's pick it apart, chatter. Let's not do this song and dance. Come on. Come on, brother. Go ahead. Hit me with the fucking liberal Zionist line that absolutely zero people believe. Come on. Let's move it along. Let's move it along. Yeah, let's redefine not what you see with your fucking own two eyes. Let's redefine it. Zionism is fascism, okay? That's it. That's it. It's that simple. The Zionist project is a fascist one, is a settler colonial project, and objectively a fascist one, much like every settler colonial project is ultimately a fascist one. There's an in-group, out-group dynamic that exists in the fascist context. It is predicated upon Jewish people coming in and ethnically forcibly displacing the indigenous population, specifically of non-Jews, from that area, purging them from that land, and rebuilding a nation state on demographic concerns that they have. When Israel talks about its demographic concerns, they're talking about making sure that they have a Jewish majority. Literally, no one cares? What do you mean no one cares? What? Come on, go ahead. Tell me what you think Zionism is, and let's move on.
Involved in the encampment here at Columbia University. Some pro-Palestinian protesters set up more tents on campus and stormed that academic building overnight. They say it is all in support of Gaza.
Overnight, pro-Palestinian protesters gathering outside Columbia.
Like, there's no, in my opinion, okay, the way I see it, there is no difference. There is literally no difference between being like, ISIS is awesome and doing this for Islam. They literally are abiding by the interests of the entire ummah. There's no difference between stating that as a fact when it's, you know, far from factually accurate and obviously completely wrong, and saying Israel represents the monolithic interest of the international Jewish population. Okay? That's it. That's it. There's no difference.
University's Hamilton Hall, and then storming the building. Video capturing students slamming desks, breaking windows, and barricading themselves inside. Just after 12:30 this morning, dozens of students left the encampment and entered the hall. Students defiant, refusing to dismantle their encampment.
You need to stop bombing. You need to stop indiscriminate killing, massacre of Palestinians in Gaza. That's how you end the war.
At least one person arrested Monday outside Columbia's gates, seen here being taken into custody. Oh my God. And overnight at Virginia Commonwealth University, a large crowd of pro-Palestinian protesters clashing with police in riot gear. This video showing police spraying what appears to be pepper spray at protesters. The university telling ABC News multiple arrests were made and claiming that many individuals involved were not students. This as similar demonstrations and clashes now playing out at more than 60
I don't think comparing Zionism and ISIS is an apt comparison because essentially zero Muslims support ISIS and most Jews above 30 consider it to be an important part of their Jewish identity. And the better analogy is Islam and Saudi nationalists saying this as an anti-Zionist Jew. I understand what you're saying, except the outcome is ISIS-style behavior. I know that from a messaging perspective, I shut the conversation off for anyone over the age of 35, okay? I know. But the reality is that just because there is a shit ton more support and a lot more defense of that kind of behavior doesn't mean that, like, it is not a correct analogy. It is an apt comparison. It's just not one that I can make if I want to get anyone over the age of 35 on my side. I can't, and I recognize that.
College campuses across the U.S. At the University of Texas at Austin, dozens arrested as protesters and police in riot gear clashed. At the University of Florida, 9 protesters arrested. The school saying the University of Florida is not a daycare and we do not treat protesters like children. They knew the rules. They broke the rules. Jewish students on both sides of the issue, some who are pro-Israel, say they've been harassed.
It's not easy to say we're alone when the whole university is practically against us.
At USC, administrators canceling their main commencement ceremony due to protests. Many of the soon-to-be graduates missed their high school graduation due to the pandemic.
My high school just had a drive-through graduation. I personally was really looking forward to having this main ceremony and traditional graduation for my whole life.
Back here at Columbia University, officials have not commented on the actions of those students that stormed that building overnight. As for the talks between student negotiators and university officials, those are at a standstill. But guys, already so many students here have been suspended.
All right, Stephanie, our thanks to you. We're going to bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. So much at play here. And one concern is the rights, the First Amendment rights of the students. How does free speech play into all this? How does it factor in?
So the First Amendment is not absolute, right? Think about libel laws, right?
Bro, these are never arguments that they make about Nazis, okay? Like actual anti-Semitic people. Only when it's about something that the American government has decided is good do we start launching these like, well, you know, cops do have to fucking crack some skulls every now and then. It's such a fucking hilarious moment. And this never would have happened. This is something that pro-Palestinian advocates have known for decades. This is something that I have talked about for decades, about like the real anti-free speech, the real actual state suppression of speech only happens to pro-Palestinian protesters, only happens to like a movement like BDS and nothing else. Fascists will always be protected by the government, and they are. Free speech extends only to fascists and only to right-wing sentiment, okay? The only reason why we're having this conversation right now in this regard is because there is broad momentum on the Palestinian side, especially by those under the age of 35. Okay? That's it. That's what I mean when I say I'm very hopeful about this moment. I've never seen so much awfulness and so much hope at the same exact time. Bro, your hypocrisy is funny. Explain what you mean by that, please. I would love to hear what you mean by that, Q Patriot 12. Because when fascists roam around campuses or do demonstrations, their goal is clear. It is the ethnic cleansing of minority populations. They very openly state that, including Jewish people as well, like actual fascists. Okay? That's what it is. So that limitation doesn't extend to those guys at all.
The limitation only extends when you say, hey, our tax dollars and our tuition shouldn't go to funding an apartheid regime, to funding a genocide. Okay? So go ahead. Explain to me how I'm hypocritical. I would love to hear from Q Patriot 12, Mr. QAnon himself in the building.
Someone can say something about someone else and they can get sued over it. And they can't say, well, it's my First Amendment right to say it. There are restrictions that are allowed within the First Amendment. To have a
This is not one of them, by the way. Like, this definitionally is a violation of free speech. State suppression of speech. Speech does have limitations. Okay? You can't do libel. You can't slander people. That's true. Okay? And you also can't yell fire in a fucking theater or whatever, the classic example. So obviously there are restrictions on what you can and can't say. However, having said that, you absolutely can engage in civil disobedience against unjustifiable hierarchies. You can absolutely, and you must absolutely engage in civil disobedience and protest and take advantage of the First Amendment in the exact same way that these students are doing. State restriction and state suppression upon these demonstrations is a direct violation of First Amendment rules. Anyone who fucking champions the police or the National Guard in this circumstance is unironically the only people that are anti-free speech.
Parade in a city, you still have to get a permit. You can't just say we're allowed to do it. And the key here is that the universities and the authorities would say we're not targeting what they're saying. It's not because of what flag they're holding up. It's because of the actions that they're taking. It's that they're shutting down buildings. They're trespassing on private property. And as a
That's bullshit. Those are all bullshit reasons to actually suppress free speech. That's fucking bullshit.
result, that's not protected by the First Amendment.
Right, the students who are not protesting have rights as well to live their lives, to study, to not be disrupted.
Correct. And most importantly, the university has the authority to determine what they do and they don't want on their campus.
Is there a difference between public and private universities?
There is. Look, you have much...
Bro, you can make the same argument against the civil rights movement. Yes, and they did. The very same people that represent the very same interests, rather, in the 60s, said the exact same things against the student demonstrations, both during the civil rights movement and also during the anti-war Vietnam protests. They said the same shit. This is the role of the media. The media is supposed to not actually be contentious to positions of power, but to basically fucking sedate the masses and tell them that, like, no, you do feel good when police are beating the shit out of student protesters for the crime of engaging in civil disobedience against the genocidal state that we are funding and facilitating and offering fucking political cover for. They did this in the 80s during the apartheid protests. That's it. You can't do something illegal in the name of protesting. It's entirely possible to protest without breaking the law. Yeah, except for when you use random, ridiculous fucking laws that you write. Like, for example, anti-BDS legislation that exists in 35 different states in the United States of America. Okay? There are ridiculous laws. You understand that, right? Specifically designed to stop people from organizing. The law is nothing in this situation. The law is written by the very same people who don't want you to fucking speak out. The law is written by the very same people who say, shut the fuck up about this Israel shit. The civil rights movement didn't destroy property or disrupt common people. Yeah, except neither does this, and it doesn't fucking matter. You are a fucking idiot,
every single thing that you just said, people said about the civil rights movement as well. The only difference is your books that you read at school now tell you that it was actually good that the civil rights movement happened, because it was good. You are staring at the modern version of that exact same movement, and you are portraying yourself as against this movement while simultaneously claiming that the civil rights movement was good. If you lived in that same era, you would have not liked the civil rights movement for the same exact reasons. Doesn't that weird you out? Blocking traffic and inconveniencing innocent people just trying to get to work simply isn't okay. It's interesting that you're talking about blocking traffic right now, but we're not talking about blocking traffic. Why are you going back to the blocking of traffic right now while we're talking about campus protesters? These students are not blocking traffic. You thought that that was a better argument that you could argue on. r/centrist comments, political cartoon reflecting some of the public perception on MLK in the 60s. Yeah. Chatter's doing that right now. Because I just got here. Here it is. Students at Columbia University calling for the divestment from South Africa. All wars are bad except this one. All protests are good except this one. Yeah. This is why I also think it's so dumb that people think that, like, oh, the next generation is going to save us or whatever. Okay? The next generation is going to save us. No, man. There's always the same exact people. There's always the same exact people with the same exact attitude. There's always still a proclivity to defend. There's always still going to be people that defend power, that don't want to analyze the situation on the boundaries of morality. They want to look at it with boundaries of legality and say, no, this is against the law. Why? Because the lawman said so. And if you are not personally moved by thousands, tens of thousands of children being ruthlessly slaughtered with our tax dollars, then yeah, you don't give a shit. So the only thing you care about is like, oh, they disrupted something and I don't like it. The media told me that it's bad. Just say you hate Jews. I know that it is very desperate for you right now. I understand. I understand that you can't actually argue on the boundaries. You can't actually argue on what Israel is doing is just. So you have to turn around and say, no, there must be another motivator here. He must not actually, he could not possibly care about tens of thousands of Palestinian children being slaughtered. He must actually hate Jews. Okay? It's sad. And then the fucking NPC dialogue line comes out. Okay? In his mind, he's like, I wish he was anti-Semitic. I know he's not, but I wish he was, because it would make it so much easier. It'd be so much easier if I could just say that this guy is anti-Semitic and move on. Another 10-7 lever, I suspect. Some level there, 3-year hate watcher, yeah. You can defending the student terrorists when you were against January 6th. Anyway. King Traps 123. Palestine hates gay people. Palestine is far right. I do not care. Do you understand? Because the biggest threat to the gay Palestinians right now is not Hamas, it's Israel. Israel's bombs do not fucking only kill straight Palestinians. And even if that was the case, that still wouldn't be just. Not a single thing that you have mentioned makes fucking sense. Okay? It's additionally ironic because Israel doesn't give a shit about gay people either. It's just propaganda for the most part, pink washing. You know? And yet you have to act like resentment towards the apartheid regime of Israel and the genocidal actions that they have taken must stem from some other secret anti-Semitism, even though you've been in here since 2021. So you know I have taken the care and consideration to purge any kind of anti-Semitic sentiment in this community. Half of the death threats that I used to get up until October 7 was specifically neo-Nazis targeting me because of that. And yet, I like hearing your arguments, but they're always one-sided. What? Of course it's one-sided. Yes. I am on one side. I am not on the Israeli apartheid regime's side. There is no two sides to a genocide. You want to hear me? Both sides of genocide is not going to happen. And you can't fucking try to neutralize the argument by saying, oh, it's just a buzzword. It's not just a buzzword. Okay? Of course I'm not going to be a fucking centrist. No one is a centrist on this issue. Everyone just fucking lies and acts like they are a centrist. You just want someone to basically tell you things that you agree with and act like they're objective, act like they are being neutral on this issue. They're not. They're not. You want me to sedate you with a lullaby. You want me to be like, oh yeah, no, it's just like there's a, you know, it's a complex issue. It's not a complex issue morally. It's not complex at all. It's only complex if you don't want to see the reality. That's it. You don't want to see the reality, and you're desperately looking for different words to avoid the top of the hour ad break, to avoid the reality right in front of you. And that's why you keep saying, oh, it's complex. It's not that complex. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5, or you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay? That's it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Thanks for your thoughts. Okay, well, I hope you don't think that I hate Jews, chatter. There are many Jewish people in this community. It's ridiculous. I spent most of my fucking political advocacy and still continue to shit on anti-Semitism of all different varieties. The notion that I hate Jews is abhorrent. Dan Fan is back. Hamas didn't attack Israel on October 7th. We aren't even talking about this right now. No, brother, we have been talking about Israel's actions. You wouldn't be talking about it. That's the difference. Because it's not like the month of October before the 7th was great for Palestinians at all. Or the year 2023, which happened to be the deadliest year for Palestinian children so far before October 7. The only problem here for you is that now you are forced to defend Israel, and Israel's actions are becoming less and less defensible. So it's just kind of hard, and it fucks you up a little bit. That's it. He's back. I tried to fucking talk to him yesterday, and he's back again. Maybe if Hamas didn't attack a music festival on October 7th, Israel wouldn't be bombing them right now. Yeah, totally. Yeah, definitely. It's because they attacked a music festival. That's why Israel bombed them. No, dude, Israel is bombing them as they have done time and time again under numerous sieges, this time being the most vicious one of all, because Israel wants to forcibly displace the Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip and take it over again. That's it. If that was the case, there would be no Gaza Strip to begin with. Cover all sides, Hasan. Yeah. Anyway, why do motherfuckers have the capacity to only remember the last 1 to 2 years? I don't think you understand. It's not that they have the capacity to only see the last 2 to 3 years. It's that they want to be able to argue something that is like objectively indefensible. Genocide is objectively indefensible by many, okay? That's why it's always about like the actions of the resistance groups that caused this genocide for 75 fucking years, always and forever. That's it. This conflict has existed for 75 fucking years, even longer than 75. And yet, now we're talking about it. It is not the actual hurt. It is not the actual violence that people here in the United States of America are frustrated by. Well, many are actually frustrated by the violence. That's why they're protesting. It is the fact that they have to talk about it that frustrates them. They just want to go back to everybody shutting the fuck up and Israel doing what it has to do to deal with the Palestinian problem without Americans noticing. That's what everybody in here that says this is complex wants to happen. That's it. Problem is, it's not going away. Chad, I gotta understand, regardless of what you think, and I had friends at the Nova Music Festival, this war makes no sense for Israelis unless you want a genocide. There is no day after when every day is the end of days. Any political end, from occupation to two-state talks, will deal with children who just witnessed the destruction of the world. April sun on October rubble, and this war is the same senseless genocidal war it ever was. People that want to say it's complicated basically just want you to shut the fuck up, which is part of the reason why you should not shut the fuck up. Okay? And as far as like Hamas started it, it's the same principle behind the fucking Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. It's the Jewish resistance groups that started it. They should have never attacked. They should have never tried to liberate themselves by force from the Warsaw Ghetto. Think about how badly the Nazis then turned around and killed all of their family members. There should have never been a slave revolt. What were they thinking? That's what you sound like. CNN poll, voters age 18 to 35
On April 2020, Biden was plus 31 on this group. On April 2024, Trump is up 11 points. Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was the analogy I used to show my mom the double standard and hypocrisy in their framing. Yeah. Don't you think the Columbia students breaking into Hamilton Hall kind of makes the protest look bad? The protest should be strictly safe. So what are students supposed to do when the police come fucking cracking down and start cracking skulls? Hamilton Hall, by the way, is ironically the exact same building that the protesters occupied. The student protesters took over in 1968 as well. So there's also historic significance there. So I don't know if you are anti anti-Vietnam War protests or you're anti-apartheid protests in 1985, I believe. But, you know, students are basically doing the exact same thing that previous generations did when they saw something totally unjustifiable. Here is a historic occasion from Norm Finkelstein. By seizing control of Hamilton Hall, students at Columbia University have anchored in historical memory the nexus between the horrors inflicted in Vietnam, that was the hallmark of my generation, with the horrors inflicted in Gaza, that is the hallmark of the new generation. It is a testament to the majesty of these young people that have risked their futures for the sake of a poor, powerless people halfway around the world in order to uphold that sacred principle that every life is worthy and the murder of none shall pass in silence. As Abraham Lincoln famously quoted, "The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether." The right of the people in Gaza to live is an eternal truth. May the young soldiers in Hamilton Hall be honored and blessed for not countenancing, come what may, its extinguishment. The question I guess I have to ask people is that, is there anything you care about so much? Is there ever going to be an instance where you find yourself actually putting yourself in harm's way? Even for others, and if not for others, for yourself, for your loved ones. Okay? The conversation around the student protests is deliberately misdirected, is deliberately deflected away from the actual goals of the student protesters, the actual goals and the demands made by the student protesters, the interest in reframing the awareness and centering the conversation on the plight of the Palestinians, both students who have lost their fucking schools as Israel has destroyed every single college campus and pretty much every single school in general over a relentless 7-month bombing campaign. You must understand, they want people to pay attention to what is going on in Gaza, and they want people to put an end to our complicity in this genocide, our complicity, the American government's complicity, the universities, and their own complicity in the way that our the tuition that they're paying for is going to corporations that fund and facilitate and defend the Israeli genocide, the Israeli apartheid regime. These are perfectly just demands. And because that conversation is a tough one to have for many Americans who want to defend Israel because they're careers pieces of shit, they're opportunist careerists tasked with undermining any kind of protest movement, because of that, people just deflect away. They try to shift the attention away. They try to talk about me, me, me. They try to recenter the attention to their feelings. How does this protest make me feel? It makes me feel bad because it forces me to reckon with all of the awful things that the American government is doing.
And I don't like that.
Much more autonomy when you're a private university to say this is what we want. You don't have to worry about being an arm of the government. With that said, even public universities in this context, again, think about a public park. We've seen it many times. Encampments can be built in a public park, and eventually the authorities can say, sorry guys, we're going to come in. You can't have this in a public park. It's the same basic idea here. Even though there's more protections in a public university than private, doesn't mean that
you can't do something illegal while protesting. I guess when we, the liberal Israelis, blocked the aisle on highway or road because of Bibi's reform, it was unjustified and bad. Give this pseudo-liberals thing they agree with the protest, and they'll break into a bank for it. Yeah. No, everybody loved that. Everybody loved when Israel was protesting against the Benjamin Netanyahu government. People were championing and people were celebrating and people thought it was awesome. Difference is, of course, when and people in Israel are breaking the law right now as well. They're still fucking blocking highways and shit. Right now, against the Benjamin Netanyahu war cabinet, they are protesting against the fucking war cabinet's decisions in continuing the bombing campaign and not extracting the fucking hostages. People are understandably very frustrated with that. Their friends and family members are trapped in Gaza with seemingly no way out. Isn't that weird? Isn't that always weird? If the media says that a protest is good, if it's Hong Kong, then it's good. You know what I mean? It's against the CCP after all. If it's a protest against COVID lockdowns, against China's zero COVID policies, it's good. Some of these protests I do agree with, by the way, even if it is done against the Chinese state, which everyone thinks I dick ride into oblivion. But isn't that weird? We get to dictate what kind of protests are perfectly valid.
The public universities can't take action.
Dan Abrams, thanks.
I'm certainly not saying this of all the student protesters that are out there, and certainly not children of Palestinian families who have lost loved ones.
That's how you know he's about to gear up for one of the most unhinged things you ever done, heard in your entire life, dude.
Through the years in this war, in this conflict. I will say, though, among, again, and I've spoken with some of them, I want to be careful, but among these white, woke, pampered, elitist.
Yeah, they need to, these white, woke, pampered elitists. Bitch, who are you? Do you have no shame? What do you mean, white, woke, pampered elitist, you fucking piece of shit? You're an MSNBC anchor, dude. What are you saying? You are not Fox News, dumb fuck. It took Israel for so many liberals to just start spitting like fucking Rush Limbaugh, dude. He's only white and pampered. Yeah, he's certainly not woke. That's for sure.
I'm not supposed to use that word. Let's say children from wealthy families that decide, as Dr. Brzezinski said so many years ago, that they're going to play radical for a weekend and then go home to mommy and daddy's mansion.
Bro, you are, oh my God. Oh my God. Dude. It's fucking awesome that rich kids are doing this, okay? You defend the even richer kids on the other side that are defending fucking Israel's genocide. Quoting the same Dr. B that ate his lunch in the clip we watched yesterday. I know. Net worth $70 million fucking dollars, over here chirping about rich, spoiled kids. It's like, bro, you are a rich, spoiled kid.
There's a complete ignorance about the complexities of this issue. Now, of course, if you listen to this show, you would understand many of the complexities of this issue because we have been really tough on Israeli officials that come on this show.
Yo, so tough. So tough. Just not like the way that these kids are making demands. This is what your haters say, that you're rich, therefore you're putting on a grift. I know, it's so fucking stupid. It is so stupid for a person to come up and be like, well, you're a rich guy. Why are you actually protesting against policies that defend the rich? And it's like, what do you want me to do? You want me to drop all of my fucking values and everything I believe in? You want me to advocate for the best interests of the wealthy? Like, what a fucking stupid thing that you're demanding from me. It makes no damn sense. What is this? I'm a leftist Israeli, and even I don't understand those protests. What protests? You don't understand. And it also doesn't make sense because the person that's calling me a fucking hypocrite for being affluent while simultaneously advocating for the fucking working poor is literally poor and advocating for the fucking interests of the rich. It's like, bro, you're not rich. Why are you fucking yelling at me then?
We have asked why they've continued to allow illegal settlements in the West Bank over the decade, why they have continued to fight against a two-state solution for peace, why they have done what they've done in Gaza, why they did with Hamas, why Netanyahu was Hamas's ally leading up to October the 7th. So it's very complicated. That's lost, though, in a lot of those things. And when you start talking about even West Bank settlements with a lot of these students, their eyes glaze over. Because that's not in the TikTok video. And again,
what are you're fantasizing about a conversation that you have not had? It's so funny. It's just like, yeah, dude, they're actually stupid and they're dumb. That's the entire fucking, this is his entire argument is just, I made it up in my mind. They're doing this for anti-Semitism. They're all trying to portray themselves as radicals for the weekend. I will not be asking any questions. I've made this up. I'm being condescending. Fuck these students. Let's not address the thing that they're protesting ever. It's just like, you're just making shit up, dude. You're imagining things, old man. You're imagining shit in your mind only to get mad at your imagination.
I'm not saying this about all the students, but I will tell you, I'm saying about a hell of a lot of students I have spoken with. When you go, well, you know, in 2000, there was an Oslo Accord where Bill Clinton had gotten together and they were giving 97% of the wealth.
Oh my God, this fucking idiot is still making the same exact fucking argument that he made. He made the same exact fucking argument over the so-called peace process against this woman's now dead father on this exact same fucking program. Oh my God. Brother, you already got owned in that fucking debate, dude. What are you talking about?
What do we do the next time Israel is attacked from an outside force? What do we do at that point?
That's the wrong question.
No, that's not the wrong question, because we never get the condemnation of Hamas or Hezbollah. It's always after Israel responds to defending itself.
No, it's not. The problem is that this conflict has lasted for years, and the United States has been largely passive. So the right question is not what do we do when things break down. The right question is what do we do to avoid a breakdown by being engaged seriously in the peace process. And for the last 8 years, we haven't been. And that's why we have the mess like we have right now in our hands.
You can't blame what is happening in Israel right now on the...
Bro, is she wearing the same shirt? No, she's not. It's a turtleneck. It's the same program, guys. It's the same program, same arguments, except this guy's now dead.
The Bush administration.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Well, look, Joe.
Okay, let's go back to 2000, Dr. Brzezinski. You and I both know Bill Clinton gave Arafat and the Palestinians everything they could have wanted.
Such a stunningly superficial knowledge of what went on that it's almost embarrassing to listen to you.
Oh, is it?
If you were to look more closely at what happened in the Clinton Camp David discussions, you would know that what we have just said is absolutely wrong. There were all sorts of provisions and catches to the so-called proposal, and it wasn't rejected. The negotiations went on in Taba, and then there were elections in Israel, and Sharon came in, and everything got aborted. In the last 8 years, we had a policy in which we have proclaimed an interest in peace. Condi Rice has traveled 16 times in 21 months to the region, proclaiming, you must do this, you must do that, but the United States never exerted itself. So the issue that Obama faces, and that's a question that you raised, is, are we going to be sitting there issuing condemnations, whether it's of Hamas or of Israel or anybody else, or are we going to be seriously engaged in the peace process? That is the question.
We have another block, and I'm very excited about that because I'm stunningly superficial. Chief, I look forward to you educating me and the rest of America. Hold on, the rest of America and the rest of the foreign policy community who have said time and again Arafat walked away from the best deal he could have got, and that the Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity.
You're repeating slogans. You're repeating slogans. He did not walk away. What he said was, I'm going to take the proposal to all of the Arab capitals and see how they react, because the proposals were controversial. And then negotiations went on, even after Christmas, where Clinton and Arafat met, and they were going on in Taba in January, after Clinton was already leaving office, and then the process got aborted. It's helpful to know a little bit about
this very exciting, Chief, that you know.
Very exciting, Chief. Yeah, that's what happened last time you got sunned on this issue, dumbass, by your literal father-in-law. You fucking asshole. Suck my dick.
West Bank to the Palestinians and the other 3% they are going to make up with Israeli land.
He's still arguing on this issue, by the way, acting like he actually is the foremost authority on this. That's so funny. I love that, dude. That right there is a perfect representation of the pro-Israeli position. It's like, well, yeah, doesn't really matter. I got bitched out. I got absolutely fucking demolished by my father-in-law on my fucking program next to my, at the time, future wife. And I'm still going to, now that he's dead, I'm still going to make the same fucking arguments while condescendingly talking about how little students know about the issue. 97% is literally a made-up number for Camp David. It's astonishing how consent was manufactured here so completely, partly due to Barack's capitulation to the no-partner narrative. The best offer presented at Camp David was 91%, with 1% land swap, and the final offer was 89.5%, even though Barack's own intelligence told him Arafat won't take less than 93%. This is always so infuriating to hear as someone who's read about this extensively. Let alone some of the conditions in that, which is one of the closer instances to the so-called peace, were non-starters from the jump. Arafat routinely fucking stated that he would, for example, he would take into consideration Israel's demographic concerns when allowing Palestinian refugees entry back into Gaza and the West Bank. Like, think about that. There were obviously lines that he could not cross due to the fact that, for example, Jerusalem was a line that he did not have the capacity to cross on. Like, it would have been a non-starter. It's ridiculous. Things that if you were to look at with today's eyes, you would recognize was simply just a way to push
push the issue down the line and consistently build settlements, which Israel did anyway. No fucking standing army? Are you kidding me? You have no statehood. You have no sovereignty with no standing army. It's ridiculous. What is this? Ban Invader. Thanks for letting me know. We had no idea. I mean, what would we do without you guys explaining to us? Today, me and a Palestinian Israeli friend looking at videos. At some point, we looked at each other and he said, I guess we live in an apartheid regime now. Oh my God. Yo, guys, we have an Israeli leftist in here, okay? What do all the other Israeli leftists who are actually Israeli leftists have to say about this guy? Account created 25 minutes ago. Following is 21 minutes ago. The left in Israel at first was really supportive of the protest. Then we heard the stuff that they started saying recently. Oh, got it. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. We had no idea. I mean, what would we do without you guys explaining to our way of life? I'm a leftist refusing to go in, who's refusing to going to the army though. Okay. So you're a conscientious objector and you might even go to fucking prison for it. Why are you objecting to the IDF? Aren't they doing what is morally righteous, dude? What's happening? They're defending you. You should be fucking serving in the IDF. You should be excited to serve in the IDF, not fucking conscientiously object and potentially go to fucking prison. Hello? The fuck do you mean? It makes no goddamn sense. There is no apartheid. I mean, even you were just mocking someone saying 1,200 kids and women were hurt, but then saying Israeli killed 40K babies. No, I didn't say Israel killed 40,000 babies. Okay? Israel most likely has killed more than 40,000 people total. I said tens of thousands of children were slaughtered by Israel, which is objectively correct. Israel has killed 14 to 15,000 by our current estimations kids so far under the age of 18. It's true. The only leftist in Israel is in Hasan's chat. No, there are hella leftists from Israel in here. Okay? I rely on them all the fucking time. What do you mean? Time without OVO or OWO, time without UWU or Volodymyr Zelensky, that guy Derek's 3. Those are all fucking leftist Israeli Jews. There are also Palestinian citizens of Israel that watch as well. They don't chirp as much, partially because they probably don't want to get fucking arrested. Hella 7 of them. Hella in comparison to how many exist. The fuck do you want? What is this? Basically, I have a black, I'm not racist. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about the other guy saying like, I have an Arab friend. Huh. Yeah, they meant I have a black friend and they're making fun of this guy going, I spoke about it with my Arab friends. We were so confused. There are less extreme left than extreme right, so I guess we all have to go. Wait, what? Most of Israeli left has my opinion. There are less extreme left than extreme right, so I guess we all have to go. Go where? Brother, do you want to fucking hallucinate what my positions are? Are you afraid that they might be actually manageable and just? Is that what your fear is? Like, what do you mean? Go where? I've never said that we should forcibly engage in deportation of all Jewish Israelis or some shit like that. You are hallucinating this position. This is reactionary thinking. Okay? I am someone who sees what is going on and recognizes it as a single state. Currently, there is one state in that area. Okay? It is a single apartheid state. It is a single Jewish supremacist apartheid state. Okay? That's it. I want the apartheid to go away. I want the apartheid to dissolve. If giving every single Palestinian the same fucking rights that you currently enjoy, okay, is akin to a forcible ethnic displacement for you, I don't know what to tell you. Then your position is untenable. It's ridiculous. And ironically, closer to Nazis than you think it is. That's it. Do you want Israel to let 5 million Palestinians back to proper Israel land, right? I want there to be a dissolution of the apartheid state. I want there to be reparations. I want a Truth and Counsel committee to go through and parse all of the fucking historic wrongs that were committed towards Palestinians. And yes, I want Palestinians to have a right to return. This is justice. Truth and reconciliation, sorry. There are fantastic, brave, but small leftist groups in Israel: Free Jerusalem, Tarabut, Mansham Watch, Tel Aviv Radical Bloc, and more. But like I've mentioned before, the left in Israel is also a meaningless term that includes a variety of incoherent opinions. You are portraying yourself as a leftist. Okay, dude, if you calling me a Nazi, I'm not going to talk. I mean, I don't think you have any issues chirping like a fucking Nazi. It's ridiculous. Here's a really quick way not to come across like a Nazi. Okay, not to come across like a neo-Nazi or a fascist. Don't have a supremacist opinion guiding you as your first principles. You know? Don't fucking complain about it. If you find it to be more offensive to be called a fascist while you are advocating for fascist principles, then the actions that your state has taken on thousands, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians at this point, wounding them gravely, orphaning thousands of children, destroying all fucking civil life in the Gaza Strip, which is the open air prison that the state you're defending operates, then the difference in agreement that you have with the Bibists, the Likudniks, the fucking Itamar Ben-Gvirs of the world are simply on aesthetic boundaries. Okay? If you believe in Zionist principles, well, those are objectively fascist principles. If you would like, I can invite you, even though this seems like a fucking sock account that you created 32 minutes ago, to just do this discourse. I am mostly worried about what's next and seeing how my friends are becoming more and more rightist. Okay. If that's your concern, tell me what your opinion is, and then we can discuss. But it does seem like you are relatively... if you're against the university protests, okay, if you're against the university protests, I don't think you're actually an anti-Zionist at all. If you have an issue with 5 million Palestinians coming back into what you call proper Israeli land, then, you know, I don't think you're actually someone who has progressive opinions. I am not anti-Zionist. So what is your argument then? What are you mad about? That like Israel's not gay enough for you or something? Like what are the aesthetics that you are upset about? Why would you do conscientious objection to the IDF if you don't have an issue with Zionism in general? Because it's like, it straight up is the starting position. He's not genuine. Please stop. I mean, I don't think he's genuine either, but I would like to explore his mind. I love here's what this dude is doing, by the way. He's like, I'm a conscientious objector potentially to the IDF, but I'm not an anti-Zionist. Okay, so what difference do you have than the fucking Haredi settlers that also get religious exemption from serving in the IDF while simultaneously love everything that the IDF is doing? I think the concept of Israel would not be accepted today, and so does America. What? I think the concept of Israel would not be accepted today, and so does America, but is there an historical wrongdoing doesn't justify the dissolution of a society, even if you don't hate it, even if you hate it? Brother, you are not understanding something that I'm saying. Israel as a state operates on genocidal boundaries. Israel is an apartheid. Do you agree with this or not? And I'm not just talking about the fucking West Bank. I'm talking about all aspects of the Israeli control over these territories that go far beyond the 1967 boundaries are unjustifiable and inhumane. Israel's firm grip of control over the Gaza Strip and Israel's unjustifiable, inhumane colonial occupation over the West Bank is ridiculous, is illegal. It should not happen. It is functionally an apartheid single state. This position must be managed. It should be your fucking starting point. This grave injustice must be put an end to. You can cry and say it's the dissolution of society, but if your society dissolves when you stop killing Palestinians, then what the fuck, what right do you have to such a violent society? This is why I'm saying something that I know you probably don't want to hear. Whether you recognize it or not, you might be actually very anti-West Bank occupation or whatever. You unironically are, if you say you don't want to fucking serve in the IDF, while simultaneously you think that like Israel has to do what it has to do, you basically are the same as like any fucking Haredi teenager who gets a religious exemption while simultaneously saying Israel keep fucking killing them more and more. How are you any different? You are not so different from those you despise in Israeli society after all, in that sense. But that's what I'm saying. Most of me and my friends were against settlement, but now a lot of them changed their mind. They think that if Israel will leave the West Bank, they will get massacres in Tel Aviv. Exactly. That's fear. I can't have a conversation that starts and ends on the boundaries of your imagination. Okay? Do you not understand that? This is why I said your position is because of its Zionist underpinnings, your position is akin, given the fact that Zionism is a fascist ideology, it is akin to having a conversation with a neo-Nazi or a Nazi at the time. Do you think that their fears over Jewish behavior and Jewish tricks were not really felt in their hearts? Do you think that every single fucking Nazi and every single person that looked the other direction in the atrocities that the Nazis committed against the Jewish population, against socialists, against trade unionists, against the Romani people, against the disabled, against the gay people, the queer population, do you think that they didn't genuinely feel in their hearts that there was very real fear if you weren't going to kill all these people, that they would come back and fight extra hard? They did. They did. You have to move beyond the fears that you have in your mind and think about what is just. Think about what is right. Are the people that your government is slaughtering human beings, or are they just simply angry barbarian monsters that are going to overtake your country and rape and pillage? Because if they are human beings, do they not also deserve a life of dignity, just like you do? That's it. Nobody think a single kid in Gaza is evil? Yes, but it seems like, first of all, it seems like they don't give a shit because 15,000 of them have been slaughtered by the Israeli state. And according to the population polls that we look at quite frequently, there is overwhelming support to continue Israel's baby murder machine. Of course, they're human beings. Hamas, on the other hand, has openly stated their intentions of mass killing Israelis. It's not like the fear is completely irrational. It absolutely is completely irrational. Hamas's existence can be directly coursed through Israeli violence. What are you talking about? If you truly want Hamas or any kind of violent resistance to the apartheid state to not exist anymore, if you want permanent security, as do I, you have to make sure that there is no reason for people to feel hopeless, no reason for people to actually violently resist. You have to eradicate the apartheid. That's it. And until a large enough number of Israelis reckon with that reality, which it doesn't seem like they will, as it stands, it will continue. The atrocities will continue. But fear not. Maybe one day people will turn around and go, oh man, it was really, we'll do a land acknowledgement. I mean, you literally don't think it's a genocide by definition, so I don't know what to tell you. It's like saying the Nazis are a result of Jewish control over finance in Germany. Like every opinionated conflict, the truth is somewhere in the middle. What do you mean? What the fuck? There is no truth. There is no truth there, bro. What is happening? What is going on, dude? You're an Israeli leftist and you're like, yeah, we got to kind of hand it to the Nazis. Like, what the fuck? No. No, you don't, brother. What the fuck are you saying? What is going on, man? My man was like, I'm an Israeli leftist. And over the course of like 10 to 15 minutes, we got to a position where he's saying like, well, you know, you could both sides the Nazi Germany's anti-Jewish sentiment as well. There is no fucking shot, dude. I've never heard this before from someone who claims to be an Israeli. Dude, no, I might have to ban you. I think I'm going to ban you over the insane anti-Semitism coming from you now. You mean fascist, not Nazi? Nazi was special racism. It was based on old anti-Semitism from medieval ties. Israelis are in actual fear for their lives because of what their fathers did. It's about annihilation of each other. Either Jews or Arabs live there now. What are you saying? When I say something is Nazi behavior, I just mean fascism, okay? I don't care. Like, what do you mean special racism? I can sadly say that this is considered a solidly leftist outlook in Israel, enough for it never to be shown on any of the 4 major TV channels. This is how right-wing we've become. That's crazy.
I think you misunderstood him. Not saying that he's right. I just see this stupid talking point all the time. No, man. The anti-Semitic sentiment, the anti-Semitic resentment did not have valid fucking claims, okay? I need you to understand something. There was no validity to the fucking Nazi opinion, to the literal actual Nazis. Now we're talking about like Germany, okay? There was no validity to those claims that like Jews were monolithic in their thinking and engaging in fucking tricks and controlling finance. And that's why they must be fucking subjugated and placed in concentration camps. That's insane. Just like there's no validity to the idea that like Jews were trying to engage, Jews were trying to destroy Western civilization with moral degeneracy. If a lot of the things that I'm saying seem quite similar to the current fascist things that you hear from right-wing shitheads, it's because they never really changed. They just repackaged it. Yes, the Nazis lost the battle, if the battle is World War II, but the ideology absolutely firmly won in the Western world. Fascism won. I'd enjoy an honest conversation off cameras where you don't shout genocide every second. Brother, whether you reckon with that reality or not doesn't change, okay? Doesn't change what's actually happening. It is a genocide, whether that hurts your feelings or not, okay? My main problem is that both extremist sides are violent and manipulative. Everyone in the middle gets hurt, both Israeli and Palestinian. Most of the civilian casualties who was murdered on October 7th were lifting, who drove Palestinian kids to hospitals in Israel in their free time. Some I've been doing since I was 20. Yeah, I understand that, okay? I get that. And I don't think that that is good at all. I'm simply telling you that the only way to stop that kind of pain from ever happening again is not by continuously doing the same violent shit, but increasing the severity of the violence, but instead moving in the exact opposite direction. But it doesn't fucking matter to you because you don't think it's genocidal. You don't think it's genocide. What Israel's doing is objectively, definitionally genocide. They have the genocidal intent and they are actually engaging in the genocidal actions. Since you were 20, I don't know. Yeah, chatters are correct, by the way. You said you were going to be a conscientious objector. How the fuck have you been doing this since you were 20? How are you a conscientious objector now to the IDF? Here's the problem. You don't marry the actions of Israel with violent retaliation. Do you understand? That's the issue. For you, it's simply aesthetically bad. The West Bank is bad because it, makes you look bad. All I'm saying is, as someone who lived here all my life, it's not that simple. It's a process that requires education on both sides. Yes, dude, but you can't start the educational point in the conversation until you educate yourself on what Israel is doing. Just ask them if they're against or for the war. Most people in this cohort are pro-war, but I'm curious about this guy. That's why I said it's no different than being a Haredi getting religious exemption while, chirping about how sick the IDF is at defending them when they go and like burn down a fucking Palestinian village in the West Bank. At that point, your only issue with the actions of said groups and many Israeli left, or those who claim Zionist leftists in Israel, claim they fucking despise those kids. Okay? They despise those kids because it fucks up the bag for the rest of the apartheid project. That's it. Their disagreements stem from, what's happening in the West Bank is like too far. I won't, I'll do my very best to criticize it and to stop it. But if it happens, it happens. And also everything else that the Israeli government is doing, I disagree with, but also simultaneously will defend to the outside world and say that it's not a fucking genocide.
For Palestinians, it's not an education that they need. It's just they need to not be murdered. Okay? People always think that like the human condition is a violent one, that we love living in violence. And yet states that have warred against one another for fucking centuries are completely living peacefully with one another with open borders now. And when you look at Europe as a project, the idea that permanent peace is impossible to achieve is ridiculous. You just have to educate the side that is responsible for the broadest majority of the violence, that the people that they've subjected that violence to are in the wrong, that they no longer can have these feelings that there is a monolithic force of evil amongst you that is constantly trying to fucking kill you. These fears stem from supremacist thinking. These fears are the exact same fears that the Southern whites had. Oh, if we abolish slavery, well, then the newly freed slaves will come back and kill all the white people. They will dismantle the racial pecking order and they will kill us. They will do to us what we have done to them. It also secretly has that recognition, because you capture the recognition that what you are doing to them is fucking abject evil. Okay? It's not something that you will ever admit to yourself. You'll never say it out loud, but it comes from that little secret feeling that you have that like maybe what you're doing is actually unjustifiable. What if they will do to me what I've done to them? That's what I fear. That's why we have to keep doing what we've been doing. Murat? Baba. Eyvallah.
And they had figured out a capital in East Jerusalem, and they sit there with their eyes glazed. Just have no idea what happened in this peace process, what happened through the years. They see something on TikTok and they're like, Israel bad, and
it would be an extremely naive attitude to wait for the ruling classes to develop a form of education that would provide the dominated classes to understand social injustices in a critical way. Okay, shut up, nerds.
Hamas good. And they go out and they start shouting at Jews.
Yeah, and you don't even have to go that deep. You can ask, what does it mean to chant from the river to the sea? And they don't know. And then when you tell them what it is, and we've seen this from reporters asking some, but not all of them. Some of them have a deep understanding of this. They don't understand that that means the elimination of the state of Israel and the people who live within that state. So I've been having a lot of these same conversations as you, Joe. So if you watch our show, you know how critical we've been of Netanyahu, with the prosecution of the war, that we grieve and mourn for children and women who have been killed in this war, that are starving in this war. It's a terrible, terrible thing. But that does not give kids on college campuses license to chant from the river to the sea. And to
Bro, you are, dude. It is ridiculous. What the kids are seeing on TikTok isn't like Jews are bad or whatever. What the kids are seeing on TikTok is dead children. Okay? They're seeing what MSNBC rarely ever shows on a daily fucking basis. The problem here is that they recognize Palestinian children as human beings. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is an emancipatory rallying cry. Trying to fucking complain that this is the most anti-Semitic thing someone can say and infinitely more offensive than Israel's actions is ridiculous. You only do that because you're being backed into a fucking corner to defend the indefensible, and you have to desperately fling at anything you can. That's what this is. Are you co-signing a violent slogan and then asking people to be on your side? Chepsa, if you try to fucking bait me at the top of the hour with this bullshit one more time, I'm going to fucking yeet you, okay? I am going to laser you. Do you understand? I know what you're doing. Okay. I see what you're doing. I read the comments that you have in there. Okay. Get better bait. Because no matter what you say, the top of the hour ad break still comes. Okay. Unless you're subscribed, which Chepsa is. Chepsa is also a gifter. So he's letting other people also no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Professor Tech, thank you for allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Someone said that your former podcast co-host said the same thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I have disagreements with Ethan on this issue. It's very public, as a matter of fact, the disagreement that I had. You can have disagreements with people that you know, that you agree with on many other things. It is normal. It is healthy. Okay? Bringing up from the river to the sea like it's some kind of genocide reverse Uno card is hilarious. Like the pro-Palestinian protests are dangerous because Zionists don't want that they're doing to be done to them. I know that's not what the slogan means, but the logic of Zionists falls apart. It's not okay to say this because it means genocide against us as they're doing a genocide. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, of course it's insane. It's mania. It's projection. It's pure mania. It's ridiculous.
To say that Jewish kids should not exist in some cases, at Columbia, for example. So, Jonathan, from your point of view at the ADL, what are you hearing? I mean, you've brought us...
For the record, this is why I stress the importance of putting your best foot forward when you are defending something that everyone over the age of fucking 40 thinks is unconscionable. They will very cynically weaponize anyone in your ranks, anyone on your side, whether they are an opportunist, whether they are fucking deranged, it doesn't matter. They will hyper focus on one singular aspect and do everything they can to represent the broader Palestinian movement on these terms. It is disgusting to do so, and yet it is done all the time. You cannot be. Make no mistake. Many of you are new to this game. Many of you are new. I've been saying this since October 7. You will never be able to be even as fractionally callous as the average defender of Israel. You cannot be callous. If you care about the Palestinians, you have to be careful. Many of you mistake the momentum here for permission. Israel defenders can say whatever the they want, and they will never get an ounce of scrutiny from the mainstream media. You even say something that can be remotely misconstrued, you will get pounced on. You will be used against the Palestinian movement. I've been saying this since October 7th. Do not mistake the immediate momentum and the movement growing, the pro-Palestinian movement growing, for an opportunity to be as callous as the average defender of Israel. That's never going to go well for you. Your goal in protest is to bring awareness to the conditions of the Palestinians. Your goal in your protest is not to feel cool and feel good and blow off some steam. So every step you take should be calculated. Every effort you make in that direction should be as morally clear as possible. Letting Hasan rest his voice up? Yep. Make no mistake. Many The ADL fundamentally betrayed its history of advocating for civil rights and an end to hatred when they decided to rhetorically tie anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. No, actually, they were very much in line with what their original goal was. Make no mistake. The Apartheid Defense League was defending other apartheids as well as the Israeli apartheid. The Apartheid Defense League literally spied on Jewish students all the way back in the 80s
for South Africa. That's right. They did that. They did that shit. This is not their first rodeo.
It's a great look at the Jewish experience since October 7th. But right now, in the midst of these protests, what is it like to be a Jewish student on the campus of not just Columbia, but University of Texas? There are a whole bunch.
So glad they have this fucking freak, by the way. Speaking of the Apartheid Defense League, here we have the fucking freak of the week, baby. Every goddamn week, this motherfucker. He has a permanent spot on MSNBC to fucking chirp. Non-stop, dude. Why are we asking this fucking dipshit wearing a fucking IDF dog tag too? You monstrous scumbag. You fucking child killer. You piece of shit. Oh my God. This is the best, most obvious double standard. Do you see anyone defending the Palestinian position wearing a fucking Al-Qassam Brigade headband on television? Because that's what he's doing. Except worse. Because as we have communicated this time and time again, Hamas is the lesser evil in comparison to the Israeli occupying force. The Israeli side has killed a shit ton more children. They have done countless October 7s since October 7. So much more. Percentage-wise, civilian versus enemy combatant executions per capita. The Hamas side is truly the lesser evil on that front. You ugly bitch. But of course, this ugly bitch can go sit there on MSNBC and rock the fucking baby killer dog tag. It's not a problem. A-okay, baby. This is what I mean when I say that you cannot fucking be even remotely as callous as the average defender of Israel. Okay? No, the yellow ribbon is for bring our hostages home. Another thing that he doesn't give a shit about. Bring our hostages home? I'm willing to bet he's not going to be chirping about fucking Benjamin Netanyahu's refusal, the war cabinet's refusal to fucking actually meet the perfectly reasonable demands of Hamas. It's all a performance. He's decked out. He's wearing the Stand With Us pin, another organization that operates like it's totally removed from the Israeli government and their interests, even though it firmly does operate as another orifice of the Hasbara operations that Israel has in the Western world. They get literal fucking grants from the Knesset. Rocking the motherfucking yellow ribbon, bring our hostages home. Doesn't give a shit about the hostages. And rocking the fucking dog tag.
Bunch of schools.
It's the right question, Willie. You know, I was at UCLA on Sunday. I was at USC on Friday talking to Jewish students. I was at Columbia last week. And let me tell you, I don't know exactly what Eugene saw at GW in terms of these tents, but I've talked to students from all these universities, and they don't feel afraid. They are with good reason. Right? And I mean, as mentioned in the opening here, you had someone with a hatchet at University of Utah. You had students with hammers.
Yeah, they weren't founded to do that in 1913. They were founded to contest real anti-Semitism, like the lynching of Leo Frank that same year. They also spied on fascist and domestic Nazi sympathizers before and during World War II. But since 1948, they've been in lockstep with Israel, and their whole mission shifted to being about protecting it from criticism. One of the worst fucking things you can do. I hate this. I hate this because I abhor anti-Semitism. I think it's abhorrent. Okay? I obviously hate it for other reasons as well. The fact that it's like a front for more Hasbara propaganda.
But tying Israel directly to Judaism in this way is one of the worst fucking things you can do. Cynically weaponizing false smears of anti-Semitism by tying any kind of criticism of Israel to anti-Semitism is objectively going to create more real anti-Semites who see you doing this and go, okay, I guess Israel does represent the interests of all Jews. I guess we should connect those two things. This comes from a place of not understanding where the Western world is, because you're so fucking brain broken by your own fascist propaganda that you don't see this. You don't see the other side of this. You're literally so hyper-focused on the very moment and trying to do everything you can to defend Israel that you are not thinking about it at all. You're not thinking about the conflation and the damaging aspects that it has for growing anti-Semitism. People do not have the capacity to think critically. Okay? It's monkey see, monkey do. They see a dude saying, no, Israel is a monolith, okay? Jews are a monolith. And Israel defends all of the Jews all around the world. When you tie Israel's unimaginably cruel and violent actions to the international Jewish community, you are literally giving a gift to every fucking fascist opportunist who wants to also do that. It's like having an Islamic organization run around and be like, no, ISIS is fucking sick, dog. We love ISIS, actually. They're fucking brave. They're the only ones who will do what's right. They're the only ones who are defending the interests of Islam, actually. It's ridiculous.
Who broke into the building at Columbia last night. You had someone with a sword at UCLA on Sunday. This isn't normal. People showing up fully concealing their face.
Columbia still has its official website up, lionizing the protesters in 1968 who occupied the university buildings to protest the Vietnam War until the NYPD, in Columbia's own words, stormed campus, creating a fallout that dogged Columbia for years. Student protesters occupying Hamilton Hall will face expulsion, university spokesperson Ben Chang wrote in a Tuesday press release. How do they not see it?
Like they're ISIS fighters, that isn't normal. And I heard from kids again and again and again.
Wait, what?
Normal. People showing up fully concealing their faces like they're ISIS fighters.
People showing up fully concealing their faces like they're ISIS fighters? You're talking about student protesters who are literally trying to not get doxxed and also doing so for disability purposes, for accessibility purposes, you fucking freak. They look like ISIS protesters. What the hell? He is one step removed from calling them Jihad Joes and Jihad Janes, dude. Whoo!
That isn't normal. And I heard from kids again and again and again. They are leaving campus. They are moving out of their dorms because they are worried. At Columbia, of course, President
Yeah, they're so terrified, dude. They're so terrified.
Shafiq, she had to close classes. I don't know if people realize this. Classes are over at Columbia. They all went remote because the administration was so afraid of these people. I see these videos. I see these images of mass protesters break.
What do you mean for disability and accessibility purposes? I don't understand. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but when you fucking gather in a big crowd, even when you're outside, you can still make people sick, okay? COVID is still a thing as well. I know that we like to act like it's gone, but, you know, it still definitely is around. So is the flu. It's like a giant petri dish. Obviously, there are people with like autoimmune disorders, people who are immunocompromised that are also participating in the fucking protest. It's no different than saying no bananas on the fucking student encampment like in UCLA because one of the students has a massive banana allergy. It makes total sense. One of the organizers has a fucking banana allergy. So they're like, yeah, please don't bring a fucking banana. You know what the counter protesters did though? They're so fearful, right? They brought fucking bananas and threw it into the encampment. Ridiculous.
Breaking into buildings, barricading them with furniture, and look, I'm reminded of January.
How many boosters do you have, comrade? Oh my God, I'm boosting this dick in your mother's pussy every fucking night, comrade. Suck my fucking cock. Imagine portraying yourself as a brave, bold warrior, but then being afraid of a fucking vaccine, dude. Oh my God, the position of fucking Republicans is so untenable, dude. Oh, I'm a big, bold patriot. You don't understand. Also, don't give me a fucking vaccine. I don't want it. I'm scared. I'm scared of the little jab. I'm scared. Fucking dumbass. I'm so scared. I'm so scared of cities. What if I can't park my Ford F-150 in a parking lot? What if I do park it and then they break into it? I'm scared of the big cities. But I'm also a big protest. I'm a big patriot. You understand me? That's why I need my Second Amendment to protect the First. But I'm so scared. I'm so scared of big cities. I'm scared of the jab. I'm scared of medicine. Oh, it makes my tummy feel bad.
The 6th, that's what this looks like to me. I mean, we talk at ADL about right-wing extremists, about masked Proud Boys showing up at school board meetings, about Oath Keepers wearing masks. I look at this and...
He is so mad about the mask because he wants to fucking dox every student. He's like, I hate that they're wearing masks. I want to see their faces. He's so mad. Oh my God, you fucking pervert. Get the fuck out of here. With your little baby killer dog tag too. Oh my God. Yeah, ironic is the Proud Boys are now firmly on the side of the Zionist encampments, the Zionist counter-protesters, but that's besides the point, you know?
And this is what I see. And let's be clear about one thing. The students who are doing this, the groups behind it, SJP, Palestinian Youth Movement, their response to President Shafiq's offer last night was, Columbia will burn. I mean, these students, we shouldn't treat them like children when they're hardened activists.
Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, has stressed repeatedly that he is concerned about rising anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, he has also made clear that he cares about anti-Semitism only as he defines it and as it affects people who agree with him. Yep, people are fucking catching on to what this fucking asshole has been doing at the ADL, finally. He literally reframed any mention of pro-Palestinian sentiment as a anti-Semitic incident, dude. And then turned around and was like, it's up by 7,000%. It's unimaginable. It's crazy. Oh. Notice he said JVP, not saying what the J stands for, but specifically name drop the Palestinian student group. Yeah. SJP and JVP are his mortal enemies, dude.
Well, they're adults. And go ahead.
No, so I was just going to say this.
Yep. Of course, the Israel Defender is demanding violent retribution, talking about 18-year-olds like they're hardened adults. They're military targets. We have to kill them.
This is it's one half about the students. It's also about, Mika, these authorities and the lack of them. Why are these school administrators, why are they abdicating their responsibility to this degree? And this affects students, it affects outsiders, it affects teachers with tenure. The last I checked, tenure is supposed to give you intellectual protection so you can say things in classrooms. it doesn't, it seems to me, give you the ability to break the law with impunity. And I just don't understand what's, and you see also the difference on the campuses between.
Very Israel coded. Once again, people are passing food and water through the gates of Columbia University. Gaza encampment protesters. Columbia has completely shut down access to the campus to try to starve the encampment. Community knows their own spokesperson has admitted in another post that she's unaware of any efforts by Columbia to interfere with delivery of food. They are free to come and go. What is this? Reporter grills Columbia student after she demands the university help feed protesters occupying Hamilton Hall. It seems like you're saying, we want to be revolutionaries. We want to take over this building. Now, will you please bring us food? Wait, how is this community notes? So the campus is actually taking initiative to not give them food. What? Different post, not related. Yeah, but this person is posting this underneath it and going, they control access. Their spokesperson admits nobody's doing that to them.
To allow it to be brought in, I mean, well, I guess it's ultimately a question of what kind of community and obligation Columbia feels it has to its students. Do you want students to die of dehydration and starvation or get severely ill, even if they disagree with you? If the answer is no, then you should allow basic, I mean, it's crazy to say because we're on an Ivy League campus, but this is like basic humanitarian aid we're asking for. Like, could people please have a glass of water?
But they did put themselves in that.
They put themselves in that position. It's like, what the fuck? Dude, what is going on? Why is this journalist? Yeah, no, you don't deserve water and food, actually. Sorry. You put yourself in this situation. Bro, I don't know if you know this, but like, even if you are a literal fucking like serial killer, there are still human rights that the state has when they have someone locked away for the rest of their lives. You know what I mean? You can't deny them. You can't deprive them of fucking food and water. What is going on?
Very deliberately in that situation and in that position. So it seems like you're sort of saying, we want to be revolutionaries. We want to take over this building. Now would you please bring us food and water?
Nobody's asking them to bring anything. We're asking them to not violently stop us from bringing in basic humanitarian aid.
They're stopping the delivery of food?
We are looking for a commitment from them that they will not stop it
but
violently.
They haven't stopped it yet.
I don't know to what extent it has been attempted, but we're looking for a commitment.
And the Grubhub.
Wait, so it doesn't even fucking... Wait, that's the community note? She's saying we want a commitment from the campus to ensure that food and water delivery doesn't get stopped, and to which the university campus has not responded to. Wait, what are we doing here? Twitter is so fucking stupid, dude. While also simultaneously the dude is like, well, you fucking asked for it. You deserve not to get food and water. They made it seem like they were asking the university for food and water, shaking my head. Oh my God. Do you think all this media propaganda is working to melt the minds of Americans? Media is always working to... Lobster, lol W, no they don't. Depriving them of their human rights. Wonder where they got the idea. The campus is fully locked down. They won't let people go in and out. Close down all the dining halls, so they are being starved. Columbia gave $80 in Grubhub cash to students today so they could order food. Wonder if the protesters got the Grubhub cash too, lol. Probably not, because I think that they have been expelled at this point or suspended. Let me ask the student protesters if I can reach them. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, was sending that. Is you said you were contacting them? Yeah, I'm talking to one of the student liaison people right now. You should go to Columbia and bring them Domino's. No, I'm not going to. Bring them Domino's because Domino's is on the BDS list, and I know that, and I would never order Domino's. I mean, I literally wouldn't. It just doesn't make any sense. Why is the food being passed through these fucking gates in this regard? They have locked down all the gates, delaying the passage of food and water, but not explicitly blocked it. Guys, you don't understand. The Eretz Crossing could be opened, but we simply can't do that. Okay? We simply can't do that because who knows what they are bringing through under the guise of humanitarian aid. My brother brought a Palestinian historian on D stream, and the historian is losing his mind right now.
Who's an author and what's a book? Pages. I'm just saying that, like, what's like a book that's written about this? You don't have to give me the fucking chapter. You just tell me, like, who's an author and what's a book they've written about this particular thing that I can look up, because I've read passages in books, I've read chapters in these books where they talk about this, and I don't remember those minutes. But maybe they exist. I just haven't seen them. That's all I'm asking for.
Look, so which book? Let's start with
can you hold on for a second? Just a second here. Like, once you have reached, several hundred books on the same subject area, which one covers the specific question you're asking gets to be a little hard to keep track of. I have an entire bookcase on modern Palestinian history. So I don't have which book if you're asking, give me a book and I can look right now on my Kindle. I can't help you. Give me a second, I can look, I can give you very specific references. Or you can
give you pages. The 48 War was specifically this.
The 48 War occurred because of the rejection of the partition plan and the Arab.
No.
Okay.
Reread your section. The section you just read.
So then he actually did give him a fucking book and a section from a book, and now he's just like arguing against that.
Disproves what you just said in your analysis.
I don't know if
what do you think? What do you think? What do you think I read that just disproves what I just said?
The passage you just read out loud said that the Jesus Christ. How the fuck can you read this and not understand?
iPad kid needs to be spoon-fed. I mean, it's fine. It's just that even when he is spoon-fed, he still disagrees with it because his starting position is one that is completely removed from the reality. What is this?
How long until a Zionist violently jumps on a Turkish food cart trying to bring food to the students? Wait, what? I don't know. I don't want to think about that. Alex is calling me. What's up? I'm live. Wait, you forgot that I'm live?
Yeah.
I'm live every day.
Sorry. Do me a favor.
They can hear you.
Oh, they can?
Yeah.
Hi, chat. Sorry, your unemployed friend on a Tuesday. What day is it?
It's a Tuesday.
I just took my cat to the vet.
Okay. Wait, why are you what do you wanted to say?
Do the fill out that thing I sent you to fill out.
Oh, okay.
Fill it out.
Okay, I will. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Do it tonight.
All right. Wait, someone asked me, one of the student protesters asked me, can you tell Lolo to add me on Signal, please? They're looking for lawyers that can support students, by the way, the Columbia students.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. How do I get in contact with them?
They're asking if you can add them on Signal. Do you have Signal?
Tell them to DM me on Twitter.
Okay. All right. Will do. All right, bye.
Okay, bye.
Your unemployed friends keep bothering you? Yeah. Some of us have jobs, you know? I have to say, Lolo's in my top 3 friends of the show. Yeah, he's the real one. Wait, what? Say it back. What am I saying back? What the fuck are you guys complaining about now, dude? What happened now? Oh, he said love you, bye. Okay, I didn't even hear it. Fucking calm down, chat. Okay. Oh my god, you guys are fucking annoying. We have students I have interest in protesting India. On top of that, Doug Burgum is my frat bro. Please give advice on how to execute this properly. Coordinate with Students for Justice for Palestine, SJP or JVP, or your local DSA chapter, or YDSA if you have one on campus. Can you buy the boring drills on AliExpress so we can dig some tunnels to Columbia and bring them food? Palestinian student at Columbia was arbitrarily suspended along with many other arbitrary suspensions today. Columbia is racially profiling students who have no involvement with the ongoing protests and suspending them with no due process. I just received the suspension and I was in class when the deadline for dispersing occurred. I am shocked. A Palestinian student at Columbia. If you're a civil rights lawyer, you should begin investigating Columbia University. I could eventually testify in suits on several topics. Do not contact me directly, but consider yourselves notified. In addition to legally demonstrable acts of racism in sociological sense, the university has been engaging in some deeply racist behavior. Quoting Ruth Wilson Gilmore, production and exploitation of group differentiated vulnerability to premature death. Folks who followed me for a while know I do not say these things lightly. It is pretty fucking nutty. People are passing food and water through the gates of Columbia to the University Gaza encampment protesters. Columbia has completely shut down access to the campus to try to starve the encampment. They suspended a Palestinian student on a student visa too? Oh, Jesus. Wait, where the fuck's he supposed to go back to now? If you're a Palestinian student, like, where are you going to go? You're now officially, you're functionally stateless. That's insane. You're literally telling the genocidal state of Israel that they could do whatever the fuck they want, because you can't just fly directly into the West Bank if your family is from the West Bank. If you're fortunate enough that your family is currently living under the occupied territory, which is still completely controlled by the Israeli military. And now you as a student on a fucking student visa have been suspended. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff overall. Okay, hold on. I'm connecting Lola with the students. They suspended one of the negotiators who was on visa. And forbade legal observers from being on campus. They shut down the Cal Poly Humboldt campus in Sacramento for the entire rest of the semester and are threatening to arrest anyone on campus from today onward. Nice. Shocking footage shows several officers of Washington University St. Louis beating a protester, slamming him, and dragging his limp body. SIUE history professor Steve Tamari is reportedly hospitalized with broken ribs and a broken hand. One doctor told him he's lucky to be alive. That's crazy. Jesus Christ, dude. As I don't understand this. Isn't USA a democratic country and isn't it 2024? I mean, the United States of America has only been a theoretical democracy in its inception. And another thing that you have to remember is that they've been doing this all the time. You might be new to it because maybe it was over a cause that you didn't find to be worthy. But like, I mean, think about the way that the Black Lives Matter protests were fucking dealt with. But of course, that was Donald Trump, so it's different, right? Well, it turns out the state is still going to behave in violent ways no matter who's in charge. After all, the Black Lives Matter protests started under Barack Obama, and they too were violently suppressed under Barack Obama. Donald Trump basically just took on the helm. You just simply cannot protest against the American state, especially at a time when the state seems weak. These are actions of a weak state, okay? Not a strong one. Just now, protests being pinned and detained by UC police at UCLA. Why don't we see the cops arresting Zionist instigators last night when they were intimidating students, blaring their snuff films from their 60K unpermitted jumbotron and breaking down the encampment? You have to make compromises in politics. I mean, what the fuck do you do? Are you always right? So it is fucking Biden's fault. Why would you write that shit? You have to make compromises in politics? I mean, what the fuck would you do? Are you always right? Do you think it's an unreasonable demand to make from the progressive, supposedly quote unquote progressive administration that championed human rights against violent police suppression under the Trump administration during the Black Lives Matter protests, and a guy who specifically ran against that, doing the exact same thing to the pro-Palestinian students? Do you think that the president has no way to end this senseless police brutality? Why do you vote for the Democratic Party at all then? I mean, actually, why do you vote for the Democratic Party at all? Why vote for Biden at all then in that situation? Is it just to make yourself feel better? I mean, this is move beyond. This is move beyond like our complicity in genocide as the American state. This is now also directly consequential in very violent ways for students and faculty alike that stand against said genocide. The violent militant police state is now violently stopping free speech. This is unimaginable. What is the issue that you had with Donald Trump then? That he's just he had a Republican next to his name? Is that what it is? That's crazy, man. The reason why I criticize Biden is because maybe I'm foolish, but I still think that like the Democrats have some time to fix this. Hopefully there's enough pressure upon the Democratic Party, at least enough Democrats. Cops are moving in Colombia currently as we are talking. Apparently cops are moving in.
Describe yourself as black.
Noah Faye, Jewish Columbia student, says this about our Jewish classmates involved in a pro-Palestinian protest.
This is insanely fucking anti-Semitic.
Native American and Jewish. You've talked about how your feelings of feeling accepted on the campus changed after October 7th. What has that been like?
It's been really difficult. Again, I went through a lot of this grief process and primarily experiencing this issue in the first semester. That's when I learned that
We did it. We hit the identity politics bingo, dude. She's native and Jewish. Oh my God. Isn't Noah Faye a Zionist agitator? I don't know anything about this person, but she's about to say some unhinged ass anti-Semitic bullshit. So get ready.
The community that I felt previously so accepted by, specifically because of my identities, all of this was actually conditional, and the one condition is my Jewish identity, which I assumed was also another reason why I was so uplifted, because the Jewish people are a significant minority.
One of the things that your classmates will say is that they are protesting Zionism, which is specifically this movement to create, to develop, to support a Jewish state. Is it legitimate, in your view, to protest Zionism specifically?
Absolutely not. And there are many different ways you can look at this. But number one is that Zionism makes the Jewish people, 80% of them identify as Zionists, potentially.
Dude, you should be embarrassed to say that. And also, guess what? In your fucking age group, you are closer to the minority. So shut the fuck up. That's ridiculous, dude. Young Jews, the breakdown of young Jews and their perspective on Israel-Palestine is literally the diametrical opposite. It is identical to all of the other demographics. Oh my God. She's on Fox News? Why is she on CNN? Noah Faye is literally an AIPAC Black Jewish Zionist token they bought and trot out to events like the March for Israel in Washington. And of course, CNN gleefully participates in this genocide laundering through an actual token projecting their pathological being onto others. And talk about tokens, there's nothing Zionists love more than their handful of as a Gazan actual tokens who keep getting Newsweek and Atlantic pieces going. As a Gazan, I love Israel genociding Palestinians. Yet another Zionist accusation being a confession. She was trotted out on Fox News for months now to blackwash the ongoing Gaza genocide. Again, the fact that she calls others tokens is such a perfect expression of the pathological, shameless depravity of genocidal Zionists. What does blackwash mean in this context? It means that they're using her for her blackness, as in to say, see, like this person who is a victim of white supremacy is on our side. It's like Candace Owens. They're utilizing her identity. Her LinkedIn shows she interned for the Knesset. Yeah. Trying to use liberal aesthetics that are appealing to liberal sentiment.
More. I would have to check the statistics, but I know it is at least 80%. More than that, though, I can't explain the 20% that don't identify with that, and I won't try to. But we know that Zionism, which is the Jewish right to self-determination in our historic homeland, is inextricably linked to our religion.
Do you think it's synonymous effectively with being Jewish?
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. But more than that, though, taking away the Jewish aspect of it, at least at Columbia, we do not protest any form of any person's right to self-determination. There's no other movement, and there's no other self-determination movement that is protested
Wait, what? Your right to self-determination cannot be by putting your boot on Palestinian children's skulls. What the fuck? You are literally on CNN shitting on the Palestinian right to self-determination. What the fuck? It is so wild to me that defenders of Israel can so freely trample on the civil liberties of everyone that dare defy them so openly and say that it is my right to self-determination. My right to self-determination involves me killing Palestinians. And if you say that that's fucked up, then you need to be stopped by the state. The more, I'm telling you right now, the more things escalate in America, the more the broader subsects of the population recognize how fucking fraudulent this shit is, the more desperate they get. Desperation is kicking in. That's why you're seeing so many liberal channels and so many liberal commentators openly be like, yeah, the Vietnam War protests were bullshit too. Fuck you. Suck my dick. Actually, we should do everything we can to beat the shit out of these students. They're just dialing it up.
That I've seen, definitely not at Columbia. So for this to be the only movement that is taken issue with amongst the students, and that it's the Jewish movement, it is inherently anti-Semitic.
When you see your faculty members, professors, they today linked hands and arms, and they blocked the entrance to the encampment. When you saw that, what do you think of their position?
I'm disgusted, honestly, if only because, again, the situation has gotten so out of hand that no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, the police have to come in, dude, and beat the shit out of these students. Please, I'm demanding it. As a Zionist, Jewish, black, native student, I demand that the military forces come in and take control of the moment. Why? It hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings when they say that the state that I am tasked with defending is doing a genocide. Okay? It's like, please, Kent State time, please.
If we're taking out the political element, the anti-Semitic element even, it is just absolute anarchy on campus. And to see that faculty are supporting this.
This can be reduced down to the same exact principles every time and forever. Okay? Every time and forever. Always. It's the labor unions that are striking that are the bad guys. The side with all of the power to actually concede on the reasonable demands that those who are going up against them are never in the wrong. The bosses are never in the wrong. The striking workers can always stop the strike. Why are they doing so much chaos? Police have to come in and deal with them right now. They're stopping entry into the workplace. That's illegal. The police need to come in and fucking stamp their heads immediately. There are two sides to every negotiation, and yet the side with all of the power to end the conflict never gets discussed as an equal partner, even though they're not even an equal partner. They hold all the keys. They are the ones who are literally holding the levers of power. The university administration conceding to the reasonable demands made by the students could easily end all of this tomorrow. But instead, they are using the violent mechanisms of the state to violently suppress the most American thing that someone can do: resist against genocide. Okay, you lost me with that last part. No, dude, it is. It is very American to fucking resist. What do you mean? Yes, American history is chock full with like genocidal actions against indigenous populations, slavery and whatnot, but there's also plenty who oppose such things and have fought against such things. Make no mistake. Just like the top of the hour is a fundamental part of the stream. Okay? And if you no longer want to see the ads, if you want to resist against the ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. That's right. Here you go.
How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
Well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1776,
violent
we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think the American Revolution was a pickle party? Of course not.
We also bombed Hiroshima.
Yeah, I know, and that was also unjust and unimaginably cruel. But of course, the Israel Defender is also defending
when it fits
nuking
your narrative,
civilians by the hundreds of thousands.
How dare you say it's okay to talk?
She thinks dropping 2 nukes was good, but the American Revolution was bad. Anyway, let's finish this
and in
out.
a way that is, in this instance today, they were barring students who, in my opinion, you could consider them to be paying for these lawns. They're barring students from enjoying the resources that we all have a right to. So that alone is just absolutely inexcusable to be seeing from faculty.
As I'm sure you know,
Wait, what do you mean? The other students are also paying for it. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the whole point. The entire fucking point. The entire point is that the students are literally saying, fucking saying that our tuition dollars should not go to fund and facilitate the Israeli apartheid regime and the Israeli genocide. The fuck are you talking about? What the absolute fuck are you saying? And now that very same student, very same administration is just barring them from entering the campus. She's a Zionist, sharing land isn't in her
Jewish
heart.
Students who are part of the pro-Palestinian protests. You've compared them to blacks for Trump, gays for Trump.
Absolutely.
It's fair?
Yeah, of course it's fair. I mean, I say take them as seriously as we all take blacks for Trump and gays for Trump. And I think it's absolutely a fair comparison. It's the same tokenization that we're seeing. And in terms of our perception of them, that's absolutely how seriously we...
That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so gross. That's so fucking gross. Oh, this is her? Nice. Sick. Fucking freak. A gift from Gaza.
What's happening on some, Chicago and Florida, as opposed to what's happening at Columbia and others. There's an enormous gap in the principle and backbone we're seeing here.
Well, Richard, to your point, I think that's the place we've all been sitting in watching this, going, what the hell is going on? What are these universities doing? Why aren't they doing something? And I'll echo the horror that this does look like January 6th. What a terrible example for our students. At the same time, these are young adults, and the question is, why do you choose to learn about the complexities of other situations around the world. But this one, you want to set up an encampment. This one, you want to scare people. This one, you want to come to the edge of violence or even go to violence.
Not the
this
edge.
one,
They're
you
breaking into
risk
buildings.
your future and your education for. See, I think these college students obviously are missing the part where they need to see what's going on across the country with these protests, that it's now in the realm of violence, it's in the realm of hatred, whether some are peaceful or not. They need to watch the news and look at all the different arguments and be adults, or start learning to be adults and set up discussions and debates across college campuses, or their colleges or universities are going to have no choice but to expel them and ruin their future, the impact they want to have on the community, society, and the world at some point. But let's then go to the hard part of this. What is the solution for college, university presidents and deans who want to maintain control but also preserve free speech? What are solutions? Let's talk about solutions.
It's very simple. First of all, you enforce the rules of your college campuses. There is a concept.
Well, but you know that at this point would be hard to do.
Well, no, actually, what?
Well, I'm just saying, you go out there and you start arresting people.
Yeah, you do. You either follow the law, you don't follow the law. There's a concept.
I don't think it's that simple.
In the First Amendment. No, if you, I will say, I understand over the last 24 hours what the Columbia administration has been trying to do. They've been trying to bring this to a peaceful resolution. And what happened? People got hammers and they broke into buildings. At that point,
that's a crime.
At that point, that's a crime. They should all be arrested and they shouldn't be suspended. They should be expelled.
Yeah, when the Senate passes another bill that like makes it so that it is illegal to say anything mean about Israel at all, that will be a crime too. It doesn't mean that it's valid. It's fucking insane, bro. How old are these demons? Bro, you don't understand. Yesterday, someone in the chat said, how old are these demons? What was their reaction to the Vietnam protests? Yesterday, that same dipshit openly stated that the Vietnam anti-war protest made by these students was also fucking stupid and should have never happened. So no, liberals on motherfucking MSNBC are identical to the Fox News psychopaths at this point. How libs think these encampments should act? That's what I got to say to that, baby. Right there. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Save us. Save us. All the cops needed was a fucking Pepsi, dude. I fucking hate Pepsi so much. Do you see the boys' version of this commercial? Yeah.
Students at Columbia University calling for divestment in front of the same fucking hall, by the way, that they are currently occupying. Why are you drinking them? Unfortunately, I ordered Diet Coke, but there wasn't Diet Coke, so they sent fucking Pepsi Max instead, or whatever this is. Pepsi Zero Sugar. It fucking sucks. It's so ass. But I'm still drinking that garbage. The protest libs really want instead? Yeah, that too. You need to stop drinking Pepsi Zero Sugar on stream, please. Wait, what? It's a callback joke. Oh. Trump, your goat, said Diet Pepsi is ass. I mean, he's right. I'm just like Trump. I'll keep drinking that garbage. The Coca-Cola Corporation has said that they don't like me. That's all right. I'll still keep drinking that garbage.
Know who's on it?
It is wild to think that, not much difference between this shit. Okay. Apparently, according to Lolo, cops are preparing to block the traffic, or, they're saying cops are preparing to block the traffic at 113th and Broadway. Barricades are going up. None of us have the capacity to talk to press right now in the middle of a security issue, is what the students say, which is fine. I already told them that they don't have to speak. Only if they are willing and able to do so. And apparently the cops are currently moving in and they're fortifying. Okay. Thought you missed this? I ran it already. Just curious, but do you not boycott certain brands? I mean, yeah, I do. Just curious. Let me explain it to you. The brands I boycott are on the BDS list. The brands that other people have made on their own version of the boycott list are not brands that I boycott. If the BDS list were to boycott a brand, I would also boycott it. Except Domino's. No, I didn't fucking actually get I literally canceled the order for $700 worth of Domino's pizza after ordering it. Specifically because I didn't realize that Domino's was on that list. It was a part of the organic boycott target. This is the BDS list I abide by. You should be ashamed just because it tastes like shit. Brother, I asked the students on campus, the student protesters, what they wanted. And one of them said Domino's, not knowing that it was on the BDS list. So I fucking ordered Domino's. I didn't know either. It happens. Also, Domino's is dog shit anyway, dude. Are you going to cover University of Arizona and campus that have been going on as well as getting wild since last night? Yeah, sure. Hard disagree. Domino's is great. Yeah, well, your taste buds are fucking broken, chatter. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Zionists should boycott Sabra because it's utterly disgusting hummus. Yeah. The Sabra boycott is like the easiest boycott of all time because it's literally fucking poison. You are using Google. They're a pressure target, not a boycott target. Yeah, dude. I know. I'm using Google. I know. And also, I don't know if you know this, but I'm also an Amazon employee. I don't know if you know this, but it is, virtually fucking impossible not to touch one of these two major fucking corporations, considering the oligopoly that they hold on everything online. And it's not just to say that, like, oh man, be quiet, Pepsi drinker. Yeah, well, not on the list, so. Yeah, Chatter is using Amazon while visiting websites that use AWS. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 community gift the subs. Yeah, pressure targets is different than real, like full-blown boycott targets and organic boycott targets. Anyway. Why don't you cover Al Jazeera? What? Dude, what is happening in this chat today? Shut the fuck up, okay? That's why. Because shut the fuck up.
Held from school.
Here.
But this is virtue signaling of the worst order for again, white woke kids that have no idea what they're talking about here. No idea other than what they've seen on TikTok. Again,
the irony, of course, is that the pro-Palestinian side is like super diverse too. That's a new D meme. What is that?
And there's a huge gulf, in my mind, between children of Palestinian families who have been a part of this tragedy and this suffering over the decades. And so I am not one to be able to sit in judgment of them, but I can sit in judgment of school administrators. What do you do? What do you?
It's cool seeing like liberals use woke as a pejorative. You know what I mean? Wait, where the fuck is my playlist?
We're going to begin with the clashes.
Oh, here it is.
As police crack.
I'm gonna skip the Democracy Now! One.
Mr. President.
Let's hear what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had to say about the protests that are happening at Columbia University. Certainly nothing good. As we pay attention to what's going on in Columbia as it stands currently, I'm sure our leaders have nice things to say.
Majority Leader. Mr. President, I'd like to begin today by saying a few things about the protests at Columbia University. Smashing windows with hammers and taking over university buildings is not free speech. It is lawlessness. And those who did.
Professional outside agitators. We were extremely cautious about releasing our intel information because our goal was to ensure the safety of our students the faculty and without any destruction of property. And we are here today to update New Yorkers about the ongoing situation at Columbia University and our plans to protect students, our staff, and the public. And we were well aware, based on a series of observations, that what should have been a peaceful protest.
Gaza is the New York of Palestine. He did not say
Americans has clearly been co-opted. A right which this administration supports and defends, to voice your concern. But we have also will continue, and we have sounded the alarm numerous times before about external actors who are attempting to hijack this protest. Tonight,
how much you want to bet he's not talking about the many Zionist organizations that are literally external agitators
with Columbia University, as well as some of our other educational facilities. And they are actively creating serious public safety issues at these protests. Maybe some of the students involved don't understand what they are involved in. We urge those and everyone else violating Columbia's order to leave the area and leave the area now. And if you are a parent or guardian of a student, please call your child and urge them to leave the area before the situation escalates in any way. This is for their own safety and for the safety of others. These external actors are obviously not students, and their presence on campus is a violation of Columbia's clearly stated policy. As the police commissioner and our deputy commissioner for intel and counterterrorism, Rebecca Weiner, will detail, you will see why this is of concern to us. This group and the individuals we're going to show is an outside agitator with a history of escalating situation and trying to create chaos. It is our belief they are now actively co-opting what should be a peaceful gathering. This is to serve their own agenda. They're not here to promote peace or unity or allow a peaceful displaying of one's voice. But they're here to create discord and divisiveness. That is why I'm urging every student and every protester to walk away from this situation now and continue your advocacy through other means. We will always protect the right to protest, but we must balance that right with the right to keep students, the school, and our city safe. We cannot and will not allow what should be a peaceful gathering to turn into a violent spectacle that serves no purpose. We cannot wait till this situation becomes even more serious. This must end now. I want to now turn it over to Commissioner Caban.
Thank you very much, Mayor Adams. And good evening, everyone. Over the past 2 weeks or so, this has been a dynamic, evolving situation, and we have been in contact with university officials from the beginning. Again, we are talking about private property, so decisions on what to do on that property are up to the university.
And they've been tokenized.
The fuck? All right, back to Chuck Schumer.
Promptly face the consequences that are not merely a slap on the wrist. Free speech.
It is pretty funny seeing a pig be out of breath while trying to deliver a fucking speech. It's just like peak shape for a cop. You know what I mean? Just like, listen, excuse me, I had to walk up to this podium. having a hard time doing what's right over here. You know, you don't understand. You could not walk a mile in my shoes because I got the diabetic shoes on, and it makes it much harder to walk.
Discussion and even strong disagreement are fundamental American values.
Motherfucker needs a CPAP machine just to fucking be on the podium.
And campuses should be places where those values are cherished. Campuses cannot be places of learning and argument and discussion when protests veer into criminality. And those who commit such acts are doing nothing to convince others that their cause is just. It is also unacceptable when Jewish students are targeted for being Jewish, when protests exhibit verbal abuse, systemic intimidation.
What do you expect from a relative of Amy Schumer? You know what I mean?
Or glorification of the murderous and hateful Hamas or the violence of October 7th. As I said in my speech here on the floor last November, and many times since, that is anti-Semitism. It is loathful. It is unacceptable. Now, on another note, sad note, yesterday in North Carolina, 4 law enforcement officers, including a deputy U.S. Marshal, were killed in the deadliest attack against U.S. law enforcement in 8 years. Several other officers have been injured. Today, the Senate mourns the loss of these dedicated public.
What is this? In case you're wondering, yes, the Variety cover issues about how Amy Schumer is really strong for supporting Israel and the criticism of her by supporters of Palestine is actually anti-woman coded. Bro, she said Arabs are all rapists. What are you saying? God, I hate the media so much, dude. I despise the fucking media so much. Amy Schumer was in the zone. This was in March when she was filming on the street in Brooklyn for her upcoming movie, Kinda Pregnant, a comedy about a woman who pretends to be knocked up for attention. In one take, Schumer emerged from a subway station while answering a phone call and was interrupted by a stranger shouting at her from the sidewalk, "Fuck you, Amy Schumer. You're a Zionist. You love genocide." That's awesome. In this instance, she means the current discourse on the Middle East feels one-sided to her, and she'd like to change that. The focus is so razor sharp on Jewish people, but not on Hamas. She says, it's very strange. So I'd recommend most people read a book, Israel, A Simple Guide to the Most Misunderstood Country on Earth by Noah Tishby. Yeah, just read a book, not from a historian, okay? Not from like Israeli academics that openly communicate Israel's genocidal history. Read a book from Noah fucking Tishby, a literal paid propagandist, washed up actress, a fucking member of the Hasbara operation, like a direct paid propagandist for the state of Israel. Just don't read books from any Jew, she says. Just not the Jews that say Israel is engaging in abhorrent actions and has since its fucking inception. You know? Jewish people wrote everything down. Yeah. Just not the kind of Jews that are, you know, Holocaust historians and genocide historians who have been saying, screaming from the fucking rooftops that Israel's actions are unconscionable. Yeah, here's what she was posting, brother. Gazans rape Jewish girls only in self-defense. Beheading is resistance. I love Hamas. Cutting off Jewish breasts for Palestine. Like, she was so fucking mentally ill that she felt like this is perfectly valid to post. A few months ago in regards to Gaza. A-Cap for Cutie, thank you for the 10 community gift this subs. I can tell this isn't AI because the guy is holding a sign that is also his shirt.
Yeah, dude, that's what was happening. Yeah, no, you're right. Gazans, proud of our rapist martyrs, stab Jews for Allah. That's what the pro-Palestinian movement is saying. Thank you. I hope you're fucking being sarcastic, dude. Why is it that they always talk about everyone only supporting Palestine, yet the news only supports Israeli and Zionist voices? Are they that desperate to be victims? The news media is going to do what the news media does, which is defend the American state. If tomorrow the American interests were no longer in funding and facilitating Israel's genocide, and Israel somehow magically turned into a foreign adversary, which of course is laughable. Obviously, it's not going to happen. But in that hypothetical, the media would be just as aggressive towards Israel, if not more aggressive towards Israel, as they are against Russia. It's that simple. Teşekkür ederim baba.
Public servants. We grieve with their families. And we must do more to prevent shootings like this that involve AR-style weapons. It's a tragic reminder that today, too many dangerous assault rifles continue to plague too many of our communities. And Congress has a responsibility to get these weapons of war off our streets. My heart goes out to all the families who have lost loved ones in this attack. And I thank all of our law enforcement officers who were on the scene working to keep the community safe. And finally, Mr. President, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Bill Samuel of the AFL-CIO, a man who has spent his career fighting for America's working men and women. So many of us in this chamber, on both sides of the aisle, have worked closely with Bill over the decades, and we will certainly miss him as he steps down from his longtime post as Director of Government Affairs for the AFL-CIO. Early in his days ever since his early days in the labor movement, when he worked for the National Treasury Employees Union, the American Federation of Government.
Okay, the rest of this is boring.
As
All right.
police crack down on student protests.
Let's get to it. What's happened and what?
Low-income Columbia student blocked from campus. I'm trying to eat. Bro, there is no end to the fucking cruelty for these animals, okay? They love using any and everything they can against people that are doing the right thing. Oh man, look at this poor student. This is who you're actually against. Palestinians, pro-Palestinian students. This is basically the same exact principle behind, like, you know who we need to free Palestinians from? Hamas. That's right. That's why everyone should be championing our actions here. It's the same exact fucking shit. Are you eating dinner or lunch? Why not both?
What's happening now?
Bill and Dana, good morning. Hamilton Hall behind me is now occupied by dozens of protesters. We are now on day 9 of this takeover of the building. Take a look behind me. This is the building. This is as close as we are allowed to get. You can see one of the banners unfurled here. It says Free Palestine. We have not been able to see any of the protesters or occupiers inside of that building from this vantage point. But if you give you a little sense of where we're at, you move over to the left a little bit, Anthony, you can show them those are all residential dorm buildings. right next door to where all of this chaos unfolded. These students are now waking up this morning, beginning to study for final exams, which begin on Friday. And if we take you over here around the Hamilton building, you can see this is a line of students now that are now trying to get into the campus. The campus right now is under a limited...
Yeah, it's definitely the students' fault that the school did this. Carl's Kid Marks, thank you for the 5 tier 1 give the subs.
Access only. Only students who live on campus and essential personnel are allowed onto campus. This is a direct response to the takeover of the Hamilton building at 12:30 last night. If I actually kind of cut through here, I can show you. Again, this is as close as we're allowed to go. It's a private university. This is outside. We haven't heard any of the protesters, but this all began at 12:30 in the morning. Protesters that were in the encampment began to storm the building with backpacks and sleeping bags. They broke glass to get into that building, and once they were inside, they started unfurling those banners and chanting. There were 3 maintenance workers inside at the time, according to the Columbia Daily Spectator, the newspaper.
Sorry. They have hostages, bro. Sorry. Columbia has to do what is right, which is blow up the fucking hall immediately. We have to defend Israel from enemies both domestic and foreign. We have to defend the foreign nation of Israel, the nuclear military state of Israel. We have to defend them. We have to defend them from ourselves. We love Israel more than we love ourselves. What's next? They have Hamas tunnels, dude?
Here. One of those maintenance workers who got out said, quote, "We were held hostage." So right now, that is the latest from that event. But I want to bring you over here to this long line as these students and faculty are trying to make their way in. There's somebody here we spoke to. His name is Jeremy. Jeremy, he is an undergraduate senior. Jeremy, you were trying to get into the university here. Tell me, they denied you.
Yeah, well, we had originally called public safety about 6:30 this morning when we got the email saying that only a very select few students were going to be able to have access to the campus. And I called public safety, and they assured us, quite brusquely I might add, that we were able to have access. And so we walked down here, and lo and behold, we're not given access.
You're trying to eat, and you said you're a low-income student. Can you explain all this?
I think you just explained it. I'm trying to eat, and I'm a low-income student. I luckily just, heard back from some of the administrators in my program. They've graciously let us know that we can go to Barnard College or Teachers College, which was 2 of the affiliate universities or colleges of Columbia, and we can go grab some grub there. But I'm just not liking the amount of chaos that is ensuing around breakfast. You know?
And finally, what are your thoughts on the fact that your fellow students here have taken over a building, broke in, they've entered, and this has now escalated to where it is?
Oh, I think escalating is the word, right? I think that it was a misstep, and I wish that they would have engaged with the university when President Shafiq had come to the table last week. I think that it's a bit of a tragedy, you know, and I think that we need to pack up and go home now.
How does this end?
Bro, how the fuck? What kind of student? How did they fucking find a student that's like, yeah, actually, I think the president is right in this situation?
That's a good question. I guess that people like yourself in the news have to keep asking tough questions and see where the chips fall.
Do you want to see the NYPD come in here?
No, I don't. In fact, that was one of the most disruptive elements of the past few weeks. You know, I've been very concerned to see the amount of guns and armaments around the campus, and I'm not happy with the presence of the NYPD. I think anytime you have NYPD, it's not...
Even though you can't eat food and you're trying to study, you don't want the NYPD to come in here and break up what's going on?
hey, look, I'm developing these types of answers to these types of questions over breakfast. So I'll chat with me later today. I'll tell you how I feel.
Well, Jeremy, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, though. But that's just kind of the situation out here, guys, as we are still awaiting an official response from the university. This is all happening after they announced that they were going to conduct suspensions of those students. And yet, after making that announcement, faculty members joined.
I wonder how many people they asked on that line until they inevitably found one person that could be like a little critical of the students. Because even he was like, yeah, no, I don't like the police presence on campus. That's insane. And that was a major escalation. And the part of the reason why it's happening right now, what's happening right now is happening. I love the reporter being like, don't you want the police to kill your fellow students because you can't get breakfast? Come on, you're a low-income student.
In the protesters, which grew overnight in that encampment, and then they felt emboldened to storm Hamilton Hall. And now we all wait for what the next step will be.
Brian,
Dana,
good reporting up there. Thank you. We'll be back with you momentarily. You're right about those deadlines. They came and went and took no action, and they are left with what they have now. And who knows how long this will last. Brian, thank you. Upper West Side there in Manhattan.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to.
And finally, new rule: someone needs to tell the people who block.
Seems to be some of the only people media can find. This is from 2 days ago.
Pro-Palestinian
help free the people of Palestine. Our demands that
as they
that's
and
from the
Francisco
encampment
are both graduating from the school next month.
Wait, what?
I'm really uncertain. I'm not sure what's going to happen. There's not really any communication about it.
Some students were seen.
Wait, what?
Are concerns.
I have family and friends who are looking to come and celebrate, and it's, you know, it is a disruption.
Jeremy Wall and his wife Taylor Francisco are both graduating from the school next month.
I'm really uncertain. I'm not sure what's going to happen. There's not really any communication about it.
Some students were seen debuting their gowns, a proud moment at the brink of disruption.
I mean, it's such a tradition to have classes. I have.
That is the same guy. Oh, here's Janine Perot going nutty mode.
I want to know who's on a visa. I want to know that their visa's being suspended and that they've started revocation hearings. I want them out of this country. I don't want to hear that they're listening in Al Jazeera and cheering what's going on in the United States, and the Palestinian flag is wrapped up in the United States on Columbia University. And calling for the elimination of Jews. If it were blacks, believe me, they'd be all in jail right now. And I don't resent any blacks, but what I know.
Oh my God. What the fuck? Yo, they can't stop being so racist all the time.
Is it Title VI of the Civil Rights Act makes it very clear. Department of Education can withdraw the funding, all the tax benefits. The Department of Justice should be involved. And we've got a president who's such a wuss. He has someone speak for him and say, we're going to let the universities handle it. While we have a president who's being prosecuted in Lower Manhattan, who comes out, the first thing he says is, we've got to stop what's going on in these universities. It can stop. They've got to understand they don't have the power, we do, and we're tough enough to use it.
Can I add one thing?
I'm so glad that true bipartisanship can always be found. You know, when it comes to American foreign policy. Because functionally, like, what Trump is demanding is what Joe Biden is also doing. I wonder if the liberals see that.
About confronting difficult subjects through dialogue, especially on the topic of anti-Semitism. It comes up a lot recently in light of campus protests against the war in Gaza, which have sparked a debate over whether it's anti-Semitic to criticize the policies of the Israeli government. Now, former NFL linebacker Emmanuel Acho and actor Noah Tishby have a new book, Uncomfortable Conversations with the Jew, which aims to get people talking openly, even if it's not easy. Emmanuel Acho, Noah Tishby, hey, what's up? Good morning.
Good to see y'all. Good to see you.
It's good to have you on first on CBS Mornings, as we love it when that happens here on the show. Emmanuel, I'll start with you. You have had these uncomfortable conversations about race, police brutality, even abortion. What made you want to discuss Judaism?
For me, it's simple. I feel like justice won't be served until those that are unaffected are as outraged as those that are affected. And so, though I am not a Jew, though I'm not a Jewish person, I said, what would happen? How much more powerful would we collectively be as a society if rather than black people simply fighting for black people, women fighting for women, Jewish people fighting for Jewish people, we collectively fought together against hate, against oppression, against
We collectively fought together to defend Israel. Like, what would happen? How sick would that be? Like, what if we all just like dropped our own personal stuff and just decided that, you know, we are in defense of Israel and the American State Department?
Semitism. And for me, you can't empathize with somebody if you're not educated on what breaks their heart. So that was really my impetus for all of it, is let me learn what breaks my Jewish brothers and sisters' hearts so that I can empathize with them and fight alongside them.
And you saw Noah online.
I did.
After October 7th, and you reached out to her.
I reached out to her 2 years before October 7th.
Oh, to have this conversation.
Yes, this project was not a project based upon October 7th. It was a project based upon anti-Semitism. Noah just continued to speak and continue to lead and continue to be a galvanizer in the community.
Emmanuel actually reached out to me over a year and a half before October 7th because he noticed the rise in anti-Semitism, which I really want to commend him for that, because a lot of people from outside the Jewish community did not notice that. So we started working on it way before, and then obviously October 7th happened and October 8th, and it became a lot more urgent. Yeah.
No, we did. No, we did. We did. The problem is the people that did do that, the people that did notice that, and the people that did fucking yell about that all the time are now also firmly on the side that is protesting Israel's unimaginable cruelty. So it don't really matter what our perspective is. As a matter of fact, it's a bad perspective to have for your propaganda purposes, that so many of the people that are anti-Zionist, that are incredibly critical of Israel, also happen to be the people that were yelling about anti-Semitism. Kind of sucks because it breaks the fucking narrative that like all of this is just unrestricted Jew hatred. That's what must be motivating everybody to be critical.
Anti-Semitism is not a straightforward brand of hate. It's both looking up and looking down.
Yeah.
What did you mean?
So what I mean by that is that anti-Semitism not as simple as racism. So when you're racist towards somebody else, you think that you're better than them and you think that they're lower than you. Anti-Semitism is a shape-shifting conspiracy theory. So every few generations, it changes into something different. And it can look like, oh, the Jews are the vermin of the earth, they're lower, they're scum, they're like terrible race, which is what the Nazis were saying. But it can also...
No, they literally also said Jews are all powerful. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you literally oblivious to the main premise of the fucking book that you wrote? No. Anti-Semitism, and for the record, racism as well, is always about how the enemy, the opponents, are both powerless, feckless, cowardly, weak, and very strong as well. How are there 3 black panelists on here and not a single one chimes in on this issue to be like, what do you think the 2 black men sitting on that fucking panel right now? 2. What do you mean? Racism is not just about black people being fucking, lesser than or whatever. It's also about the scariness, especially the scary nature of the black man, the violent nature of the black man.
That's also power in that situation. She literally fucking dumped this take here and tried to differentiate anti-Semitism, which is another form of racism, mind you, to single it out, and failed to do it in a spectacular fashion because she literally explained historic anti-Semitism as something different than what it actually was.
Also sound like the Jews are controlling the banks, they're controlling the media. The Jews have this conspiratorial power, that's mythological power, really, that's also have been historically caused a lot of bloodshed.
Well, you said don't call it power, you said call it positions of power, and Emmanuel, you objected to that.
Yeah, the beauty of the book, Nate, the beauty of the book, Gail, there's tension. There's real tension
there. Is tension.
Because I said, wait a second. When I was,
you can read it in the writing.
No doubt about it. When I was drafted to the Cleveland Browns, I said, no, the owner was a Jewish man. When I was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles, the owner was a Jewish man. When I left the NFL, my agent was a Jewish woman. I left that agent. My other agent was a Jewish man. Jewish people have held the title of owner, agent, general manager in my life.
Positions of power.
Positions of power. But Noah brilliantly educated me into say that usually and historically, when you say that Jewish people are in power, that means we need to do whatever it takes to get them out of power, i.e. the Holocaust. And so the tension in this book and in that conversation was really
amazing. And we put it in, and there's nothing anti-Semitic in saying that Jews are overrepresented in various fields or over-contribute in various fields. But when you move to the Jews control, blah, 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 that's when you move into the conspiratorial aspect.
But, Emmanuel, I want to... Yeah, absolutely. And Emmanuel, I want to pick up on something you said earlier about, black people shouldn't only be stepping up for black people, Jews only for Jews. A lot of Jews post October 7th said, hey, we've been working on behalf of black people since the 1960s. We got dead bodies in berms in the South. We've had rabbis.
I love watching a bunch of liberals and a fascist, the Zionist being the fascist here, talk about intersectionality in the most transactional ways possible. As though, like, this is how intersectionality is supposed to work. Like, come on. I threw up a black fist on BLM during the BLM protest. So now you have to turn around and say it's actually perfectly valid for Israel to fucking genocide the Palestinians. This is how it works. That's awesome. Yeah, where's the chapter about the Israeli state forcibly sterilizing Ethiopian Jewish women? I wonder what that conversation would look like.
Rabbis marching with MLK, and now here we are post 10/7. No one's coming to defend us. What happened?
I believe it's a lack of education. I also believe we've lowered things in America, particularly to the lowest common denominator. Jewish people are white. And in America present day, black people and white people, the tension is at an all-time high, at least as it's photographed and publicized on video, on the news, etc. So if you just assume Jewish people are white, which is both inaccurate and to a large degree incorrect, then you group them into all things that are white. And if black people in America are conditioned to not like white people based upon news, etc., and Jewish people are white, then Jewish people have become the enemy. So I asked Noah quite literally in a chapter, I said, are Jewish people white? Like, let's talk about that.
And I went, huh? Yeah. I even wrote in my notes, huh?
We go everywhere. We talk Jewish people white. What about anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism? Did the Jews kill Jesus? There's nothing that's off the table.
And is it possible to disagree with a Jewish person not be anti-Semitic? That was a question you asked. I also, the word Jew, because I still sort of...
I always say it. They always say Jewish people. And I'm like, you could say Jew.
Can you? I mean, according to this book, you say every Jew Jews differently.
Yes.
You said with respect to our patron saints, Adam Sandler and Barbara Streisand, we're not monolithic. That was your word.
Yes.
But you said it's okay to say.
Yes, it's okay to say. The reason that we have a reaction to the word Jew is because it has been used as a slur for so many years. So it has been used as something negative. And when we were coming up with the name, I was like, I want to reclaim that word. There's nothing wrong with being a Jew. So I'm like, yeah, I'm a Jew.
For clarity, I did not want to call it uncomfortable conversations with a Jew. I said uncomfortable conversations with a Jewish person. She said, it's okay to say Jew.
Well, I wish we had more time. Thank you so much for joining us, Emmanuel.
Very important conversation.
Thank you.
Sick, man.
Why they say.
Van Lithon, Emmanuel Trump, I'm not sure you're intended to convey by stating your Nigerian background frees you of generational trauma and takes the sting out of your convos with white people, but it feels like you purposely othered yourself and the descendants of slaves. Oh, they're coming for him. Oh, hell. Okay, listen, we are now firmly in the territory of black people's business. And I do have a very white community. This is a very delicate conversation. Okay? I'll just say that there is at least from all of my many wonderful Nigerian first generation friends, a lot of Nigerians that come to the United States of America have an experience that basically causes them to realize that white supremacists and white people alike do not make the distinctions that they make in between those who are first generation immigrants from Africa versus African descendants of slaves. To the racist, you're just black. Many Nigerians might come into the country, especially as adults, oftentimes from relatively affluent backgrounds. It's not like it's super easy to come to the United States of America from an African nation at the end of the day, and assume that there is a difference in the way that the system sees you. There is no difference.
Say that, because I've been in them rooms when they saying that. When I kick it with black people and they're like, all white people are racist. I know why you're saying that. All the while, I have the privilege and luxury of not having generational trauma because my parents were born in Nigeria. So man, my method is removing some of the sting because I don't have that sting and trying to deliver a message in a manner that people can receive it.
Okay. Let me tell you why what you just said offends me.
Okay.
All right. You saying that you don't have generational trauma and you didn't mean it this way, but the reason, and it's, I have to name it, you saying that you don't have any generational trauma in some way meaning, or that in some way meaning that your delivery method to white people is going to be either more effective or more sanitized is, to me, dangerous. And let me tell you why. Everybody that you just named and what you're talking about does what they do in different ways. I don't think that any of the things that they do are necessarily harmful. But what I could say is a black man, a prominent one, acting as an emotional butler for white people and serving them the most milquetoast, unspicy, unseasoned brand of racial discourse and accountability possible could definitely be harmful. Like, we're fighting for our lives. And to me, having a conversation like that at that particular time, it's not that it's a different method. Everybody has a different method. Is that it's the wrong method. Is that it gives cover for.
Yeah, Van is fucking dope. All the way back when he was at TMZ and he was cooking. He was like one of the first to cook Kanye, if I remember correctly. Like, he literally was one of the first people in mainstream media as a prominent black figure, straight up was like, nope, like way ahead of the game, if not the only one at the time, when he was like, nope, that's crazy, you're out of your fucking mind. I stated my lineage to allow my understanding for my predisposition to be less hostile. It was giving the listener insight as to why, not implying I'm better. Bro said I'm not black, but I speak for black people. No, it's even worse. He said because I'm not a descendant of slaves, I'm not like angry like you black people are. And obviously, like a lot of black Americans who are multiple generations in or direct descendants of slaves, African descendants of slaves, like understand that there is a little bit of there's a dynamic there. Once again, I'm peeking in. I'm opening the door and giving you a white person's assessment of firmly black people's business. But yeah, him saying like, oh, because I'm Nigerian, I have no baggage is ridiculous. It's also false. Yeah, there's always been fights in the African diaspora and African American community, but it's still ridiculous. Yeah, I think this is something that a lot of white people are completely oblivious to. I will tell you this much, okay? I know that first generation immigrants that are coming from Africa will not only sometimes see African descendants of slaves in the United States of America as lesser than, but also go so far as to the extent of calling them names that they've made up as a substitute for like the N-word, Canadian. This is not even a joke. Straight up. Like, it's ironic because it's like internalized white supremacist attitudes. Bro, they literally side with the white people on the bootstraps argument so bad. Yeah. "100% as a fellow first generation Nigerian, he's a liar. Any Nigerian or African who says they don't have generational trauma is a liar. He's tap dancing for white folks and using his Nigerian background as a shield." Wait, my nationality is a slur? I mean, that's literally just like, I mean, it's whatever. That's neither here nor there. Anyway, let's watch this fucking narcissistic asshole before I move on to some other shit.
Traffic in the name of a cause. No one likes you.
You're not wrong. People didn't believe me when I said that my parents used that term. Yeah. No, it's like when they call, sometimes people will call black people Canadian as a substitute for the N-word is like an inner community meme amongst first generation African immigrants as a way to signal that like they're come from a different background. It's a substitute to say like uneducated, violent, all the same racial stereotypes that white supremacists have for black people, which is, again, I'm just giving you guys a little bit of extra insight that I have, I guess, as a white guy to the best of my ability here. But I think that, how do you even know this? I just think, how would I know this? Just think about it. Because it's not like there's fucking memes about it or some shit that I saw online. No, this is like, this is the type of shit you only know when you have very close relationships with the the groups of individuals that you're currently talking about. Anyway, that doesn't matter. But that's neither here nor there. That's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is also the turning point for many immigrants is almost always on the receiving end of white supremacist action from one of the organs of the state, which is when a lot of people come to the realization that, like, oh shit, I am not being viewed as someone who is separate. Like, I am not being viewed in a separate lens as a first generation immigrant from Africa. I am just black. This also comes from how, I mean, this is also the same dynamic surrounding black culture. Why is there no tangible thing that you can associate with white culture other than like some memes that we talk about how, like, you know, putting raisin in the fucking potato salad or whatever? It's because blackness and black culture was born out of the material conditions that African descendants of slaves were subjected to. It was born out of a need as white supremacist chattel slavery destroyed all of the diverse backgrounds and the religious practices and the languages and cultural practices of black people, of Africans, and the unique parts of Africa that they came from. They were forced into creating a new culture born out of the violence and subjugation of chattel slavery. Because, you know, there's a reason why, as a white person, you can trace your lineage all the way back to like when your fucking parents got on a boat and came here. You can trace your lineage all the way back to however many generations, but black people can't do that. Black people, African descendants of slaves in the United States of America, cannot do that. Have you never wondered why they cannot do that? Because there's a cutoff point where they became capital. One unit. Forcibly removed from their own history, from their own ethnic backgrounds, from their own heritage, from their own languages and their cultural practices. Chattel. That's why there's a difference between black and white. Whiteness can only be defined on the boundaries of what it's not. And what it's not is black. Whiteness is the one group of people that will not ever be considered white, regardless of all of the other groups basically coming after, you know, multiple generations of immigration, coming under the banner of whiteness, becoming a part of the in-group. The only group that will never be considered white is black people. Asians will never be white. Brother, Asians are seen as the model minority. We're talking about the way that people in positions of power view and analyze and write out the rules. Anyway. Black people are not looking to be white. That's not what I've ever even intended. Why do you have to always be so fucking unhinged? Anytime I speak on black issues, Demi Charm, please. You were so good for so long, for months and months and months. I'm aware, but I wanted Chad to understand. Okay, thank you. Sorry. No, there was a time when Demi Charm stopped chirping at me anytime I spoke on black issues for like a good couple, for like since October 7, I think. Pre-October 7, you would yell at me in this exact same way. but it's fine. What does being black have to do with Israel? Oh, nothing. Just like, it's just, I mean, being black has a lot to do with Israel if you're a Jewish person who happens to be black, but I mean, want to go to Israel, like if you're Ethiopian, for example.
And you're probably hurting your cause.
When you talk about black issues, it sounds patronizing. Maybe because I'm not talking to black people when I talk about black issues. And I'm talking to fucking white people who don't understand it at all. Yeah. Piers Morgan joke. Here's a Piers Morgan joke. There's a 3-minute ad break right now at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Let's watch this video now.
In case you haven't seen what's going on lately, activists for ending the war in Gaza have taken to gathering on roads and bridges and stopping commuters from crossing. It happened last week in New York and San Francisco, Chicago, Seattle. They also blocked traffic here on the 405, but no one noticed.
Okay, that's actually, as a joke, that's fundamentally not a bad joke. Like, that actually was surprisingly not that bad of a joke. I can't believe I'm admitting this. Obviously, because, like, it's not, the receiving end of the joke is not the pro-Palestinian students or activists, but instead how shitty fucking LA traffic is.
What they did notice was this, that you have to be pretty dumb to think that the way to bring people around to your point of view is to make them late to pick up their kids from daycare. And that's what most normies are thinking. I have a kid. I have a job. And yes, I'm sure there are injustices on both sides in the Middle East, as there are injustices all over the world. But I'm going to be late for work, something you protesters on the bridge seem to have the luxury of not having to worry about, which seems kind of privilegey.
Isn't it funny that the dudes who are saying this and like chirping literally have not had like a real job in 4 decades? It's like Don Lemon. One, you're literally jobless, bitch. You right now don't even have the professional big boy job that you once did, which was already pretty fucking comfy to begin with, and you fucked up the bag. And it's like, now you do what I do. You and I are doing the same thing. Don't act like you speak for the fucking common man by being like, yeah, that's right. It's like your commute is not a real thing, okay?
You can glue your hands to the street because your hands don't have to do any work today. I'm not saying there aren't sincere passions.
Oh, not the fucking pro-Palestinian students aren't fucking me, guys. Scott Galloway.
About Gaza, especially among people from the region, but social justice warriors, for a lot of them it seems like it's more about the warrioring than about whatever the cause is. If you really cared about apartheid so much, which Israel does not actually practice.
Oh. Hey, this guy hates religion, by the way. Hey, have I told you guys how much Bill Maher hates religion? All religion. all religion, okay? He hates all religion unconditionally. Why is it there's so many of these dudes who are always like, I hate all religions. I'm just chirping about all religions. They never have that smoke for the religious fundamentalism at the heart, okay? At the heart of the Israeli state. The fuck do you mean? You literally just defended the ethno-state. The ethno-state specifically designed around one ethno-religion, Judaism. It's actually not Jewish at all for Israel to exist in the way that it does, but it is rather strange. Because he doesn't fucking feel that way about Muslims. This is a guy who fucking constantly talks about how ISIS is representative of all Islam and that sort of behavior. So on his own moral boundaries, he should be fucking finding Israel to be an abhorrent stain by his own supposedly atheist framework.
Arabs there vote, they serve in parliament, they sit on the judiciary. Wouldn't you start with this? With the hundreds of millions of women in the world who live under a true apartheid, a gender apartheid of the most brutal kind?
Bro, what is Israel doing to people that wear the hijab under its apartheid regime, which you claim does not exist? All matter of right-wing religious fundamentalism that exists in majority Muslim nations is also an unfortunate byproduct of Western imperialism. Also, you just said Israel doesn't have a gender apartheid when like 40% of the fucking parties in the Knesset are talking about how much they want to cover the women and how little they should be learning to read. The fuck do you mean, bro? Women must not read party.
I'll wait. Are you really speaking truth to power, or do you just think you look cool in a keffiyeh? Which is really just the new Che Guevara t-shirt. Another historical figure you never researched, and so think is a hero, but was actually a sadistic, racist monster fighting for...
Bro, Che Guevara, literally, first of all, he's using the Heritage Foundation, which I love for this project. Che Guevara. Okay, before I start with Che Guevara's own personal history, I just want to mention something really funny here. Aren't you anti-cancel culture? Aren't you literally anti-cancel culture? You're fucking chirping about a dude and what he wrote in the Motorcycle Diaries when he fucking literally spent the rest of his life fighting for Pan-African nationalist black liberation directly in Africa? Hey, dumb fuck. You are older than he was, and what the fuck have you done with your career? You're still racist. What an insane fucking take, dude. What an insane take. He's literally like, yo, have you seen what Che had to write about black people back in the day? Time to cancel him. Please do not look at the Cuban Revolution and what it did for black and brown indigenous Cubans, what it did in terms of emancipation for them. Please don't look at what Che Guevara did for the rest of his fucking life. Post-Cuban Revolution. Please. Bro pulled up old tweets. It's crazy. Yeah, students have not done their research. The Heritage Foundation.
Communism, the worst form of government ever. But these are small matters.
Now's a good time to explain. Yeah, by the way, Bill Maher, the public N-word user, by the way, being like, Che Guevara is so racist. You haven't done the reading. He is such a fucking arrogant piece of shit. I despise him so much because I'm not a radlib by any means, right? As you guys know, I get mad at radlibs all the fucking time, especially when people talk about like white mediocrity or whatever. But like Bill Maher is a thing that cannot exist as anything but a white man, an old white man, okay? He's not funny. He's not intelligent. There is no version of Bill Maher that is any other fucking race, any other background, okay? They get packed up. They might get opportunities. You might be like a mediocre white lady, for example, okay? And then boom, you'll get packed up eventually. No mediocre, arrogant, shitty, unfunny person has had this much staying power with the exception of Bill Maher. You cannot be like a black man and be this fucking mid and have this much of a career in Hollywood. It just doesn't happen. So he is, in a way, unironically, the perfect representation of white mediocrity and white supremacy in that regard. It's just so bad. And as years have gone by, his quote-unquote comedy has only worsened. He is just basically repeating PragerU videos now. Also, he's calling Che racist. Remember his comedy sketch was straight up just anti-Arab, Islamophobic garbage? Yeah, he fucking loves anti-Arab sentiment. He doesn't consider it to be racist. He considers it to be a brave and bold political statement. Che was so racist, he went to Africa to fight in the decolonial struggle. I think this tweet was made for you.
And scream if you love Yakuza.
Bro, stop. Stop showing me LeBron James right now.
Small matters when activism merges with narcissism. Less about the cause and more about me. Look at me.
Oh, dude, what are you doing? You're literally shitting on fucking student protesters who are getting brutally beaten down by the police right now for saying things that you are too terrified to say, because guess what? If you were to say those things, you wouldn't have a job anymore. That's right. You are a cowardly little piece of shit. You might genuinely believe that Israel is awesome personally, but you know damn well that if you were to say half of the fucking things that those student protesters are saying about how Israel is a genocidal state, about how Israel is committing a genocide and it is an apartheid regime, you would be shit canned, okay? Because that goes against the American State Department's interests. That's it. Because you have nothing else. You have nothing else to offer other than being an old, arrogant asshole. Talking about narcissism. Yeah, it's so narcissistic that these fucking 18-year-olds and these 19-year-olds are literally putting their goddamn education on hold, getting suspended, getting arrested, getting brutalized, getting doxxed to do what is right. How dare they have morals? This is the problem with so many Americans. We are so selfish, ultimately. We are so hyper-individualistic. We are so materialistic. We are so hyper-individualistic that, like, we are so in it for our own self-interest that we cannot imagine a world where someone does something for other people. We cannot comprehend that a human being can see the horrifying images coming out of Gaza, images that we paid for with our tax dollars and say, this is wrong, this is immoral, we have to put an end to this. So all of these other protesters must also be grifting. If they were grifting, why are they on the side that has no international support from governments? Why are people grifting on the side that the media is regularly bastardizing and lying about and calling Hamas supporters and Iran supporters and Islamist fundamentalism supporters? Ridiculous. I despise this fucking freak so much. You alcoholic piece of shit.
Watch me. And if you like the way I'm fighting injustice, remember to like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe to what? The counter-protesters literally have media accounts. They are trying to unironically make a media fucking career out of this situation. It's the Zionists that actually have their own fucking personal... They have their own personal accounts. The student protesters hide their faces, Bill. Why do they hide their faces, Bill? They hide their face because they get doxxed, Bill.
In February, a sad, confused man even lit himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy, and in his last Facebook post, he said, "Many of us like to ask ourselves, what would I do if I was alive during slavery?" Interesting cocktail question, sir, and I guess the right answer is kill myself. But it wouldn't have actually fixed the problem if General Ulysses S. Grant had immolated himself and his last words were, "Hey, Lincoln, are you using that log?"
Wait, is he saying that Aaron Bushnell, instead of engaging in a radical act of protest as an airman, should have just violently destroyed the nation state of Israel somehow? Is that what you're saying, Bill? Are you going to give us the guns, Bill? What's happening? Would you be on board if people actually rose up in arms? Is that what you're fucking advocating for? Anything that you do in forms of protest is actually bullshit. Guess what? Because you're not nuking Israel, so it's bullshit. Okay, man, thanks. What the fuck are you saying? Does he believe anything that he says? I don't understand it. Yeah, he's like, why are you protesting? Join the Al-Qassam brigades now.
And then last week, another sad, confused man set himself on fire at the Trump trial in New York. So you can tell yourself you're a martyr for the Palestinian cause, but it's a lot less special when the next guy does it for Stormy Daniels. I don't want to diminish how sad it is that someone would take their own life for any reason, but maybe from now on, before anyone commits an act of civil disobedience, they should ask themselves a few questions, like, is the most important thing in my life something I hadn't heard of 6 months ago? Do I even know? Do I even know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Once again, the assumption that like the people protesting against Israel's genocidal apartheid regime, they just simply don't know. Because if they did know how complex it is, then, you know, they wouldn't be protesting. They would be like me, making fun of the protesters. They would be like me, trying to both sides of genocide. They would be like me, actually, not even both siding, because I don't think he both sides it at all. I think he just is unconditionally dick riding Israel. Oh, if only you read the books that I've read that says Israel's genocide is good, actually, and totally valid. You know, then you wouldn't be protesting against 15,000 children being ruthlessly slaughtered with American tax dollars and American legal and political cover under the international community as Israel gets to do that with our weapons that we paid for. Ugh.
Am I really here for the cause, or is the cause here to bring you me? Hey, if it makes you feel good to cosplay as...
This literally falls apart. This falls apart instantly when you realize what's at stake for these protesters. Like, this is the same energy of being like, dude, you're a leftist grifter, you're a leftist grifter. You don't like what I say. Can't you comprehend that if you don't like what I say, then there are plenty of others who don't like what I say. I could be saying something else if I was a fucking grifter. Nobody grifts to the left. Nobody fucking protests an issue like this because they're going to get anything out of it. They do not get anything out of it, which is extra ironic because a guy who is getting something out of his unconditional loyalty to this apartheid regime is ascribing his own fucking guilt and his own resentment for his actions to those who are actually putting their fucking bodies on the line for what they believe in. That's what's funny about this entire process, is that Bill Maher is a phenomenally mediocre person, like an unimaginably mediocre person. And he's so fucking arrogant. And he's such a smarmy know-it-all, even though he is devoid of any kind of knowledge on the situation. And the things that he does know are just propaganda talking points that he spits out, like, oh, there's Arab members in the Knesset. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's super sick. Can a Christian or a Muslim citizen of Israel marry a Palestinian Muslim and give them citizenship inside of Israel? Or do they get downgraded? The answer might shock you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe he didn't read that book, though, I guess. Oh, no, I'm Palestinian Israeli. Palestinian citizens of Israel can't live wherever the fuck they want. They literally have housing discrimination that is codified. The state that he's defending has literally written the rules that Israel is a state for the Jews. Israel is supposed to be a Jewish state. Think about that. There is no other world in which this level of exclusion is even remotely seen as permissible. We all know exactly what it is, but when Israel does it, it's like, well, what are you going to do? Sorry, I have to defend it. Not a leg to stand on for this fucking asshole. That's why he's like, oh, I'm imagining a world where the students are actually just like me. Mercenaries. A person who once made one brave statement in his entire fucking life, an out-of-pocket statement in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, and was punished for it, so I spent the rest of my life suckling on the boot. That's right, Bill Maher, in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 said, you know who's brave? Dudes with box cutters that took over a fucking plane and directly landed that plane on the towers. You know what's not brave? You know what's not brave? Lobbing cruise missiles at their family members from thousands of miles away. He said that, and he was, of course, understandably, immediately taken over the air. Why are you saying LSF, dumbass? I'm not saying I said that. He said that. Oh, USF. Hasan, please move on. He sucks, bro. Hasan, listen to the K-Dish track, please. K-Dot is back it up. Please go so hard. Oh my God, this dude is out of his
As
mind.
revolutionaries, knock yourself out, burn yourself out. Just don't drag Gaza into it. Also, throwing stuff on paintings is just stupid. No one sees mashed potatoes on a Monet and thinks, he's got a point, I should recycle my cans. Last week, Google employees staged a sit-in to protest their company doing business with Israel. Their T-shirt said, Googlers against genocide, but they could have just as well said, look at me, see me. And Google did see them to the door.
Wait, what? Doesn't this completely go against the narrative that he was presenting, that people are doing this for selfish reasons? They got fired. Why are these fucking assholes cheering? When you ask Zionists why Israel is allowed to discriminate against people who aren't Israeli, they say it's perfectly normal. Then when you tell them the U.S. grants constitutional rights to due process to all peoples within its jurisdiction, regardless of residence or citizenship status, they move the goalposts and say, yeah, well, Israel has to do it because terrorism. Yeah. Because the Israeli attitude, even inside of Israel proper, is identical to fucking Jim Crow South. If you ask the white man in the Jim Crow South why there is segregation, they would say, oh, we have to do that. We have to do it. It's separate but equal, but we have to do it. Otherwise, these black people are going to come in and fuck up our institutions, our establishments. We just literally have to do it. The vibes are incredibly fucked in both of those circumstances, and they're operating on the same fucking boundless racism that caused them to hallucinate half the goddamn time about perceived enemies. I think people arguing against you on this point would just say, yeah, it's still segregated though, dude. Yes, it is. Except the circumstances for black Americans now, while there is still much more room and much more economic segregation and much more white supremacy to tackle in the United States of America. Having said all of that, the situation for the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank is still unimaginably worse. And I will argue against any chatter, black, white, doesn't matter, who says that that is not the truth. I have, on many instances, I have brought up the fact that if Palestinians in the West Bank and Palestinians in Gaza especially, but the West Bank as well, lived in the Jim Crow South, regardless of how fucking unimaginably violent Jim Crow South was, if Palestinians in Gaza specifically, if Palestinians in Gaza lived as though they were black people living in the Jim Crow South, that would be a positive step for their current existence. That's how fucked up. This is not to say Jim Crow South was great for black people. Of course it wasn't. This is just simply to show you how unimaginably fucked up it is in Gaza. That's precisely why you also see many black people also offer, unless they're like, you know, famous and on television or whatever, but many black people also see this on the same fucking boundaries that we all see it as. They see it as another war of white supremacist values, and they're not wrong. You're going to get clipped, good luck. I mean, I've talked about this quite a bit. I don't have an issue with this being clipped at all. I forget who said this, but I think it was like in the 50s. A point was made in the 50s about, would you ever swap places with a black person as a white person? And many white people said no, no matter what, they would not.
because of white supremacy and the conditions that black people were subjected to. I don't think any black person in America will swap places with someone in Gaza right now. Yeah, if they were rich. Yeah. No. The question was, if you were to be a rich black person in the 50s, would you do it? Anyway. Who was that author that went to the West Bank and said, I know exactly what this is? It was, Ta-Nehisi Coates. It's actually a really interesting story. Ta-Nehisi Coates talked about reparations, about Germany and Israel's relationship, and used that experience as a positive example when talking about how reparations should be given to black people in America. Ta-Nehisi Coates then went to the West Bank. And boy, did he fucking, it shook his world, okay? It shook his world to the core. Came back from the West Bank and was like, I am so sorry. I have done something unimaginably wrong. Yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis is another person. 2005, Daniel Day-Lewis, my king, my goat, went to Gaza. Helped build some of the homes that were destroyed by Israel. Is horrifying. Yeah, Ta-Nehisi Coates literally was like, I knew exactly what it was. I walked through a checkpoint and in the process was stopped where people started asking me if I was Jewish or not. People started asking me if I was Muslim. And I knew right away exactly what the fuck is going on. Yeah, he wrote a piece on the war crimes committed by the Israeli apartheid state via its occupation forces. It's Farley. Here, let her out. Let Kaya out. Let Kaya out, please. Let her out, and also, can you let her out to pee real quick, too? Yeah. He's bargaining because Murat's here. What?
They fired all 28 of them the next day. Yes, Cojones Award coming to you guys next year. But maybe the question that today's protester needs to ask themselves more than any other is, why do I care so much about this particular cause? North Korea starves its people. China puts them in concentration camps. Myanmar brutalizes the Rohingya. Boko Haram kidnaps whole villages of...
Bro, what are you saying? We're... One. Other bad things happening doesn't mean that you can just, like, stop me from complaining about this one bad thing that's happening. Number two. We, well, with the exception of North Korea, which we are directly responsible for the famine there by refusing to incorporate them into the global marketplace, but we are funding the genocide in Israel. Our tax dollars are. You have to be literally a fucking baboon to look at this argument and go, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Why don't you care about all genocides? First of all, you don't know that. You don't know if I have covered all the other genocides or not. And secondly, can you imagine a world where, let's say somebody is stealing the purse of an old lady and you see it, okay? And you say, stop. And you start chasing after that person. And the guy goes, hey, have you not considered that wage theft is the single greatest fucking threat to the American workers, actually. Why are you stopping me? It's like, bitch, you're stealing from this old lady. I'm seeing it right now. The fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, sure, there's like other evils out there, but you're still doing the evil. These guys are so dumb. This is just simply the all lives mattering. That's it.
Women. The president of Burundi says gays should be stoned to death because they, quote, deserve it. Nothing? Ukraine? Maybe if these Google employees had the slightest idea what kind of fundamentalist, oppressive assholes they're supporting, Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, they might take it a little easier on the world's greatest monster, Genocide Joe. Genocide, by the way, is when you want to wipe out an entire people.
Which is what Hamas said, and Hamas did.
That's the stated goal of Hamas. That's what from the...
Yeah. Israel kills fucking 40,000 Palestinians over the course of the past 7 months with American weapons and American tax dollars and American political cover. I sleep. College students say from the river to the sea. Whoa! Yo, that's fucking genocide! Yo! Hey, yo! Words are violence. Every single one of these reactionary pieces of shit, every single fucking day of the goddamn week, love, and I mean love, chirping like the most mentally ill, multiple cat having, rad libs, cackling like fucking hyenas. The moment Israel is a part of the conversation, they go, oh, bodies in spaces, bodies in spaces. You're not listening to the framework of Jewish people who want to do genocide. That's right, it's anti-Semitic. I don't care that there's Jewish people on the other side saying that they're anti-Zionist. It's anti-Semitic anyway. There's nothing wrong with having cats, okay? Calm down. Think about that. Like, he's saying words are violence, dude. I thought you were anti-woke. What the fuck happened? My man is anti-woke only when it comes to... But when it comes down to it, he loves canceling fucking Che Guevara. Quote mining Che Guevara. Not going to look at what he did for like most of his life, by the way. And fucking saying the real actions that are unconscionable here are students saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. An emancipatory slogan. That is the real violence here. Not the Mark 84 laser guided JDAM missiles. Ridiculous.
River to the sea means. Hamas would do that to Israel, but can't. Israel could do that to them, but doesn't. And you know...
But doesn't. They're clapping. They're fucking clapping for it. Oh my God, these people are such fucking scumbags. Oh my God. Israel could do that, but doesn't. Oh, so grateful we should be to the fucking holy state of Israel for taking their sweet time with the fucking ethnic cleansing. You know what I mean? Thank God. Oh. $75 years of this shit, but he doesn't think it's an apartheid anyway because he doesn't know anything. The only thing he has learned is to say the right fucking things so he does not come across as contentious to anyone in actual power ever again for the rest of his life. That's why under the Trump administration, he constantly chirp about Donald Trump. And under the Brandon administration, he's literally fucking taking the exact opposite stances to the things that he claimed he cared about. That's why these people constantly talk about wokeness. Has he seen the leveled buildings where nothing is left? I don't get it. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? He doesn't care. He, much like Divorcelli, much like the entirety of r/World News, is just operating on pure Islamophobia and might is right politics. That's why I always say every conversation with a dick rider of Israel devolves into two fucking talking points. One, might is right. Two, Muslims are barbaric monsters who only understand force and must be fucking made servile. That's it. And he did both of those things.
And you know how you could find that out? Google it.
And then he's going to do like Orange Man bad, blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. You're just as monstrous and a genocidal piece of shit as Donald Trump is. At least Donald Trump is chirping from one fucking perspective. He's just as narcissistic as you are. But you're a fucking fake Donald Trump supporter. You hate Donald Trump. You just love everything he does when he's not the one doing it. I do not want allies like this. I think you are a piece of shit. You are a monstrous scumbag. And I would much prefer an honest, racist Republican to a dishonest, racist piece of shit liberal like you. Okay? Because at least I know that motherfucker's a wolf. Okay? You masquerade as a sheep. And then you turn around and stab everybody in the fucking back. You portray yourself as a liberal and then regurgitate Republican propaganda. I'd much rather you openly admit what your position is and wear that fucking Klan robe and burn that goddamn cross instead of sitting there talking like you're some goddamn liberal, some goddamn progressive, while regurgitating Fox News propaganda to a T. Fucking animal. If there was any fucking justice in this planet, his liver would have given out many, many years ago. Okay? His kidneys would have fucking failed. But God damn it, unfortunately, as a mediocre white man, the perfect beacon of white mediocrity, as a matter of fact, he gets to be in this position and make millions of fuckers of dollars and get the best kind of healthcare possible, despite the fact that he's constantly combating his organs with his ridiculous amount of alcohol consumption.
And not to rub it in, but you know who all this posturing for a cause reminds me of? This fat guy from Florida.
Trump is so totally bad, dude. Trump is so totally bad, dude. What difference do you have in the way that you analyze Islam and Muslim people and Gaza than Donald Trump? Nothing. You and Trump are identical. You and Trump are also identical when it comes to vaccines, by the way. His perspective on vaccines is identical. You and Trump are identical on vaccines. You and Trump are identical on Gaza. You and Trump are identical on woke culture and these annoying protesters. You and Trump are identical in the way that you want to deal with these annoying protesters. Why are you still voting for Joe Biden? Well, Joe Biden also is identical with Donald Trump in many of those issues. That's probably why he doesn't give a shit and wants to vote for Joe Biden.
Who's always pretending that he's all about the cause of making America great again when plainly he's simply history's greatest attention whore. He's always finding some new injustice, from Obama's birth certificate to rigged elections, learning nothing about it and making it personal. So chew on that, my warrior friends. The person you most resemble is the guy who looks like he's always jerking off two guys at once. There it is. I got it in. Yeah.
The Biden protests that are going on are horrible. It's all caused by him because he doesn't know how to speak. He can't put two sentences together. He's got to get out and make a statement because the colleges are being overrun in this country. The anti-Semitism, all of the problems going on, they're being overrun. I've never seen anything like it. He said he ran because of Charlottesville. Well, if the people that know Charlottesville, when you extend the statement, it's a big hoax what they say was said, and they understand that. And Charlottesville is peanuts compared to what you're looking at now. This whole country is up in arms.
Isn't that funny? Isn't this what, like, all the woke libtards have been saying for the past week, too? That's great, man. I love seeing, like, the Brianna Woos of the world say these exact same things that Donald Trump is saying, while simultaneously, and it's unhinged, by the way, while simultaneously being like, I hate Trump. I totally hate Trump. I love Israel, and I hate Trump.
Breaking into colleges, knocking the hell out of Columbia University. I mean, they took over. I know.
Yeah. Bro, you defended Charlottesville. And it feels like you're kind of still defending Charlottesville. You said there's very fine people on both sides as Charlottesville, bro. He literally has more smoke for the pro-Palestinian students than he does for the fucking literal Nazis. Campus protests are meaningless, not gonna lie. Yeah, dumbass. You can keep fucking believing that all day, every day. That's why it's so meaningless. That's why everyone is fucking chirping about it. It's so meaningless. That's why they're literally fucking sicking the rabid dogs of the state on all these students. It's meaningless. Please just stop it, guys. Come on. Good. Good job. W Israel. Yeah. You got him. Got him 2 times in a row. I love how quickly this dude went from acting like he gives a shit. Stop the Trump hate, my president. Acting like he gives a shit about the protests and cares about it from the perspective of the pro-Palestinian side to like W Israel. Yeah, dude, Israel is doing a W amount of genocide, dude. It's so sick. I am joking. I love Biden. I don't give a fuck. Fuck Biden. And fuck the Israeli apartheid, okay? Fuck America. Fuck Israel. Fuck Joe Biden. And fuck you. Anyway.
This week to the news of the death of a second British soldier?
Well, my reaction as a member of the IRA would be another fatal casualty for Crown forces, a certain amount of satisfaction. But on the personal level, of course, we realise that this is a terrible personal tragedy for some family, that this is possibly some young woman being left a widow, possibly children being left without a father. Somebody's son has been killed. But, and this is the whole tragedy of the situation in Ireland. British troops are not wanted, and while they are forced to remain here, against the will of many of them, I'm sure, tragedies like this are obviously going to continue.
Were these deaths an advantage or a disadvantage to the IRA?
The deaths of the British soldiers. I would say that the deaths of British troops in Ireland for the first time in 50 years would be a definite advantage to the IRA.
Why's that?
Well, it has, without any doubt, it's done more than anything over the past 50 years to bring it home to the British public that unless their troops are withdrawn from Ireland, unless the just demands of the Irish people are met, that these tragedies are going to increase.
So
it's called making the occupation costly.
But you see a political advantage in British troops being killed?
Yes.
Bro, this has nothing to do with the title. Why did you, I mean, it's fine. It's a great video. But why are you linking this to me and saying, like, this is completely irrelevant? Like, it's not irrelevant to, like, Hamas actions or whatever, but it is unimaginably irrelevant to the fucking campus protesters. It's the same video. God, I hate Reddit so much. I hate Reddit so much. You don't understand. It shakes me to my fucking core how much I hate Reddit. That freak Grums got caught blackmailing a donator with a $15,000 refund in order to retweet him and defend him on Twitter. Who is Grums? Who the fuck is Grums? Mark Kern? Oh no, oh no, he's the gamer gate. No, 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 no. I will talk about Israel ruthlessly slaughtering Palestinian civilians and show you the gruesome images every fucking day. Do not bring back the Goonergate discourse. I do not want to think about it. I haven't stopped thinking about it. I do not. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Some issues are too toxic to cover. Okay? I'm not. Some things, some subject matter, unfortunately, is too hard to broach. Okay? My red line is not genocide. It's not white supremacy. My red line, we found it last night. My red line is gamers. Okay? Your take on it is just bad. I don't even want to argue on the take. If you think it's bad, then it's bad, and I'm sorry. If you don't think it's bad, it's good, then it's great. Please don't fucking do this. It actually, all that revolutionary courage and hope gone in an instant, fucking gamers. Yeah, no. It made me feel as though there was no hope. Okay, there was no hope whatsoever. Yes, I've seen that TikTok. I love the gamers in this community, but I goddamn hate the Gooner gamers.
Family. So we're just standing out the gate. They shut down the campus. So we're just trying to, we saw some signs come out early.
This guy is the most annoying Fox News guy, dude. Oh my God. They keep trotting him out for like all of the pro-Palestinian coverage. Their roaming guy. Holy moly, he sucks so bad.
Earlier today from some of the protests. Let me see if I talk to one. Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, good. How are you?
What's your name?
My name's Lillian.
It's nice to meet you. Why are you here today?
I'm here in support of the students, and I think that it's really important that everyone who stands with Palestine and Gaza right now is also standing with these students.
He's not as annoying as you. Shut up, Piros314. I know you're going to fucking be annoyed right now when I serve you the 3-minute ad break, but let me tell you something, okay? You don't have to be annoyed by me as long as you subscribe at the top of the hour. There you go. I knew you were going to come for that. I didn't get baited. I didn't get baited. I used your fucking shitty attempt. You're giving me a 10-10 now. Congratulations. I used your shitty attempt. Oh my God, he's a mobile chatter. Oh my God, I think he's a mobile chatter and he thought he got me. I parried it and then expertly got a 10-10 from you. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Who are, leading the way in the U.S.
How do you feel about them taking over the building right now?
I think that their cause is a just cause, and I hope that the administration really hears their demands. I think they're just demands.
Do you feel like it was right to hold 3 of the janitor workers hostage inside of the building?
Bro, dude, they are unironically trying to fucking gear up the American public to be like, they're Hamas. These students are doing Hamas shit. They're holding the janitors hostage. Bro, what do you mean? How are they capable of holding the janitors, like fully grown, developed adults, hostage? Do they have guns? Bro, we are literally one step removed from them talking about. We are one step removed from them talking about Hamas tunnels under the fucking Columbia encampment. Look at her face. Like, what? Imagine sitting down for 10 hours with swamp ass instead of walking and doing errands, listening as a mobile chatter. Innocent. Angel emoji. I love that there's like, is there war now? Is there war amongst the mobile chatters and the desktop chatters? Desktop chatters, don't worry. The mobile chatters will catch up to your retorts in like an hour or so. Okay?
I think that's a really false narrative.
That's what the janitors are saying, that they weren't allowed to leave.
I think that that's a really false narrative.
Even if the janitors are saying that, you're saying that that's not true.
I have not heard from these janitors, but it is pretty funny that the janitors are like, yeah, they came in and we felt like we were kidnapped. Release the hostages. I'm getting a new pin for the 3 sanitation staff members stuck inside. We need a separate pin for them. Bring them home. Bring them home. Hashtag bring the janitors home, dude. Does this mean Colombia is going to get leveled by the counter protesters? If they had their way, they would. Trust me.
I think that it's a really false narrative that the students took anyone hostage.
How do you feel about some of the Jewish students saying that they don't feel safe here on campus?
I think that this is also a really false narrative that's being promoted.
Do you think October 7th and the attack that happened is a false narrative? Do you believe that some of the women were raped?
My colleague just came back.
So this is what happened.
Can you get out of my face, please?
So this...
Dude, oh my God. So this is what happens. I can't fucking annoy students any longer, and they're demonstrating too much messaging discipline, and it makes me look kind of annoying, and I hate that. He's going to start crying like Montana Tucker. You see how violently she said, get out of my face? Did you see how violent she was? When I instantly pulled out, activated my trap card, October 7.
This is what you see at these protests. Once you get into the nitty gritty of what happened on October the 7th.
Yeah. You got it, man. Everybody thinks you're totally fucking righteous, dude. No one can understand. No one with 3 brain cells immediately sees through what you're trying to do. He ran out of talking points. It was like October 7. October 7. Anybody? October 7? October 7, anybody? Come on, debate me, debate me, debate me, debate me. I've said this time and time again, man, okay? Israel has done 100 October 7 since October 7. I don't see you fucking condemning that shit at all. What's going on right now? What's happening? Mr. Octoberelli. Yeah. Brigaded by the vile trolls again, simply for deliberately provoking them with lies and insults. That's awesome. This is the number one. This is the number one, the only. There's no number two. Number one trick in the Hasbara tool guide is this. There is no need for a number two. This is all they got.
The rape of women, what's happening there, they deny what happened. As you know, that is actually factual now.
By the way, she didn't even deny anything, okay? She just said, get the fuck out of my face. So now he's just like, you see, she loves October 7. You see, folks, she's a big fan.
That the janitorial workers were blocked inside of the building. And anytime you bring that up, the Jewish cause, the Jewish people, the kids that feel unsafe on campus, they deny the reality of it, guys.
And
dude, I want this guy to go to West Bank so bad. Yeah, just go see what it's all about, dude. Go see what the IDF is all about, okay? Just go walk through some of the checkpoints. Experience it for yourself. All the wonders that Israel has to offer, okay? Let's see if they recognize you as a defender of Israel.
Right. Lawrence, you have the story exactly right. According to the Spectator, the newspaper there at Columbia, where you are, there were a number of facilities workers. They shouted at the protesters, let us go, let us go. They didn't let him go. And then one of them, when he got out, said, they were holding me hostage.
How did they get out? How did they get out? They were shouting, let us go. That's how they get out, I think.
So you had the story right.
And Lawrence, you and I just interviewed, before you went up to Columbia, we interviewed one of the students. She's Jewish. She told us directly this morning she is scared to go on campus. So that is not a false narrative.
It is not, and it goes back to the denial of October the 7th as well. Remember, Hamas has continued to release statements saying that this has not happened, that women were not raped, that there was not a child that was in the oven, that they did not invade the Israeli people. But when you get to the UN investigation, to the film that I viewed at the UN as well, that shows you exactly what happened. I mean, I was just on my way back to Israel just a few weeks ago to talk with witnesses that were there for the attack. But when you talk to these young people that are far away from this, they have chosen to believe what Hamas is saying. And I think that's what's the danger in this movement. When you have American citizens not believing what our closest ally, when independent reports have been put out to say that it is true, that it did happen, you can't have a debate. You can't have a conversation.
But it's not a debate, Lawrence. They just said false narrative instead of the truth. October 7th didn't happen. And of course, we're getting all the numbers about so-called genocide, which is not existing, from Hamas. They were using their communication wing. 30,000, they say, are dead. 18,000, by the way, are militants.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Aaron McLaughlin is there. Aaron, where do things stand right now?
Lester, tonight the mayor of New York, pointing to external actors, is urging parents to call their children to get them to leave the campus immediately for their safety. Meanwhile, the NYPD says they're ready to assist if the university calls and asks for their help.
Tonight, tensions at Columbia University reaching a new high, with the school.
It's so funny that they're like, yeah, we're going to be really fucking ruthless and really brutal
And that's why the campus is less safe. And we're advocating for the campus to be less safe with police presence. Are these 3 hostage janitors? Am I crazy, mental one? Like, this is so weird how they're trying to do this shitty propaganda in the age of the internet. No, you have to also understand, it's not like your parents are watching me. Your parents are watching this shit and this shit only. And they're reading this shit in the news. And that is precisely the reason why. That is precisely the reason why they have a very different understanding of what the fuck's going on. Oh, by the way, here's what's also happening right now.
Headed to Columbia right now to do legal support. Piggies are also on the way, but I'll beat them there, don't worry. It is totally locked down from 120th. It looks like down to 114th. Totally locked down. And there's at least one helicopter you can hear overhead. I'm not going to film the protesters, but there are more cops down here than I think I've ever seen in my entire life at any mobilization. They are literally locking it down at several blocks, like completely locked down with barricades. The NYPD won't let me. It's fucking crazy. NYPD won't let me in, so now I have to go. I'm trying to go around to see if I can get an entrance. These are all public walkways and everything. What's your name? Tadis? Pretty good. Pretty good. So I can't go this way. It's a public sidewalk, right?
Are you a student?
That's none of your business, actually.
That's the issue we're gonna have.
That's the issue, that I can't walk on a public sidewalk?
Well, it's blocked off for a reason.
Oh, it's blocked off for a reason? What reason is that?
Huh?
Why is it blocked off?
You wanna exit? Yeah.
Welcome to it, baby. See this bullshit? That's all she wrote, guys. I cannot meet up with legal support because they will.
Link to live student radio. How do I listen to it? Kate Smith's experienced some of the police presence that happened.
Hold it. Slow down. Hold it right there. Push him back. Right here. Push him back. That's it.
That's crazy. Bro, they've shut off entire fucking streets. What are they doing? What are they gonna do? Are they there? Like, are they going to try and kill him? What's happening?
Earlier, when we reported those, NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Operations Kaz Daughtry explained that those inside Hamilton Hall could be facing charges of burglary in the 3rd degree, criminal mischief, and trespassing. The first of those, burglary in the 3rd degree, is a Class D felony. Daughtry said that those at the encampment can be charged with disorderly conduct and trespassing. So just to recap, NYPD seems to be on standby with no authorization from university officials to enter campus yet.
Yep, I appreciate that update, Ale. And again, just wanted to add, if anyone was not tuned in last week, during the arrests, we received an email that NYPD was authorized to come onto campus. As the boots hit the ground, we saw it essentially the second the email that came in. I'm going to now send it over to Maria for a quick update. Maria, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Macy. We had to leave the hardware store because they were closing, and the NYPD was telling everyone inside that if they weren't buying anything, they had to leave. We tried to stay in for a little longer, but the store was closing up, so we left. We've now been pushed down to the end of 113th, but we are still in the frozen zone technically. It seems like some NYPD officers are more serious about pushing everyone out than others. There is a small protest outside of the barricades, if you can hear the chants right now, but I wouldn't say more than maybe 40 people. And currently we are seeing a building up of NYPD Strategic Response Group officers at the north side of Broadway and 114th Street. They have not mobilized yet, but they seem to be letting in small groups of officers from time to time through the group of protesters on Broadway and 113th behind the barricades.
Great. Thank you, Maria, for that update. I'm now going to send it over to Teddy in the studio.
Thank you so much, Macy. So I was peering out of a window that we have in the studio that looks onto 114th and onto Broadway, and I noticed they're still not allowing people through there laterally or vertically, but a new update is that the barricade on 114th on Broadway is now completely lined up with riot police officers. This means that they have their tactical helmets on with the shields, they have zip ties, batons, etc., completely lining up these barricades that block off Broadway, and they're still lined up on 114th and not allowing passage in or out, which, yes, is a big deterrent.
I appreciate that, Teddy. We thank you for the update. Maria, just want to make sure, do you have anything to add? All right, in that case, I'm just going to comment on a post that was made by Columbia University Apartheid Divest, which once again was the group that was organizing the encampments, though they have said it was an independent group that has taken Hamilton Hall, so that distinction is important. But Columbia University Apartheid Divest posted 8 minutes ago, mobilizing needed, people willing to risk arrest go to protect Hind. Hind is what they have been referring to Hamilton Hall as. Everyone else to encampment. The camp must be protected. No risk of arrest at the camp. Sweep imminent at Hind. I think it's really important that we mention that. So clearly the protesters have not given up on the West Lawn encampment, and they are committed to protecting it regardless of a sweep. But they also did say that there was no risk of arrest at the encampment. That we cannot independently confirm. It is unclear if there is a risk of arrest at the encampment, but according to the Columbia University Apartheid Divest protester organizers, they do not believe that there is an arrest. And Ale, can I hand it over to you just to talk about...
This, by the way, is just a show of force, once again, just to try and get the students to back down with brutal police force. UCLA is threatening arrest and saying they have police on standby to come in and clear the encampment. They aren't letting anyone into the encampment. I just got back and wasn't able to go into support. Does this not feel co-opted by you to escalate and further degrade public perception of these protests? What do you mean? What I think is happening is, like, what I think is happening here is the government behaving in the way that it's supposed to, which is, or the government behaving in the way that is very predictable, which will definitely backfire on them. Beating the shit out of students that are anti-war protesters has historically always been regarded as a massive fucking wrong, a massively evil, massively fucked up thing to do. Here's the letters from UCLA admin for this in the Gaza Solidarity encampment. Law enforcement is on hand and prepared to arrest individuals in accordance with applicable law.
So UCLA is trying to seize on it as well. The fucking government, instead of like defending these students, is basically, I mean, it's not an accident that all law enforcement is like operating at the same fucking time with the same ferocity. Nice, dude. What movie? Thank you. Least racist Zionist. That's nice, man. Thank you. Yeah, you don't want to see nobody. I don't think people are going to appreciate, middle class people, rich people are going to appreciate having their children having their children get arrested brutally and violently by the fucking police for saying that genocide is abhorrent and that our tax dollars and our tuitions should not go to supporting this genocide. It's a turning point for sure. We're not even doing this specifically for, police brutality internally. These aren't people that are protesting American police brutality. These are people protesting American tax dollars going to Israel, and American police are beating the shit out of American students for saying that our tax dollars and our tuition should not go to a fucking foreign nation doing genocide. That's what's so fucking nutty about this. Have you talked much about talking to Zionist friends? It's something I'm struggling with at the moment. I'm not sure how to approach it. No, I don't.
Every type of social protest, whether it be abortion, whether it be animal rights liberation, the full spectrum of these people are here.
Yeah, well, they're not that smart because they can't bring a pizza box to the second floor. Jonathan Gilliam, thank you so much for joining Jesse Waters Primetime.
If you were to live anywhere in the world except the U.S., where would you want to go? Easy. Japan. The Japans.
Americans turn to RVing in record numbers as they pursue the spirit of freedom and travel exploration.
Life is more than what we've been told it's supposed to be.
The RV community is stronger than ever as family and friends seek quality time together.
Japan does not welcome outsiders, bro. Don't worry. I'll be an insider. I just did my first legal observer training with the NLG. It was awesome. And she said the turnout was like 5x the normal amount of people. Hell yeah. What do you think the Lib News are going to say when Trump does the exact same shit or worse to protesters? Oh, unimaginably wrong. It's only bad when Trump does it. You have to remember. It's fine when we set up detention centers for migrants, okay? It's fine when Joe Brandon does it. It's called immigrant overflow facilities.
And driving down Broadway heading south now is a
It's just bad when Trump does it.
A police bus.
Great, thank you, Perry. I just wanted
The gate is open. The gate, well, they just closed it, but the 114th gate did open temporarily.
Hi, Macy. I'm
Maybe
sorry,
for
I
about
hate
2
to interrupt.
seconds.
We're seeing corrections buses going down 115th Street and Broadway, turning left onto
The
114.
lights are flashing right now, so in case something might be coming on soon. With the fact that 114, I think people in public safety are currently trying to unlock the gates.
Yes, we'll be back later.
I appreciate the report. So once again, we can confirm that the gates are being opened. We have our field porters there that will be giving...
Sorry,
Yep,
Missy,
go ahead.
just to kind of avoid any panic, they were open for like 2 seconds. I think that the public safety officers were just trying to ensure that they could in fact open the gates. I think they were just kind of testing it. It is closed now.
Okay, I appreciate
granted,
that.
it's not locked, but it's closed.
Great. Thank you so much. I just also wanted to reiterate the email that just came out. Shelter in place for your safety due to heightened activity on the Morningside campus. Non-compliance may result in disciplinary action. Avoid the area until further notice. That is very important to note. Also, it does somewhat nullify the statement from Columbia University Apartheid Divest that said there was no threat of arrest for those who remained on the West Lawn. We really can't confirm that statement, especially after this emergency notice has come out. I also just wanted to note that students for at least an hour now have been having trouble accessing their dorms. Those that live on campus have not been allowed entry because of the block off of the police barricades. So it's a bit difficult to have this emergency warning out when we know that there are students that are not able to access their living situations. So I just want to make sure everyone is on alert for that.
The wildest part about this is that it's in the middle of New York City. So when you block off, when you get the police on board and you block off fucking public roads, you're not only blocking off traffic and whatnot, but you're also stopping students from entering their fucking place of residence. It is insane.
To make sure they all stay safe, I'm going to hand it over to Ted now. Ted.
Yeah, thank you, Macy. And I just want to note on kind of the presence of journalism right now. There's many journalism school students out here right now. They have been in coordination with their dean to grant some access to make sure that they can continue to do journalism in this very important moment. We also were able to ourselves get a few individuals in with the help of this journalism school dean. So, there are many high up individuals at Columbia who know that there are student journalists working on this. Our faculty advisor was in contact with Dean Fromm earlier. So the student journalists, have been committed to this story the entire time, and they will be committed to this story. It seems like to the end tonight.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate that update. It's very valuable to have not only WKCR but also the journalism school out there tonight. Ian, I'm going to hand it over to you if you have an update.
Thank you, Macy. I wanted to update on the West Lawn right now, where the ongoing encampment is still placed. We have some people taking off the flags from the kind of line that they had out, which flags were placed under. But I will say also,
University of New York, another place where there's student demonstrations happening.
The low numbers of people at the West Lawn right now is incredibly noteworthy. There is, I want to say I could count on maybe one or two hands right now, the amount of people here. I'd say 5 to 10 people here right now, but it seems that they are busy. The people who are there are busy dismantling the encampment right now as it goes on. And as police build up around a campus, I think the question remains, what is going to happen to the West?
I thought CUNY was CUNY, and then SUNY State University of New York. SUNY is State University of New York. CUNY is CUNY. You're wrong. Or City College of New York, CCNY.
A faculty statement on imminent police action at Columbia University. This is for immediate release, April 30th, 2024. The statement reads, at this hour, the NYPD is massing on barricaded streets outside the gates of Columbia University. Columbia faculty has spent the day offering our help to defuse the situation on Columbia's campus and have been rebuffed or ignored. We have been locked out of our campus and have demanded to be allowed back in and have been rebuffed or ignored. This is not new. Columbia faculty have attempted for the past 2 weeks to intervene in the situation, only to be shut out by senior university leadership. NYPD presence in our neighborhood endangers our entire community. Armed police entering our campus places students and everyone else on campus at risk. That is why university statutes require consultation with faculty, statutes which appear to have been ignored since April 17th and again tonight. We hold university leadership responsible for the disastrous lapse of judgment that have gotten us to this point. The university president, her senior staff, and the board of trustees will bear responsibility for any injuries that may occur during any police action on our campus. So that is a faculty statement on imminent police action at Columbia University.
Thank you, Perry. That is a very important statement, once again, from faculty at Columbia University. Important to hear their perspective on things.
They deserve to be here.
I just wanted to reiterate,
without a protest, none of us would be here.
What about with, the way that the
Oh, here we go. They're going to fucking put microphones on the face of adults that are there, some of which will have great media moments, many of which will not. And then they're going to bait them and be like, look, see, they love Hamas, all of these people.
States is doing is so much more than just worth broken glass. We'll always be able to repair that glass, but the fact that there's 30, 40,000 lives that will never, ever, ever be taken back.
Yeah. So what will you guys do when the police come right in here and, you know, end up maybe handcuffing people and arresting them?
We'll do what we always done. We'll get arrested, just like the criminals in the subway. They're always right back out in 24 hours.
24 hours in New York City. That's right. That's about correct. So
no, they should rot in jail permanently. You're right. He's talking about fair hoppers, you fucking asshole. Yeah, fair hoppers are released in 24 hours because why the fuck would they be? Why would they exhaust state funds for longer than that? Oh, now let's talk about the real suppression of free speech.
Threatening to throw the Republican nominee in jail for exercising his freedom of speech. You know what? Actually, we're going to go back now to Alexis. Alexis, what's happening now?
Yeah, so I'm going to show you here. These NYPD officers just pulled up. So this is kind of a look here. They have their riot gear and they're walking in. We're talking dozens of police, okay? So this shows you the NYPD is not messing around at this point. They're sick and tired of these students kind of taking over the university. And if the university is going to allow it, doesn't mean the police department has to, because things have been getting a little bit out of hand here and a little bit out of control. So they're time to step in, even though, you know, their faces are covered here and they don't want to talk to the media. But the cops are going to go in and do what they do best, try to get everything under control. We've talked to, you know, the chief of patrol several times, who said that they're not going to do this in New York City. They're going to send in the NYPD, the city's best guys, and try to get this under control. They're going to block things off here as best as they can because they don't want things to get out of hand. You saw what happened there with the breaking of the glass right inside and them taking over at that specific part of campus. They don't want it to get out of hand on the streets or have any more students saying they don't feel safe. Talked to kids earlier, Jesse, that said they called 911 last.
Thank God the students feel so safe now. Now that Columbia has shut off like half the fucking students from their dorms, from their place of residence, and left them stranded in the middle of the fucking streets in New York, they probably feel so much safer seeing a shit ton of Gestapo everywhere. Let's talk about the real suppression of free speech.
Threatening to throw the Republican nominee in jail for exercising his freedom of speech. You know what? Actually, we're going to go back now to Alexis. Alexis. Do something. You just saw them cordon off the street, and I believe we saw some men in riot gear, police horses. What do you think the right move is here? Just to wait for the call from the Columbia president?
Well, what we're seeing is a lot of political pressure, both local and national, politics within the police department and with the prosecutor's office. What the right move should be, in my opinion, is to get them out of that building, place them under arrest for trespassing, and nullify the situation. Because as you said, like making a comparison to a petulant child, they will keep pushing and taking until they are stopped. And they don't see anything stopping in the near future. As that interview in the street, you heard that gentleman say, we're going to get out in 24 hours anyway. So this is, you know, we're reaping what we're sowing in law and order right now. And it's a sad state of affairs, in my opinion.
You saying it's now been politicized. You're saying politicians could be calling the Columbia president, possible Democrats. We know Morning Joe thinks this is absolutely terrible for the Biden campaign. Do you think she's under pressure from politicians to call the NYPD in tonight?
Absolutely. I think the president of the college wants to take the onus off her and make the boys and women in blue the bad guys. And then when they get arrested, we'll see tomorrow morning, dollars to donuts, we will see them marching out, waving their flags with no criminal record. And that will only perpetuate more.
Yeah, we should kill them. Like we should keep them in prison permanently, these students, for the crime of what exactly? Well,
you know, for being upset about Israel doing
That
genocide.
the NYPD kind of forcing the Colombia president's hand to say, listen, this is directed from the outside. We know who these people are. You either do the right thing or this is going to get ugly fast.
Absolutely. This is being pushed to this ultimate conclusion. So all the potential violence, the buildup that you're seeing is being used as a propaganda tool across the country to be re-employed in colleges across the country. They're planting a mind virus in these college students. They're very malleable. And this has happened between the professors and outside agitators that are coordinating this, in my opinion.
Yeah, the NYPD officer, the female, said that this wasn't going to stop here. And she said it in not any uncertain terms. She predicted this is going to spread in New York City. It's going to spread to other colleges in New York City, and it's going to spread across the country. Does she have access to intelligence that tells her this is only just getting started?
Well, there are various now. My guess is the Joint Terrorist Task Force, the NYPD Intel Division, they are looking into this, and they're not revealing everything they know. But this is not happening organically. There is, in my opinion, communications all over the country. This is a coordinated effort, and it's akin to rolling a snowball down a hill. And once you get it to a certain velocity, it takes a life of its own. And that.
Wait, I don't get it. Then don't fucking behave like animals. He's like, listen, once you deploy the police, it's just like they're going to be like animals and then people are going to get mad. It's like, yeah, dude, well, then don't fucking be animals.
Well, at this point, I think that it's ridiculous that they've even had to have this much of a discussion. The law enforcement should have been in there a long time ago and started arresting these people. But of course, because of the pushback from the universities, it's now at this place where some sort of negotiation is yet again having to be reached.
Do you believe that there is an actual terrorist angle, an overseas terrorist angle through Iran, through Hamas, as some of the other guests were speculating?
I think that there's going to be a wide range of individuals that are involved in this, but there's no doubt that there's a conspiracy, even at the local levels here, that these people can be charged with, even with the trespassing, with the property destruction and things of that sort. That's just local law enforcement even.
So you have the local law enforcement, but if you follow the money too, if you see where the tents, they look like $300 REI tents, all the same green. I guess that's the color of Hamas. And they're all purchased, and do you think that would be able to put a case together, the money?
Well, there's absolutely coordinated effort.
This is the part of the video shown by the NYPD to prove that their intel that the Colombia protests have been co-opted by professionals.
Making a barrier to be dragged into Hamilton Hall. Here's an example of two individuals breaking into windows. Again, the black bloc attire is something that we've seen in protest activity for quite some time. Barricades that are being dragged into Hamilton Hall. Again, people unaffiliated with the school who are assisting in allowing them entry. Some training sessions that are occurring within the encampment itself. You know, that is something that the university has been very clear that only university students are to be allowed within the encampment. And these are just some still shots of some of the property destruction that we saw within Hamilton.
Unimaginable. They're breaking into the building to occupy it. Guys, someone needs to put an end to this. We got a couple windows that are broken. Think of the glass.
Hall.
We have to kill them. We have to kill them all, I guess.
The windows breaking, the barricading, using furniture to prevent ingress and egress. And, you know, you can see quite obviously that this is a public safety concern for the students themselves, for the protesters themselves.
Bro, the biggest public safety is what's outside. The biggest public safety concern for those students right now is what they're barricading against. A bunch of fucking pigs. Roided to the gills. Waiting to take out their frustration while collecting overtime. Hello?
The streamer is live on the campus of the protest right now. I mean, this is outside of the campus, though.
NYPD is currently CCing. Why? Damn. I was really expecting them to come here first.
Oh, at first I got scared, but then I saw he's director of media for Blau. Oh, thank God. At first I was a little scared. I was like, uh-oh.
No, it's public. They're on the other
NYPD
street.
is busy dealing with other kids. You're next, buddy.
I am at Hyde Hall. There's no way.
That is so insane. Is naivete a part of the protest? I can already smell the fucking Divorcelli Octoberelli chatters in his chat. You guys are going to ruin his fucking stream by following him and shit, by the way. Unless he knows how to cancel his alerts. They're in there. They're in there to debate this student.
Blockades. There are blockades in the north, blockades in the south. Yep. Mute my alerts. Wasn't expecting to get an audience. I'll be real with you. Sorry. HasanAbi. Oh shit. What's up? Yo, if I could get some Haas mods to DM me their names through Frogan or somebody else, I'd appreciate that. I'm struggling out here.
Oh no.
All right, let me catch you up. I've been here for about 2 hours. They blockaded the street. NYPD blockaded the street about 2 hours ago. I asked them if people inside of this barricade are allowed to be here. They stated yes. They asked me if I wanted to leave. I said no. For the past 2 hours, there has been a population of about one cop for every 2 protesters. I mean, the amount of NYPD resources being spent on this side of the protest was insane. Since then, they haven't allowed anybody but students through. I haven't been able to leave because I'm not a student. I've been able to leave because I wouldn't be able to go back in. Since then, the crowd has increased. I have heard on the ground that people are unable to enter if they're suspended. Columbia University Emergency Medical Vehicle, interesting. So my understanding is that all of these students are either suspended students or people who were here more than 2 hours ago, like me, who walked in and were allowed to. Turn off notices. I wish I could. I'm streaming to a computer. And I don't have access to that computer. Hasan sends his regard. Hey, I wish I wore my merch, man. This is the one day I didn't. But seriously, if I will not accept any DMs, any people saying they're Hasan mods in the DMs. I need direct Discord DMs through Frogan, Capri Sun Poppy, or somebody I can trust, somebody I know. If you want to get moderated.
You guys are fucking so annoying, dude. Stop. You're ruining the dude's stream.
For anybody else on campus.
He can't disable it from his phone.
I mean, he probably could, but I'm not going to
cordoning
explain it
off
to him.
the outside so the outside agitators can't join. And they'll just probably, if the call's been made, move through, take down the tent city first, and then go into Hamilton Hall?
That would be my guess. You know, this is very unfortunate, Jesse, that we have even gotten to this point. This is a direct result of failed leadership at Columbia University, those that had such a need to side with the woke progressive movement in our country, and they refused to take a stand. I would like to read, as a former FBI special agent, we continue to talk about what are the feds doing in this, and that is an important thing to discuss right now, because I sure hope that the FBI is as interested in this as they were in the January 6th investigations. Because in my opinion, what you're seeing on your screen is not a right to protest. This is a strong demonstration of those that have experienced terroristic threats. Jewish students cannot even attend their school in peace. I will read straight from DOJ's website.
Bro, what are you saying right now? Ain't nobody can go to school right now because of Columbia's actions. Like, the fuck are you saying? Watching Fox makes me miss the libs? No, it doesn't. It doesn't make me miss the libs. You want to know why? Hold on, sorry. I'm talking to the students. I'm talking to the student organizers. Hold on. At a rapid. At least they're straight up with how vile they are. The libs pretending to care while essentially vying for the same thing hurts more, in my opinion. Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? Liberals and conservatives alike are saying the exact same fucking shit over and over again. It's just that conservatives are a little bit more annoying and a little bit more open about how fucking resentful they are. But liberals are almost just as bad.
University of Texas, they went in there and said, enough is enough. Governor Abbott said, we will not tolerate this. Other places, University of Florida, I believe, had 9 arrests yesterday. They come in and say, this will not be tolerated. Well, it's tolerated in New York, and you even heard one of the protesters or witnesses say, you know what, I have no problem with this. I'll get arrested, and I'll be released later tomorrow, within 24 hours. And that is what is wrong with our country right now. These soft on crime policies do not work. And now you've crossed the line, and these are terroristic threats. You have Iranian leadership praising what these protesters in the United States are doing. Jesse, this has got to stop. And again, people do have their First Amendment rights. This crossed the line of First Amendment rights a long time ago. And this sure cannot be tolerated.
It sure did. University of Florida saying this isn't a daycare center. Nicole, thank you so much. Let's now bring in Outkick.com host Tommy Lahren. Tommy, Joe Biden pretty quiet. What's going on at the White House?
Well, Joe's probably already asleep, let's be honest, Jesse, but he should be up, and he should actually be at least addressing the press, if not addressing.
He should be up, awake, he should be killing a student
cities and states all across the country. And then you've got his press secretary looking in her binder for a response, and all she can muster the intelligence to say is that she's going to let the university handle it. Well, the universities are not handling it, as we're seeing here. This is also a lose-lose situation for NYPD because, Jesse, we all know NYPD is going to go in there. They're going to attempt to do their job. They're going to be demonized and painted the villain. And then these pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian protests will also turn into defund the police, BLM protests. And we know that while these perpetrators are going to get out in 24 hours, they're probably going to get settlements like they did in 2020 due to quote-unquote police brutality. So this is what it's like, America, if you choose to live in a blue city in a blue state run by Democrats. This is the glorious picture you have to live with.
Yeah, thanks, Tommy. And it looks like we have some of the top brass now moving in a more show of force. Let's go back to Alexis McAdams, who's on the ground.
Horny.
Alexis, we can.
He's so fucking horny. He's like, hell yeah, get in there,
hit the streets.
That's right. You can watch them move in right now. They're going to move right through here, Jesse, right in through these cars. And we're going to stop here and let these officers move through. But they're coming in riot gear. They have their batons out, and they're ready to take action. I mean, this has been going on, right, for several days. And they've been waiting here for the call from the university. I checked in with some top police sources who now are here on the ground with the NYPD who tell me they're going to head into that campus momentarily. So that's why they've got those zip ties, those flex cuffs, you name it. They're bringing in extra crews who are used to dealing with this, right? I mean, New York City deals with protests all the time, so they know the drill. And unfortunately for these protesters, a lot of them are going to end up getting arrested. But I think when you hear from somebody how many times, right, over the several days that they don't, you know, if you get out of here, get suspended or get expelled, if that doesn't work, really what will? So I don't think that they really care if they're going to get arrested. You get hit with a disorderly conduct charge, and then we saw just the other day they get out pretty quickly here. So we'll have to see how things play out. Jesse.
All right, thank you so much, Alexis. Let's now bring in former U.S. Army Special Forces Jim Hansen. Jim, the NYPD put out some images earlier in this afternoon at a press conference, showed what looked like Antifa anarchists, all black, diving through windows, and they said they're known criminals throughout the department. What does that tell you?
What?
This has had outside agitation all over it from the very start, Jesse. We already know there is a ton of foreign funding behind this.
What?
There are groups coming across the United States. The
saying?
usual suspects are all in effect. And I think it's time to get serious about this. The issue that really should come into play, a lot of the groups organizing this have chapters in multiple states and are doing this on multiple campuses. That makes them open to a potential RICO prosecution.
Yeah, foreign funding from the Turkish streamer HasanAbi Piker.
Well, we just heard that the massive civil rights violations already in play, just based off you cannot religiously discriminate against people in this country or target people just based off of their ethnicity or their religious affiliation. That's clearly already happened for about a week at the University of Columbia. And this is just months after the president of Columbia told Congress at a hearing under oath that if you yell anything like kill the Jews or, I don't know, kill...
Wait, what? Pretty remarkable. CNN reporter is live on campus.
Julie, explain what the scene is there like right now and show us around.
Sure, Anderson, we are right outside Hamilton Hall. I'm going to step away so you can have a better sense of the scene. This is the building that protesters have been occupying for almost 20 hours now. There's a human chain that's been formed by other supporters of these students and protesters that are inside of Hamilton Hall. Their aim is to not let police get to protesters that are inside the barricade. You can see this pulley system, Anderson. They're putting things in this
Bro, they're amazing.
water that's been going up and down.
They're amazing, dude. The students are fucking amazing.
All day. I've been here since about 6 in the morning, and I could only get in because I am a student. And at the time, students were allowed on campus. At this point, only if you live on campus or you're an essential worker, like you said, can actually be here or enter. There's very few people on campus, and the feeling, as I spoke to students, spoke to 3 undergraduate students, one of them Jewish, about the feeling of being caught in between what is bound to be a standoff.
Wow.
It's on.
Look at the violence, dude. I'm shooketh. Yeah, it's so bad even Matt Walsh condemned the arresting of students. Yeah. But I mean, that's I cannot believe CNN is on scene.
As they happen, it seems like something may be happening soon. We're obviously going to bring to you live. We're going to also return to today's trial and more of the contest of wills between Judge Merchan and the former president who faces the possibility of jail if he continues to violate the judge's gag order. We'll be right back.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Nobody cares about Donald Trump's gag order, bro. Shut the fuck up. Want to fucking gag these
terrorist
people.
organization, which has been designated a terrorist organization by the United States, and are saying that we don't want Jewish people in our movement on campus. They want the destruction of the state of Israel. That's completely different than a traditional anti.
Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch. What? Here's the Columbia University student radio. There's nothing. There's nothing playing right now. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Israel's a much larger terrorist organization than Hamas ever could be, okay?
I'm making a lot of friends out here. So you can kind of see over here some of the protesters as well mixed in with the police, but they're moving in quickly. And this is the strategic response group that's moving in here. They've got those zip ties. They're ready for action here on the ground. I just talked to an NYPD source trying to figure out exactly, Jesse, are they going to move into that Hamilton Hall where they took over those students and are ordering in pizzas and getting all comfortable supposedly until graduation? Or are they going to move into that pro-Gaza solidarity
outside of the John Jay Gates
President
currently, and two public safety officers currently telling people to stay away from the steps and to not crowd the steps as they kind of were at Carmen. But Ian and I are here right now, and we will keep you posted on whether or not the NYPD is going to enter through the John Jay Gates.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have an urgent update?
Yeah, Macy, if I could jump in here. Natalie and I are on 114th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. The police are clearing every individual who is here out of the way of the Carmen Gates right now. They're literally on the sidewalks, pushing individuals back so that they are not in the way. There are barricades set up ostensibly so that the police have space to organize before they move through these gates. I want to emphasize that these gates are not open yet, but that there is a pretty heavy police presence. And that they are interacting with students here. We've heard sort of shouts of shame in response to the police presence here. And it seems now that a large group of them seem to be headed back towards Broadway. This is a developing situation. We'll bring you updates as soon as we have them. But just to say that there are interactions here between police and bystanders, and they seem to be sort of focused on one of the houses here.
But Columbia students are remaining steadfast and determined to defend Heinz Hall
Casey, over to
liberation.
Hey, wait, Casey,
I'm here with Sarah.
Before you go, Sawyer, sorry, I got separated from Sawyer. Sorry, if you can hear me, I am at College Walk by 116th right now. Sorry, if you can come meet me here so that we don't get separated again. It's just easier to communicate it that way.
They're bringing a mobile ramp up to the Hamilton Hine building, currently being occupied. Students are barricading the upper story windows.
We, as Sarah...
Holy shit, look at this.
Casey, we can't quite hear you. Oh, you're back.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, you're back. Go ahead.
Is that all right, Macy? Okay, yes, there's a large group of journalists that were gathered at the Carmen Gates of 114th Street, but then they all began to, of course, run to the 116th and Broadway Gate. And now it seems that this whole sort of line has disappeared, and we will keep you updated on that. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. It seems to be sort of...
Yeah, no worries, Casey. Thank you for the update. And once again, stay safe out there. Stay in pairs, all of our field reporters. I'm going to hand it over to Perry right now. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm still on 116th and Broadway. I report that 2 corrections buses have parked between 116th and 115th Broadway.
Great, thank you. Ted, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, Macy, I'm going to be really quick. On the inside of the lobby of John Jay right now, there's several panicked students trying to access any building right now because we are aware that there are NYPD on campus, and the security guards at John Jay are yelling at individuals that they will only let residents of John Jay into the building. So again, it's very unclear where all these bystanders will go because all these dorms are locked to only students who live in the dorms, and major buildings like Butler are shut down.
Thank you, Ted. Ben, over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. it seems that what was happening with regards to the brownstones, the houses on 114th, what was described to us by the ACLU protest monitor, who is also watching the scene, was that the police officers were.
I'm a Columbia student. The protesters in Hamilton are not a threat to anyone. What they're doing is the same as the students did in 1968 in response to the Vietnam War. There are absolutely no terroristic threats being made by the CUAD or students in Hamilton. The only violence we're afraid of is the NYPD raiding our campus and the building. Absolutely. I'm also trying to reach any of the students I possibly can that are inside or outside around the, like a part of the CUAD. I'm talking to some of the media liaisons that is a part of the CUAD, but they're not inside or near the encampment right now. So, you know, I want to dispel the rumors or misinformation. So if you know somebody personally that's inside the deoccupied Hind building, they probably also don't use Discord. Yeah, I know they don't. They're not freaking nerds. They're grass touchers. I couldn't communicate with them earlier because they needed Signal. I don't have Signal, and I can't do Signal on. Why am I not there and sitting on my ass to serve you top of the hour ad breaks, of course, and then tell you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. I wish I was there. I wish I could be there. It's unfortunately thousands of miles away from where I live. You know how hard a top of the hour ad break debate would happen if I was on the ground right now? It'd be so much. It would go way harder. But alas, I got to do it from fucking the PC in Los Angeles, California. The streamer reduced nodes. Bro, I'm telling you, just send Austin to do on the ground interviews. You're out of your fucking mind if you think I could send Austin to a situation where he could be violently apprehended by the police. Sure you do. ... Yes. That's right. Because of my genuine overarching fear of attending protests, that I attended a protest only 2 days ago, a student encampment. It's because of my actual fear of going outside and attending these sorts of student protests that I did it. Literally, and also attended one in Australia as well, because of my fear of what you suspect. Now, of course, if I went there and was there, you'd be saying I'm doing it simply for the clicks and simply for the clout. Okay, breaking news. As of 2 minutes ago, the New York City has received authorization for Columbia University to send the NYPD onto campus, a senior city official told ABC News. I hope all the students are safe. Go back to CNN.
But now I think it was maybe a bit of a false alarm. You know, obviously students are hearing inside what we're reporting, what other outlets are reporting. Everyone is kind of just trying to figure out what happens next. And as they're scrambling, there's movement, there's a lot of running and stopping, and people asking, where's the police? This is why I was trying to figure out where Shimon is exactly. I believe we're just quite exactly in our diagonal here. So that's...
Yeah.
Here's our Columbia University student, UB. Some other chatters know this, but I'm a Columbia student. I can tell you right now that the choice to occupy Hind Hall came from both just the 60s Vietnam, not just the 60s Vietnam protests, but also the South African divestment protests in 1985 and the ethnic studies hunger strike in 1995. Hind Hall is an escalation that is completely because the admin ended all forms of negotiation. Today, Columbia arbitrarily suspended students, some of which had nothing to do with protests. Yeah. Ironic because Columbia University, as of today, earlier today, literally had on their website the unjustifiable actions taken against the student protesters in 1968. Like they celebrate the students as brave, bold warriors.
Side. That's what they're seeing. Just over here, there's a wall, so we can't really see what's going on right outside the gates. I'm a little blinded in here, and honestly, all of these students will be in a corner once police comes in. There's nowhere for them to go. It's a wall. It's a barricaded building, and then I showed you before, that up here we see residences, students on their windows just waiting to see what happens. And I want to pivot a little bit more to the other side, just so you have an idea of the layout here, Anderson, is that these are tents that showed up this afternoon, moved from the South Lawn where all of this began really a couple weeks ago. And this is where the rush has been going on. People are just kind of running out towards 114th, which is a gate. All gates are closed except for one. Actually, I don't know. Probably our colleagues on the outside would have a better sense of what it's like out there. But with only one gate open, everything else is closed. This is residences. I don't know where people will go once police comes in.
Right. Julia, stand by. Appreciate what you are doing. I want to go to Miguel Marquez, where his location is the right-hand side of your screen. Miguel, I think you're around 114th and Broadway. Talk about what you've been seeing. Last we saw you, police were moving into what we believe was a dorm building that's slightly off campus.
Yes. Ken,
what's going on?
Anderson, turn the camera around here, Ken. This is what we are seeing right now. Just massive numbers of NYPD going in with helmets, many of them with batons and flexi cuffs. They are streaming in off Broadway. We're on 114th, just east of Broadway, so between Broadway and Amsterdam. The closest access to where the encampment is on just off 114th here. Around the corner from us on Amsterdam is where Hamilton Hall is and where protesters have remained at that gate. The main gate at 116th and Broadway, we were there earlier and there was nobody there.
Police are moving in.
But there's any activity there right now. They've blocked off that entire area.
Okay, right after the fucking news
Again, there is
broke,
no pedestrian traffic here. People were moving
police
through
are
freely.
now moving towards the campus. All right, going back to student radio.
Public safety officers.
Okay.
But there is a flood of police in riot gear ostensibly trying to come in. People are booing on the street. They're not moving very far in. Sarah, I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, does anyone else have an update?
Hi, wait, yes, can I please, sorry, I forgot to unmute, a bit chaotic right now, but yes, okay, so there is a group of SRG officers in mass, in riot gear. They are walking towards me and Sawyer right now. Okay, can everybody in the studio please be quiet, because this is kind of a high stress situation. So Sawyer and I are walking face towards this group of SRG officers. They are walking up. I don't know what this street would be called. They're walking kind of parallel to Alfred Lerner.
SRG is Strategic Response Group.
In between Alfred Lerner and Butler. I'm going to keep on the line to kind of track where they're going. The public safety officer, okay, they are diverging right now. Some of them are going in front of Butler. Some of them are going parallel to the West Lawn encampment. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. They are all going towards parallel to Butler. That is on one of the circumferences of the West Lawn. I'm just kidding. Once again, they are reforming. Sorry if I'm a little bit chaotic. They're starting to run. I'm going to go off the air now, unless, Sora, you want to make another comment.
Yeah, can I jump in real quick here? From our vantage point on West 114th Street, Natalie and I can confirm
sorry,
that police...
Ben, I gotta interrupt. I'm right here as a large group is walking by. They've split. I am seeing officials from all guards, and this is. I have Leon here with an update too.
So half of them, I'd say, are going towards low stuff. Facing on the left side.
I'm gonna interrupt real quick. Yeah, we got a large mass coming. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna interrupt real quick. We got a large mass of police officers coming into campus again. A lot of them are right here. I would say in the 40s or 50s right now, walking down Butler. Again, Butler barricaded down. There's a public safety officer within Butler looking at the police officers moving in. They're turning left towards Hamilton Hall, again, where it is occupied. We have a large congregation of police officers, 40 or 50. Okay, we have another group.
If I can interrupt you, Georgia and I do have a vantage point here. It does seem that the NYPD is headed directly toward Hamilton Hall. They're rounding the corner here at Butler, and I see a mass of students running away. It seems they're trying to get out of the way of
David, I'm so sorry. I really need to interrupt you. We have a really good vantage point here from Butler Library.
Go for it.
We can see different cohorts of NYPD officers. One is going across Butler lawns towards Hamilton Hall. The other one is going past Alfred Lerner Hall and around the lawns. They are currently encircling the east and west lawns right now. Students are running away in fear. I want someone on the Hamilton side of this to provide their perspective, but go ahead.
I can speak to that here. We have a large group of people shouting shame at the NYPD officers. I love them. The fact that a lot of the spectators are
love
also
them. They're amazing.
Outside as they approach. It appears from what I can tell that they're
fucking amazing.
Still where they are at this sort of like intersection where they would turn to get closer to Hamilton. I don't know if you have a better viewpoint on that, McKenna, if you want to speak to that. It appears
I want to get my news coverage from them on them only.
Can you speak to that?
I can't exactly see if they're advancing from where they were, but it does appear that, okay, now there's a group of NYPD officers marching down and converging in the middle. They are moving towards the West Lawn encampment, it seems. Wow, I have never seen this many NYPD officers.
Another group here moving north. Near Hamilton Hall, it seems that they're stopping at the east lawn, although I can't tell what they're doing. Students are still dispersing, trying to get out of the way, but they're definitely getting a lot closer to Hamilton Hall.
I want to emphasize that the students outside of the Hamilton Hall are still singing very loudly the song that we heard before, "Your people are my people." They are singing this loudly, more loud than they have before, in anticipation. Go.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The human barricade is still going too here at Hamilton Hall. Sorry, Sarah.
Yes. No, you're all good, David. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our listeners. I'm sorry that we keep interrupting each other. But this is a difficult thing to coordinate. I just want to announce that the SRG officers have formed. They are now officially circumferenced the entire West Lawn encampment. I did notice many of them. I would say maybe 2/3 are in fact carrying their batons. And so once again, and also I can see that their body cameras are flashing, which I would think means that their body cameras are on. So like I said,
there's a group advancing north here near Hamilton Hall. They're about to reach the southwestern corner of Hamilton Hall, and students are moving out of the way now.
Okay, great updates from our field team. We really appreciate all that you guys are doing, and I know there's a lot of emergency situations going on right now. So again, large police presence on campus. It appears they are not only just at Hamilton Hall, but also surrounding the West Lawn. Georgia, can you give an update?
Yeah, so they were walking north along the sort of, again, these are just paths on campus. They were just walking north along the sort of west facade of Hamilton Hall. A lot of people here were expecting them to turn to then come onto the south facade of Hamilton. Right now, it seems like they're just kind of confused. Their commander, or whatever the word is telling them to turn around, stop. We're currently being ordered as press and those like sort of approaching them to get back. So that is what I'm going to do. But it seems actually now that they're just kind of continuing to form this circle around now the East Lawn, perhaps. It's really confusing. They are now sort of spread out more than they were in a bunch before. Hi, David. David's with me now. So we're going to monitor this, but honestly, I'm just a little bit confused about what's going on.
Yeah, no worries. And also, can I get an update on whether or not there are still bystanders, normal Columbia students out on the lawns with this police presence?
Totally, yeah. A lot of people, and more than we've seen probably all night. I think even more people came out of their dorms tonight to see what's going on, despite the shelter-in-place advisory from the university.
I actually have a different response. By the West Lawn, there's really not that many spectators. Most people here are press, and that seems to be rough about it.
NYPD is marching. NYPD is marching out to Hamilton Hall.
Okay.
Yeah, David. David, go ahead.
Yeah, let David.
David and I are moving away. We're trying to
toward Hamilton Hall. NYPD is now marching toward the southern side of Hamilton Hall. The student press has scattered and gone out of the way. They are rapidly approaching the human wall. They seem slowly marching.
Who do you think is threatening students,
a good 20 to 30, maybe 40 to 50 NYPD officers in riot gear are now telling other people to also disperse.
Who do you
move
think
out
is
of the
threatening
way.
students, Chad?
Of course, if we are instructed to do so, we will comply. But it seems that they are rapidly coming to the entrance of Hamilton Hall here.
Who do you
Great, thank you, David. We'll keep posted
threat?
on the Hamilton Hall situation. Does anyone else have an update for the rest of campus?
Where do you think the real threat resides? Where do you think the real threat's coming from? Huh? You think it's coming from Hind Hall? You think it's coming from other students protesting against the genocide? Or do you think it's coming from the fucking jackbooted thugs of the state? This is National SJP's own coverage directly outside of Hind Hall. If you're just now tuning in, the NYPD is storming Columbia campus at 6 p.m. Pacific time. The Columbia University, without authorization from the faculty, against the wishes of the faculty and against the wishes of the students, decided to allow the police to go back onto campus. Students, as of yesterday, that were a part of the pro-Palestinian encampment took over Hamilton Hall and renamed it Hind Hall, just like they had done in 1968 in the anti-Vietnam War protests, something that is a deep mark of shame on Columbia University's history and proud tradition of being on the right side of history, with the exception of 1968, of course. They did this in 1985 during the anti-apartheid protests against South Africa as well. They took over the Hamilton Plaza. And as of 6 p.m. Pacific time, the university has sicked the rabid dogs of the state, the jackbooted thugs. The SRG Strategic Response Group is there. And their goal is to arrest these students. Yeah, here's... I can't imagine watching this and saying that this is an appropriate response to the protest. Brother, for the past week, even before it got to this point, you understand that that is precisely what everyone has been demanding, right? Everyone on mainstream media, everyone over the age of like 40, 50, anyone in any kind of proximity to power has been demanding that the police come in and Kent State these fucking students. And they couldn't get they could not develop enough propaganda to justify taking militant action such as this. And then they could not figure out how to justify doing this. They lied about it anyway. They said that these students were being anti-Semitic. They said that these students were terrifying the Zionist students. Okay? And there was no real evidence whatsoever. And they went ahead and did it anyway. Not only did they, not only did they tell the police to go in and storm the fucking campus, they also went ahead and arbitrarily suspended Columbia University students. There are reports from Columbia University students of having been suspended when they were in class. They weren't even at the encampment for pro-Palestinian sentiment that they've demonstrated.
Yes, so sorry to interject, Sarah. We're being moved here in Hamilton, or near Hamilton, even further south. We're being told to continue to clear out and move out, at least as spectators. So the NYPD is making quite a large perimeter around Hamilton Hall, it seems. We are now pushed fully almost to the entrance of Wallach. Most of us are crowded around John Jay at this point. If they push us any further, I'm not really sure where we're expected to go, since, of course, these shelter-in-place orders may not necessarily be followed through by public safety officials inside of the dorms.
And if I may, just for a second, also add that the student barricade that was human barricade that was formed outside of Hamilton Hall is still there. They did not move. They are currently standing arm in arm along the facade of Hamilton, waving a Palestinian flag, and now we're being moved back. Okay.
Once again, thank you for your updates, field team. Go ahead, McKenna.
Can I jump in? Thank you. I just wanted to know, as Ian and I are standing at one of these pillars in front of Butler Library, we have a really good vantage point of both of the lawns. As Sarah was alluding to earlier, they have NYPD officers stationed at pretty much every entrance, every corner of every lawn on Lower Campus right now. This is incredibly contrasting to the initial arrest that we saw on April 18th, when there were thousands and thousands of Columbia students witnessing the arrest taking place. Now it seems that the number of NYPD officers far outnumbers the number of protesters that we have here on campus today.
Don't you think sometimes students in the USA take extreme measures? They don't have a clear idea what the situation on the ground level with Gaza?
Also, there's no email before the arrest. I know
Can you explain to me exactly what's going on? Don't you think, Gaza, a UN ground support crew member? Are you actually telling me that you are going to sit here and LARP as a fucking on-the-ground UN ground support crew member and tell me that, like, the student protesters are actually in the wrong because the situation on the ground in Gaza is actually good? Are you on fucking crack? There is no fucking way this person is actually a UN person, right? Brother, if you were actually on the ground in Gaza right now, I think you would recognize that the situation that's unfolding in front of you is completely unjustifiable, but only on the police presence. It's perfectly valid to protest what the fuck Israel's been doing in Gaza.
And we asked, where do we go? And he just said, I don't know. And then turned away. So we actually don't know where to go. What's happening? They're locking the gates. And now they're locking the gates. They're locking the gates.
They're locking the gates
between Butler and John Jay. This is basically the only exit we would have out at this point if we were not going.
Bro thought he was cooking. He was just cooking crack.
Where do we go? Sorry, guys. I'm going to mute myself. You can go.
Okay, Georgia, please stay safe. And David, yeah, we're gonna definitely keep an eye out to make sure that David and Georgia are safe. That's our first priority here at WKCR, making sure that all of our correspondents are safe.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you again, Sarah. I do want to point out that NYPD is now barricading John Jay residents inside of John Jay, while also telling us to get out of the vicinity or go inside. Frankly, I'm not sure how we're supposed to comply with these directions since we can't go inside and we cannot exit as the gate is now sort of closed off to our left. I think they might just keep us here on the southern end of this little lawn outside of Hamilton Hall.
Okay,
sorry, Macy, I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, sorry, we have a bit of an urgent.
That's
the
SRG
ramp. NYPD entering the lawns from the south.
That's an MRAP that has a ramp on it. And they're using that ramp specifically to fucking get up to the second floor and third floors.
To look intense now. I don't know
higher levels that probably weren't barricaded.
We have a bit of an urgent update. I'm going to have to send it over to Ben. Ben, can you hear me? Okay, I will just phrase what Ben said.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. We are now being escorted off of the premises, both press, spectators, anyone else. Frankly, no one here is left to document whatever might go down at Hamilton Hall, as we are now being told to leave the premises. No one is outside. Everyone is barricaded inside of their dorms here in the lawn outside of Hamilton Hall. We're now being escorted off the premises by NYPD. I'm not sure where they're going to put us, but I don't think we have any reporters anymore that are outside of Hamilton Hall.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that the amount of people I see around me right now with student press on their backs or on stickers of whatever kind.
Message here.
In the crowd here was saying, who is going to
You're heading out to 114th and Broadway, is that right?
Anyone else? Frankly, no one here is left to document whatever might.
I'm heading towards those gates. They're opening the gates now for us all to leave.
Why are they kicking out the press? Why are they kicking out the press? Why are they kicking out the press, you think?
Okay. And as far as you can see, Julia, at Hamilton Hall, I don't know if you can still see Hamilton Hall. Is there any movement over there, or you can't see anymore?
I'll show you what's happening from Hamilton Hall now. You see those officers coming out on the left side of the screen. They're coming from the direction of Hamilton Hall.
Okay.
Right behind these bleachers here, that's where Hamilton Hall is. Right there, that building up there, that's Hamilton Hall. We can't see it anymore. And police is just pushing us out.
Okay. Julia, remarkable work. I really appreciate it. We'll check in with you momentarily as soon as you get situated. Shimon Prokupez. Shimon, where are you? And what are you seeing?
So we're on 114th Street. We're just, the NYPD has put us all in an area here in expectation that we will see some people leaving. We're here on 114th Street, just outside the gates here in the front, and we're just waiting to see if anyone comes out. We have seen we have seen heavily armed officers and some big trucks arriving here, which is pretty significant. And right now, much of the law enforcement is just standing around, and as some of the students who live in the dorms here,
Instagram video is down.
Shimon, let me ask you. We're looking at a shot from Spectrum News, New York 1, of officers. It looks like gaining entrance to a building on some sort of a crane or looking into a window.
They better not break that window, dude. You can't be doing more crimes to stop the crime to begin with, right? Remember, chat. Remember, these fascist fucking assholes are there because windows were broken. So why are they further breaking the windows? If property damage is what they are trying to avoid, why are they fucking doing property damage? Oh, there it is. That's a window broken. Oh no. I guess it's time to send in the fucking National Guard to arrest these cops too. Remember, that's what they tried to make this about. The reason for this level of fucking militant police presence is because, they broke windows. Just so you understand, this is all fucking bullshit and has nothing to do with the broken windows at fucking Hamilton Hall, and everything to do with beating the shit out of those who dare fucking criticize Israel's genocide. Okay? Understand that.
To this building where several
Does anyone
of
look
the
hurt? Can you tell if
protesters
students are hurt?
broke in early this morning.
So is that the
I'm sorry. Why they're pushing me? It's aggressive.
Okay, so I'm going to keep you guys muted for now. Please text your updates just because the audio is a little bit hard to hear since it's so loud, but we are hearing that students are being pushed. I'm going to send it over to Ale for an update on Hamilton Hall.
Thanks, Macy. Sorry about that. Again, we'll text updates as we have them, but we have received video evidence of a police contraption currently on 116th in Amsterdam that has a ladder ramp-looking thing that police are using to square up right to the 3rd floor of Hamilton. It is believed that they will start entering there. We have a source stationed at the corner of 116th and Amsterdam sending video evidence. I will continue to report as we see whether police make that their entry point as well.
And once again, we did have reports that there were sledgehammers at the front doors of Hamilton Hall. So it is not just the windows that they are entering through. They are also trying to disband the barricades at Hamilton
riot
Hall.
shields
Georgia,
against students, riot shields against peaceful demonstrators. Okay, it is fucking insane, completely hypocritical.
We can't move. We're basically on the corner of 114. It's really
okay, Sawyer.
It's really unclear.
Sawyer, I see
I'm just gonna let it go over to people who are on the scene right now.
Yeah, Sawyer, I see you're close by. Can you give us an update if possible?
Yeah, they just, the SWAT, or excuse me, the NYPD team that were at the College Walk entrance to Hamilton Hall has just entered through the doors. We can't tell where they're going now.
They
But there's a
pushed
bit of a
all of the
commotion, and
journalists
they have
away
entered the doors.
from the main hall area, the entry point, the main entry point.
Just to confirm that
Into,
police have
Hind
entered the
Hall.
front doors of Hamilton Hall. Once again, they had sledgehammers, riot gear. So that is very important.
So the only thing we can hear is
and I'm going to hand it over to
student
Teddy really
journalists
quick.
talking about what's going on.
I was able to receive video from someone who has a vantage point from Hartley looking onto Hamilton. SWAT has completely cleared out all protesters from the front of Hamilton. I want to repeat, all protesters have been cleared from the front by SWAT quite swiftly, and they are now breaking into the front, as well as going in from the windows, as we reported before. They are completely flooding the building from all sides.
Yep, thank you, Teddy, for that. I just want to ask, McKenna, do you have a good vantage point? Can you report anything for right now?
When they did a B&E, it elicits a police response. Yeah, shut
thank
the
you,
fuck
Macy.
up,
I'm
dumbass.
here with Leon, Casey, and Ian right now.
Yeah, they did a B&E. That's why we need to fucking kill them. That's why we need, like, every fucking tactical dipshit, every tactical dipshit in a fucking 50-mile radius to utilize millions and millions of dollars of resources. Look at these fucking fascist thugs, dude. Imagine being this much of a fucking bootlicker. Oh, no, they broke the windows. Look at what they're doing. Do you know how much property damage is going to happen as a consequence of this? Do you understand? Do you know how much fucking money they're using? Think about that. How much overtime is being paid right now? The only reason why you see these fucking piggies be so goddamn brave is because they know without a shred of doubt that none of those students are actually a real threat. That's why they're fucking so militant. That's why they're so organized. You are an asshole. Yes, what do they have? Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza. What do they have to do to get these people out? You're an idiot and you should go to Gaza and stay there. Yeah, let me go to Gaza so you can fucking do a genocide to me. Thanks, chatter. Go to Gaza. See how badly we are genociding Gaza. Maybe you can die in the genocide. Are those guns drawn? I can't see from this photo. I'm sure they'll just fucking simply tear gas the entire building.
So I worry about the health and safety of the students and of the police, too.
Hey, Judge Scheinlin, when you were on campus as a student back then, I mean, and it was anti-war demonstrations. Was there this pitting of students against each other, which is what we have been seeing? You know, this animosity of how Jewish students have been treated and others.
No, I don't think there was. I think there were activists and less activists, and the less activists simply stayed away from the protesters. But I don't think there was that internal dissent that you're seeing now, which is so pronounced.
Was there widespread support on campus in '68 for the protest?
I think there was more widespread support than there is now. Now it's a very different situation. It's very
What? No, it's
polarizing,
not.
as you can imagine, given the context of these protests.
Yeah, totally. Everyone loves
From
Israel.
114th in Amsterdam. There's like 10 of them on the ladder right now and more awaiting. That's what I can see right now.
Thank you, Georgia. Sawyer, I'm going to hand it over to you. You said there was an arrest you could see.
Yes, we saw at least one arrested individual come out of Hamilton Hall. Again, I'm still trying to get a vantage point because NYPD has blocked all of the access points to Hamilton Hall. However, I'm seeing actually another. So they are taking arrested individuals from Hamilton Hall, and it seems like they are going towards the 114th John.
Thank you, Sawyer. So I'm getting reports from Teddy now that there may be an unconscious student in front of Hamilton. Do you have any further confirmation of that, Teddy?
Yeah, I have a video from someone in Hartley looking down onto
90%.
Hamilton, and yes, there's an unconscious student on the ground.
Of
They
the
have
Barnard
removed
student body
most of
voted
the
for
debris and
divestment
furniture
from
on the side,
Israel.
and there's an unconscious student
Over
on their
half of
side
the
on the
student
ground in
body
front of Hamilton.
participated in the election.
Thank you, Teddy, for that. So once again, we don't know what caused that necessarily. It could have been the police, but we can't confirm right now. We have also heard that there is tear gas based on what our reporters can smell. It's unclear if that is just inside Hamilton Hall or if that is outside as well. McKenna, do you have a vantage
They're going
point?
in with chainsaws?
Thank you, Macy. I don't have a vantage point of Hamilton Hall right now. I'm currently standing with a bunch of other student reporters, as well as some administrators from the journalism school outside of Pulitzer Hall. We, as Ian mentioned, we were told several times by NYPD officers to enter a building if we were students. However, there are no buildings for us to enter at all. I think we may have access as student press into Pulitzer, but cannot confirm that entirely. We can see some NYPD officers moving up the middle from north on campus. Right now, it's incredibly difficult to see. Our access and our mobility is incredibly limited right now.
Great, thank you. Once again, I need to state that we do have a live stream going of our coverage on WKCR_ on campus. Once again, that is WKCR_ on campus, and that is because we are having difficulties with our online stream. I just wanted to pass it over to Sarah now.
Where is that?
There are a
Unfortunately, we can't hear you. If you could maybe...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
I'm
you
sorry,
now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was moving. There are a lot of SRG officers right now reporting to Hamilton Hall. I believe most of the SRG officers that were formerly circumferencing West Lawn have now reported to the front of West Lawn Hall. Again, it's hard to say because the vantage points here are not great. Yes, as Teddy's saying, in front of Hamilton. There also is just kind of a new wave that we did not previously see. I also received a tip from a source who is on 114th right now that there are more correction buses pulling up. That's my update. Thank you, Macy.
Yes, and we now have a confirmation that there is a fire alarm going off in Hamilton Hall. We are not sure of the cause of that. But yeah, we're also getting pictures of the ladder that police are climbing up to get into the windows of Hamilton. Does anyone else have an update on the ground? Ian, Georgia?
Yeah, I'll go real quick update. Anyone who wants to butt in, they obviously can. I just want to say lots of NYP surrounding the West Lawn. They already went through and pretty much cleared it. As McKenna noticed, we could not see or confirm any arrests being made. As I noted before, police even came on campus. There was virtually no one in the encampment at all. In fact, I think most were stationed either at the Hartley campsite there or at Hamilton Hall. So I see now that there's just a lot of police officers guarding the West Lawn as it stands. Thank you.
Everybody was...
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sawyer, I'm going to turn to you if you have any updates. All right.
Sorry,
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. There are a number of arrested individuals now coming
Do you
down.
think these actions and motives are worth
what
risking
appears
your
to be
academic
from
life for?
Hamilton to around Butler near the John Day Gate.
I don't think there should be a fucking
about
risk.
3 or 4 that I saw previously.
You're asking
and
the
now
wrong
there
question.
Seems to be at least 6 at a time. They're
There should not be a risk at all in this circumstance to say the right fucking thing. I don't understand why you're being fucking, why you're promoting selfishness as a
Vantage
virtue
point,
here.
can you attest to if there are still bystanders, if anyone that is not involved with the protest has gotten in the way or been hurt?
Here.
I'm still outside campus. So far, I can't see any escalation that's taken place out here, specifically where I am at 114th and Broadway. From what I can see, there are people leaving campus. Are they Okay. So David has a vantage point from his camera. People are being or exiting campus in the sort of zip tie handcuffs here. We're seeing a few of them here. I can recognize these people from the barricade. These are individuals who are in front, part of the human barricade outside of Hamilton Hall. They have been escorted here by the police, it seems, outside of campus.
They're arresting
I'm unsure why
students.
they've just brought them to the end of the barricade here at the street. I'm a little bit confused, but they might be being invited to exit. I'm unsure, but I'll update you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to send it over to Sarah if you have an update, Sarah.
You see, I'm trying to get out of the noise. I'm sorry.
Which are you?
I'm sorry, hold on. Yes, I'm sorry, I had to get out of the noise. Yeah, they are arresting a lot of students. I know that previously we were pretty much unsure of how many students were in Hamilton Hall. I believe now we've maybe seen 20 arrests. I would also like to note that I did see one student being dragged. The student did look very limp. I'm not sure if that was a form of resistance or if that was the student who had passed out. But yeah, the student looked limp. That's all I wanted to note. But that's also speculation that could have been the student with the medical emergency. All right, Macy, back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, too, that we now have a live stream on our account, WKCR_ on campus on Instagram. If the stream online is not working for you, please tune into our live stream, WKCR_ on campus, to continue our coverage, or tune in on an FM signal.
This is why.
I wanted to ask McKenna, do you have any updates for us?
For the record, this is why they made sure to pack up the media and move them around. Just so you know. They moved the media away from the courtyard, specifically so they moved the media away from the courtyard, specifically so they could start packing up the students and violently brutalizing them without actual footage coming out of it. Except the difference is, in this day and age in 2024, even if you turn off your fucking body camera and you brutalize a student in the middle of a fucking college campus, there's going to be 7,000 different cameras directly on you. Everybody has phones, dumb fuck. The problem, however, is that the media is also complicit in the suppression of this kind of footage coming out. The media voluntarily will suppress this information, just like many in the media, mainstream media, for the past week or so, has been demanding that this kind of action be taken instantly. This is exactly what the fuck CNN, MSNBC, Morning Joe, liberals, reactionary fascists alike have been fucking demanding. They're getting exactly what they wanted. Adam Schiff asked for this. 26 Democrats asked for this. 26 Democrats personally asked for this to happen. Liberals will turn around and offer some sympathy. Fox News will go and say they get what they deserved. Bill Maher will say that they're narcissistic. Make no mistake. All of this could have easily been avoided with the university doing what doing what Brown did, which is meet the demands of the student protesters. But of course, they did not want to do that. They were far too invested in maintaining their big donors. And in an effort to do so, in an effort to ensure that Robert Kraft isn't fucking upset with the university, they listened to the demands of Robert Kraft in between his rub and tug sessions and sick the rabid dogs of the state on the students. So tell me who fucking terrorized this college campus tonight? Was it the actual pro-Palestinian students themselves, many of which are Jewish too? Or was it the motherfucking NYPD? The answer is simple. Who do you think is a bigger threat to the student population here? This won't stop the encampment and it won't stop the protest. It will only solidify the organizers' support and give them good reason to take more precaution to defend it next time. Oh, 100%. 100%. Twitter took all things Columbia protest related off the trending. I doubt it. Incredible sights, dude. And then liberals talk about Tiananmen Square.
Police are entering the John Jay Gates. So just something to pin if someone can. Okay. Yeah. David has a vantage point here that he can see lots and lots of NYPD entering campus there at John Jay Gates.
Okay, I'm just going to jump on really quick. This is a very important piece of information to know. From our estimates, there were between 20 and 50 protesters that were inside Hamilton Hall.
Bro,
we
what
still
is
don't have a
happening?
confirmation number on that, but just to scale for our listeners, the difference between the amount of protesters in Hamilton Hall and the police response we are seeing tonight. This is the most police response we have ever seen on campus. It is nowhere near what we saw during the first arrests. And it appears that people are being caught up in this that are not necessarily protesters. So once again, we'll keep our eyes on that. We have reporters still in the field. But I'll keep you all posted. It just was important to know again that there were between 20 and 50 protesters inside Hamilton.
Eric Adams said they were awaiting requests from Columbia Abbott to intervene.
Which is completely disproportionate to the police response we are seeing tonight.
As far as I know, they were not requested. You're wrong.
Does anyone
They
on the
were.
field have an update?
Columbia University gave them the go-ahead at 6 p.m. Pacific time, according to ABC News. We broke it here as well. They piled up around Columbia. They blockaded all the fucking streets surrounding Columbia University. And then at 6 p.m. Pacific time, the university administration, without getting any additional without getting any kind of confirmation from anyone else, no faculty, turned around,
to determine the best plan to protect our students and the entire Columbia community. We made the decision early in the morning that this was a law enforcement matter and that the NYPD were best positioned to determine and execute an appropriate response. We believe that the group that broke into and occupied the building is led by individuals who are not affiliated with the university. Sadly, this dangerous decision followed more than a week of what had been productive discussions with representatives of the West Lawn encampment. We severely curtailed the number of people on Morningside campus starting Tuesday morning. Over the course of the day, we updated our community on access to campus buildings and will continue to do so through the next few days. The decision to reach out to the NYPD was in response to the actions of the protesters, not the cause they are championing. We have made it clear that the life of campus cannot be endlessly interrupted by protesters who violate the rules and the law. Early Tuesday, protesters chose to escalate to an alarming and untenable situation, including by vandalizing property, breaking doors and windows, blockading entrances, enforcing our facilities and public safety workers out, and we are responding appropriately as we have long made clear we would. The safety of our community, especially our students, remains our top priority. And before we pass it over to the field again, in fact, unless someone has breaking news, I can do this analysis in a little bit, but 3 things stand out. First is that this language is verbatim lifted from Colombia's press briefing earlier, as well as the language they have been using consistently. The second is that...
I'm so sorry. I do need to interrupt. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
NYPD corrections bus that is coming down 114th and Broadway. And NYPD is now currently pulling students who are sitting on the ground here at 114. And NYPD officers as well. They're pulling students off the ground quite violently, I will add. People are yelling to get their hands off of them, but it does appear that they moved the bus down here to possibly disrupt. Students are being dragged off the road here at 114th in Amsterdam. Now it is cleared, and it is unclear whether or not the bus will continue to go through the intersection here. Yeah.
Once again, we have confirmation that. Go ahead.
That's the update there. I'll let you add anything else. What I'm now seeing is some NYPD officers. There's about 10 of them coming the street here. They're opening up the doors of the bus, the NYPD police bus. We're gonna know where this goes or what it ends up doing here. But I'll send it back to anyone else who has updates.
It's important to note again that the student body here at Columbia still has not received any other email aside from the shelter in place. There was no warning of NYPD coming onto campus, and despite shelter in place, we heard accounts of multiple students that were denied entry into buildings because they did not live there.
I'm sorry. I just want to confirm that that bus was full of protesters. We saw them through the window, and they are driving the bus down in Amsterdam. Sorry to interrupt there, but that is the update. It was full of arrested protesters.
Thank you for that confirmation, Georgia. We appreciate it. Does anyone else on the field have any breaking updates?
Removed. They stopped here. They were on the street, on the ground, Anderson, locking arms again, trying to show
they're trying to stop
that
the
they
buses.
will not leave, but there's only so much that you can do against the NYPD.
So they've now been pushed off the street. You're at 114th in Amsterdam, I can see. So they were pushed off. Interesting that they were not arrested and still haven't been arrested.
No.
Bro, he's so horny. He's like, why aren't they arrested? Arrest them too.
With everyone else. So myself, hundreds of other students that were pushed out off campus. We're here on 114th in Amsterdam. I can't go back inside. A lot of people can't go back. 114th is completely closed off to
Columbia
traffic
University
and
saying that
traffic. We just saw a father with
students
his
that broke in are not
toddler
affiliated with the
daughter
university.
trying to get home. Eventually, police let him go through, but it's a nightmare for anyone who lives here on the Upper West Side. There's lots of people trying to get from one side to the other. Absolutely impossible. Now, we've been pushed on to Amsterdam. I think that he will eventually get back into campus. I'm at the Graduate School of Journalism, and we were told that we would have access back to campus. I'm out here, Anderson, with just my phone, AirPods, and a battery pack, so I don't know how long we'll actually last. All of our things are inside. All of our belongings are inside. We didn't plan to be kicked out. We were told that we would have guaranteed entry, especially media. Students of this would be able to go back and forth from campus and out. NYPD saying absolutely not. There's no way that could happen. I don't understand why. I want to show you a little bit more of the action here. Can you get up here, Corinne, a bit and just show a little bit? Everything is stopped.
Oh, there's another.
And
Oh,
now
they
the
should.
protest has basically moved all to outside.
I think there was like 2
And
layers of
everyone that
door,
was inside is now.
I'm getting videos from students inside. I'm getting videos from students on campus. From students affiliated with CUAD. They're compiling as much video footage as they possibly can and sending it over so we can take a look at it on stream. Yes, bro, I pulled up the fucking VLC because I don't know if you know this, but there's unfortunately not a lot of fucking on-the-ground reporting occurring as a consequence of the NYPD's brutal tactics of media suppression. They literally, personally packed up the legal observers, the medics, all of the fucking student organizers, and everyone that's supposed to be there, specifically so that no one could witness the brutality.
But when they open the door.
Be careful. You look like you're gonna fall over the hedge.
All right, they're all going in. The couples are going in. Oh my goodness, that's like 50 cops going in. Okay, maybe 20 so far.
Apparently, there are reports that a medic was being denied. Medic is being denied seeing an unconscious student barricaded in John Jay Hall. Here.
Why are you looking at me like that? Do you understand? You were probably sitting in that bus just chewing on your baton, right? Just waiting. Fucking swear to God, these assholes.
There's a student, there's an unconscious student barricaded in John Jay Hall.
This is actually literally a fucking mistake.
Seen from inside the tunnel, signs that there's sewage or tear gas-like smell emanating from Hamilton. Here's more video footage from a dorm room outside of Hamilton of the cops storming. Wait, did you say President called for the police to remain on campus until May 14th? No fucking way.
Flashlights into each room and they're cutting the banners down. Sorry, hearing that news about the police
After
on
locking
campus,
medics into John Jay,
was
NYPD at
here,
Columbia
especially-
pushed 3 students down the stairs
Yeah,
and dragged
not
out
somebody
one
who
passed
looks
out
forward to
student.
having police on
They
campus
threw
until I
all items
graduated
down the
today,
stairs,
that's all.
endangering students, and pushed a
Yep,
group
so
of
once
5
again,
that were walking
was
without
until
resisting
May
arrest.
17th, which is well past the current graduation date, that after tonight, NYPD will be allowed to have permanent presence on Columbia's campus for the rest of the year.
NYPD permanent presence
Thankfully,
on
we
campus.
have some
Oh my
members of our
God.
news team back in the room here, and everyone is safe as far as we know. Does anyone on the field have any updates? Georgia, can I send it to you if you have a second?
Looks peaceful, bro. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, thank
It's so it's not peaceful.
thank
You're
you.
right.
The only update we have here is only that
Only because of the fucking cops, dumb fuck. What do you mean looks peaceful? Yeah, it was peaceful. And then what happened? It's always peaceful until the fucking cops come. Always. God, the fucking police boot must taste good, dude.
Reporter David Gonzalez. That picture
NPC
of
ass
very
bitch.
violent
Martial
arrests
law
happening
on fucking
outside the
18-year-olds
campus,
protesting against the
protesters.
genocide. Suck
Or
my dick.
actually, it could be passersby. We have no confirmation because again,
You
it was
fucking
pretty
freak.
chaotic. But being
Here's a video of the arrested students at Columbia.
Same protesters that were lying on the ground, sort of in the way of the
From the
buses.
vantage point of
That was
John
a
Jay, where
picture
students
of
and press have
them.
been barricaded
NYPD
into
sort
the
of
building.
dragging them away from the scene to clear the way.
We will not stop. We will not rest.
Thank you. I appreciate that, David. And once again, we still have field reporters out there bringing you live updates. You are listening to WKCR FM New York and WKCR HD. That is 89.9 on your dial. And WKCR.org.
At the admissions office entrance of Hamilton, officers pushed protesters to the ground and slammed them with the barricades. One protester lay on the ground, unmoving, as police officers stood over them. Three officers then carried out the individual away from Hamilton. I think we saw that as well.
Maybe 40 minutes in from 1 hour, we reported police coming onto campus, and we still have each corner pretty much, I guess, shoulder to shoulder with police officers around the east and west lawn.
Right now.
It stretches so long, I can't really
Stream's
locate
up.
it here, and I think
Stream is
the
up.
sentiments of Sarah and Georgia kind of are ringing in my brain right now as I see this spectacle here right now.
Yeah, this is what it looked like before the cops entered, by the way.
I appreciate it. And just to clarify, does anyone else, I see Sawyer, you have a view. Do you want to make an update?
Yeah,
Here's a letter asking for NYPD occupation.
Inside around the perimeter of the lawn. We previously saw them looking within the lawn, flashing their flashlights into tents and looking in tents. However, it doesn't seem like there's an NYPD presence on the lawn, but I will update. Oh, actually, an update. The entrances to the lawns have been open seemingly, which is a new development.
Thank you so much for that update, Sawyer. Once again, anyone can feel free to interrupt me at any time with urgent updates. I just wanted to update too, because we did have word that police were entering through the windows of Hamilton Hall from the Amsterdam and 116th side of Hamilton Hall. And we have received word that lights are on the top floor.
Did the students' occupation inside the building have a trigger of some sort, or did it just randomly happen after a while? Yeah,
protesters from inside of Hamilton.
Yesterday, no, it was triggered by something. Yesterday, Columbia University, in the midst of the negotiations, the ongoing fake negotiations they were having with the fucking student encampments, decided to arbitrarily say, all right, no more negotiations, pack watch time. You guys are fucking done. If you're still here by this arbitrary time that we have designated, you're going to get fucking arrested and you're going to be suspended. Then they started suspending They started suspending students arbitrarily. Students that were in class, they weren't even at the fucking encampment, were suspected of harboring pro-Palestinian sentiment, and they got fucking suspended while they were in class. So knowing that, obviously, college students did exactly what they've done in the past as well. Specifically in 1968, they took over Hamilton Hall. They took over Hamilton Hall in an effort to defend themselves against the potential onslaught and to continue demonstrating. The irony, of course, is that despite the fact that these fucking dipshits came in with police brutality, it most likely will not stop students from protesting, even though you don't think these students deserve this for having an unorganized protest? Bro, you cannot be trying to debate me right now. You cannot try to debate me right now in the midst of all this with the dumbest fucking takes possible to run a 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. Here is some footage from inside the tunnels. They do have Hamas tunnels underneath the fucking Hamilton Hall as well, by the way. Ironic.
Okay, so the tunnels right now are kind of crowded. There's some people checking in here. The door to Hamilton remains locked. But if we go up these set of stairs out into the situation, this is the passageway between Hartley and Wallach, facing campus. It's already cleared out when we're facing Amsterdam on this side of the gate.
Where's the ACLU and all this? They're nowhere. There's nothing. There's no the National Guild of Lawyers is supposed to be there on scene as legal observers. You know what happened to them? The NYPD fucking packed them into to John Jay Hall. They kicked them out.
The air smells a little bit like natural gas, which isn't typical. There's a slight like rancid smell. That is the door to Hamilton. It's starting to smell.
Look at the way the media is covering it. Police breach occupied building at Columbia. Remove students from campus. Democracy dies in the darkness, by the way. They're just removing students from campus. They're just moving them from point A to point B.
Oh, quite bad in here, which is atypical. So I'm guessing some tear gas is either leaking out from outside Hamilton or just leaking through.
Are you sure you should be showing these videos without screening them? They're showing people's faces. Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? It's literally CUAD sending me the videos. What do you mean? I am currently coordinating with the student demonstrators.
That passageway we just came from into here.
Huh. There's more. Radio show says the arrest seemed to have stopped. Yeah, I think they probably breached it. They breached Hind Hall.
The police were infiltrating Columbia. The second was from Public Affairs at 9:59 p.m. and attached there was a letter from President Shafiq to the NYPD. But once again, we have received no direct correspondence from the president. Ale, go ahead.
That is correct, Macy. And in fact, the most appalling, well, not the most appalling, that is a high bar tonight, but an incredibly appalling thing is that there have been absolutely no direct communications with the student body about these decisions. The letter requesting coverage by the letter requesting support by the NYPD until May 17th, which, as I said, is not only 2 days after university commencement, but 1 day after senior graduation. So that means keeping police presence on campus until all students are gone. That email did not only not go out to students, but for about 10 minutes was offline. Students were receiving messages that they were not authorized to act.
Dude, it's awesome. Seriously, though, like, come on. They did do illegal things. Like, civil disobedience is great and all, but that ain't very civil. Yeah, you're right, dude. It's actually way more dangerous to occupy a campus space as students. And certainly not an infinitely more dangerous precedent being set by the university for arbitrarily suspending students for potential pro-Palestinian sentiment, sending the fucking militant dogs to violently arrest them and apprehend them. You know, what's a better precedent? Who is the power player here? Or do you just always capitulate the power unconditionally? Yes, Farley is barking at Murat. Man, think about the optics, I say, as I watch the Gestapo brutalize 18-year-old fucking anti-genocide protesters. Think of the optics. The pearls that I am clutching currently, you do not understand. Think of the optics as I watch fascist military psychopaths beat the shit out of students protesting against genocide, protesting against their participation, their unwilling participation in genocide. All right, bro, I appreciate the point. I just think there's a better way to go about it. Why don't you fucking do it then? But you don't want to do anything. That's the problem. You're just here to fucking chirp. You don't want to do shit. That's it. Bro, here's how you know this is dumb as fuck. Okay? People complained about the broken glass in order to enter Hamilton Hall. The cops broke a whole ass window and beat the shit out of students. Who's done more material harm to the university now? And it cost a couple million easy in overtime alone just to do that. Think, chatter, think. The university stopped the negotiations, arbitrarily started suspending students, and sicked the fucking rabid dogs of the state on these students for the crime of protesting against their unwilling participation in the Israeli apartheid and Israel's genocide. Okay, is this stream sponsored by Qatar? No, dickhead. This stream is sponsored by your mommy. Okay? That's right. I fuck her every night. And she loves it. And instead of spending it on you getting new chicken nuggets, she gives me the money. I'm your dad now. I'm your stepfather. Nay, the father that stepped up. And you got to cut it with this fucking arbitrary defense, like this reflexive defense of those in positions of power. Qatari Dancer, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. There you go. It is sponsored by Qatar.
I don't think I can say much more. I'm sorry.
Yep, thank you so much for that, Ian. We appreciate it, and we appreciate all the hard work that you have done
Just listen to the fucking students covering the issue. Just listen to the students. Listen to the students and how fucking terrified they were as the psychopathic pigs ran through and ransacked the halls. Who do you think they're more afraid of? Do you think they're more afraid of these psychopathic cops? Here's a video. Here's another video. Cop pointing a gun through the window. Cop pushing the barricades onto the protesters.
Get over there! Don't walk around!
Who is more damaging to the institution, you think?
That paragraph now because it bears repeating. Quote, we called on NYPD to clear an encampment once, but we all share the view, based on discussions within our community and with outside experts, that to bring back the NYPD at this time would be counterproductive, further inflaming what is happening on campus and drawing thousands to our doorstep who would threaten our community. End quote. Now, I recognize the situation has changed. In fact, the occupation of Hamilton Hall is, of course, a pretty serious escalation of the situation on April 26th when this email was sent. But I cannot say that I expect anything less than what we saw after the previous arrests in terms of, and I quote, further inflaming what is happening on campus and drawing
Columbia
thousands
Rich Kid
to our
Theater.
doorstep who would threaten our community.
Dude, isn't it wonderful to always fucking act like an edgy piece of shit online? That way no one can know how pathetic of a little worm I am. You know what I mean? Rich Kid Theater, lol. People are being fucking brutalized by cops. But what are you doing? You're sitting in your fucking crusty ass underwear with shit stains on it, surrounded by Dorito crust, not a single fucking sentient being in sight for the past week. Haven't seen the goddamn daylight in months, talking about how fucking edgy and nihilistic you actually are, while people are getting fucking arrested. But guess what? Everybody thinks you're cool, dude. Oh my God, you're about to get your dick sucked digitally. Okay? Yeah, no, oh my God, people are immediately going to be like, dude, you are so sick. I cannot believe it. Your Discord server is going to go crazy, dude. The 45-year-old man in your Discord server LARPing as a Korean girl is really going to appreciate how fucking edgy and nihilistic you are because of how hard of a battle you fought on this day. They are literally going to be like, damn, Fee is good, brother. I would love to suck you. I would love to suck you, except I am a 45-year-old man living in Iowa LARPing as a little cutie pie Korean girlfriend for you. That is what you're fucking destined to, okay? Projecting? Really, dude? Projecting? Projecting? Do I strike you as that type? Projecting? Do you have eyeballs? Projecting my fucking ass. Nice try, though, dude. Hey, Go back to your Discord server and draw me like a soy jack again, so maybe you can own me in the marketplace of ideas. You know what I mean? Projecting. Fucking losers.
Georgia, go ahead.
I do, yeah. Thank you, Macy. I'm here as I've been at 114th in Amsterdam. I'm outside of campus. Right now, from within, but on 114th between Broadway and Amsterdam, about 50 cops just spilled out onto the intersection that had been barricaded off. They're now getting into a sort of formation here. They're all facing away from me right now towards the other side of the intersection from where I am at, where there has been a very large gathering of people that have been blocking some NYPD trucks. This is right by the Mount Sinai Morningside sort of hospital. And yeah, again, this is a very large group of cops, about 50 cops, all in formation facing this other side of the street. From what I can see, I think they're trying to just sort of move people away from this area to let
The fuck is this?
through, which they're doing successfully. So I'm not sure actually what this formation is here for, but we're going to monitor it closely and move away if we have to.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that update. And I just also wanted to quote an article from the Washington Post, because once again, I think that the angle that we had a really hard time getting because of police restriction tonight was that of the police entering Hamilton Hall, though we had plenty of video footage to corroborate what we were saying.
At 044, it appears police dragged someone down the stairs.
Very restricted. But I'm reading an article from the Washington Post right now that says, quote, news footage showed police officers with body armor and riot shields entering the building through a window, which they accessed using a specialized police van with a ramp mounted on its roof. Some officers entered with their guns drawn. So I just wanted to mention that because obviously we did not have reporters that were able to see that, but it has been reported by the Washington Post. And I think that's important to note, especially considering how the university has characterized the events of Hamilton Hall. One thing that I just want to mention, as Ale said,
that's insane.
In her discussion earlier, despite the university's accusations that they believe some of the protesters in Hamilton Hall may not be affiliates, the Columbia campus has been restricted to Columbia University ID holders for 2 weeks now. So anyone that did not have a Columbia ID that was in Hamilton Hall, if that was the case, would have gotten in while that policy was in place. So I know Ale kind of mentioned that that reflects on the security of the university here, but if you want to restate.
Yes, I think, this claim that it was not students in there reflects really poorly on the state of lockdown that the university enforced. And this is, of course, personal opinion right now, I should say. But as Teddy said, this is a moment that is
this is literally Israel shit.
Important for us.
It's just Israel shit. That's all this is.
And so I think.
Hey guys, there's bad actors. There's Hamas. There's literally Hamas amongst the fucking students. That's what they said for a week. Apparently, some of the student organizers are reaching out saying that they entered holding guns and tear gassed the tunnels. Guys, we had nothing else we could do. They had Hamas. Hamas was in the buildings. We are one step removed from fucking hitting the Pallywood angle and being like, these students actually, now that we are doing the students brought it upon themselves, these students actually brought the NYPD presence upon themselves. Now that we got the fucking tunnels as well, now that they're flooding the tunnels as well, using guns on fucking students. The one last remaining part of this chapter is to have some dumb fuck on Fox News, possibly Jesse Waters, turn around and be like, did you notice that these students are totally lying about the police brutality that they withstood? I mean, obviously, these cops are basically doing a tickle party. It's great. The NYPD using that fucking IDF training, putting that to good use today. Direct application for them. Thank God.
Media and legal observers have been pushed so far away from the area that there's absolutely zero view of the hall from anywhere else except from students ourselves. Yeah, I will not make a comment on that, but wanted to just share what that is.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Maria on now too, who's back in the studio for comment.
9'da veriyorum ben.
Yeah, I also want to mention that I was standing outside on Broadway and first 116th and then Broadway and 114th, along with Tanvi, Perry, and then another one of our student journalist colleagues. And we were trying.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm seeing another police van being pulled out here at 114th and Broadway. This is a corrections bus full of arrested protesters here. It's unclear exactly where they came from. They're getting a lot of applause and shouting from those in the crowd here. Again, I can't confirm exactly from where they're arrested. Arrest permit at many places on campus tonight, but another corrections bus has left 114th and is heading north on Amsterdam now.
Thank you, Georgia. I appreciate that update. Once again, to all of our field reporters, feel free to interrupt at any time with updates. We will keep our eyes on you. I'm going to turn it back to Maria.
Yeah, thank you. So as earlier I was saying, we were standing on Broadway and 114th Street, and during the hour that we were all trying to just simply cross the street and get to the WKCR studios for a myriad of reasons, but one of the main ones being that all of...
As the NYPD storms CCNY and CUNY buildings and Columbia University, never let an opportunity go to waste. Benjamin Netanyahu is potentially gearing up for the Rafah operation. An Israeli clearing operation in the Rafah could begin within the next few days. The IDF indicated on April 30th that 2 divisions are ready for on-the-ground operation into Rafah. As I covered earlier today, Benjamin Netanyahu also said that the Rafah invasion is happening with or without the truce and the hostage negotiations, basically rendering those talks useless, despite the international pressure coming from every Western leader at this point, saying that you cannot invade Rafah. Hamas is considering an Egyptian proposal that offers a year-long ceasefire if Hamas releases at least 20 hostages alive. Here is the Israeli military's 98th and 162nd divisions. This is Manny Fabian, Times of Israel military correspondent. They've been carrying out intensive preparations in recent days for future offensive in the Gaza Strip, including the looming Rafah operation. In a statement, the IDF says that the 2 divisions are working to strengthen readiness for the continuation of the war in the Gaza Strip, and that both had gone over plans for the upcoming operations. The 162nd Division has operated in Gaza for 6 months until last week. It had most recently been tasked with the Netzarim corridor in central Gaza. The 98th Division had spent 4 months operating in southern Gaza's Khan Yunis until it was withdrawn earlier this month. The division commanders have completed the approval of plans for the next missions and are now continuing to increase readiness, the IDF says. The commanders of the divisions and their brigades have also undergone learning sessions in preparation for future operations, the statement says. The IDF says the division's maintenance teams recently patched up all their armored vehicles to increase their readiness for continuous combats. The announcement comes as the IDF is preparing to launch an offensive in Rafah, with reports saying that if a hostage deal with Hamas is not reached within the next few days, the operation will commence. According to this chatter, Student Radio just confirmed people arrested were all students, opposite of what the outside news is saying about outside agitators being found, and the reason for why the police had to invade being that there were outside agitators in the fucking Hamilton Hall.
People who have seen these students in classrooms, people who have seen them on campus, that have perhaps lived on the same, dormitory floors and so on. I'm sure it brings no joy to students to be reporting on their peers being loaded into NYPD correctional buses. And so, any implication that the occupiers of Hamilton Hall were not students is a serious knock on the students' ability to recognize and see their own peers.
Absolutely. It's very misleading. And I just wanted to mention again that we have now seen our peers being carted away on correction buses twice. So once it was 108 of them, now we don't have confirmation, but there is a chance that it's an even larger number. Perry, I'm going to hand the mic over to you for now.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight the gravity of the situation. I feel like a deep, like sinking feeling in my stomach, but it's not lost on me that Maria and Tomby, how long were you guys out there trying to argue with at least an hour trying to argue to get back? We were across the street on 114th and Broadway, and we can literally see WKCR, the building we're trying to get into, our studio. It's in eyesight. We like have all our badges. We could have escorted us like right to the building. Tomby and Maria were trying for like an hour to get anyone to bring them over. And it's not lost to me that within like 5 minutes of me getting there, I was able to talk to someone and then get them to get a police officer to bring all four of us. And not even when we were trying to go over, Tom V and Maria were like harassed even more than I was. And I got right into the studio, and Tom V and Maria almost were not able to come back here. I don't know what happened. Y'all got caught up on.
Yeah, so essentially there were the barricades on 114th, and Tanvi and I missed the small entrance between the two barricades that would have put us on the side of the street to enter WKCR. And when we tried to go, we walked a little bit past it before when Perry and another student journalist walked through it. And when we realized that we were on the wrong side.
Here, I'm sorry, it's getting very loud here, but there's another NYPD corrections bus being driven out here on Amsterdam. This is the third corrections bus full of what seems to be protesters. Yes, I see protesters inside here. I see just lights inside are off, but I can see the silhouette of the
April 30th, 1968, NYPD bust of Hamilton Hall protesters of Columbia University. April 30th, 2024, NYPD bust of Hamilton Hall at Columbia University.
I did at that time.
Look at that.
I reiterate that when David and I were forced to leave campus, we were with a number of specifically press, our student press, and we were forced to leave, and this seemed to be outside.
Here's a video of a cop turning off his body camera.
I don't want to speculate on exactly why that was. They perhaps were just in a different area, but just want to make note of that.
There you go.
Thank you so much for that, Georgia. Leon, go ahead.
Right now. So we saw the escort.
This is important stuff.
Guys, red light means that their body cam is on, right?
Flags and to see us sort of being escorted out. They're not being arrested, but they're being escorted out of campus by Columbia. We're sort of moving. Okay. Well, I'm going back into the post.
That photo said May 22nd on the caption, though.
But,
No, I think.
Yeah, I'm good. But they're trying to like force people out of campus right now. These were people who were not arrested.
No, this is on Tuesday, April 30th, 1968.
Yeah. So they're trying to push everyone off campus right now.
Look at these photos.
Okay, we're walking.
They busted in.
Yeah, we're going. Okay, cool. There we go.
Can I go? I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to interrupt at some point. I'm sorry. I'm in Poulter Hall right now, and they're asking us not to go outside. Police officers asking us not to go outside, or you will get arrested. In Poulter Hall, they're saying again, do not go outside of Poulter Hall, or you'll get arrested. We're being escorted out right now. Provide more updates soon.
Once again, to reiterate, the journalists that are on campus right now for WKCR do not live on campus. So when they are saying do not leave Pulitzer Hall, or you may be disciplined, Pulitzer Hall is just the journalism school building. It's unclear where they are meant to go, if they're allowed to go home, if there are entrances that they are letting people leave through on campus. So we'll keep you posted, but this is pretty important. I'm going to send it over to Ted now.
Thank you, Macy. Again, it's been a pretty quiet night for me. I was kind of shuffling around trying to shelter in place here for a little bit. I ended up in the basement of John Jay, and then we were able to make our way over to our dear friend Elliot's dorm room. He graciously let us inside, but now I've got a really, really, really good view of campus. I'm trying to share with my video. I'm in Hartley Hall right now, directly overseeing Hamilton, and there's still hundreds of police out here. We're seeing riot shields. There are no people inside besides police. They've cleared a lot of this furniture out. It's now just sitting in a large heap on the stairs. Everyone's kind of just looking around, and there's a very large crowd gathered at this window with me. No students are allowed on campus right now, it appears. Everyone is pushed either off campus or into a dorm. So this is kind of an ideal vantage point, I would say, to see what kind of happens here. But we're still seeing, tons of police on campus, front windows to Hamilton smashed. I've been a little bit tapped out for coverage, but kind of a crazy scene I'm overlooking right now. Maybe we can get some more analysis from my video feed back in the studio.
And I just want to say too that our journalists that are in Pulitzer Hall are still getting the message that if they leave Pulitzer Hall, they will be arrested. So clearly no accommodations have been made for student journalists, and they appear to be stuck. I think we can adequately say stuck now in Pulitzer Hall, and if they leave, they face arrest. So luckily they're with a team of incredible journalists over at Pulitzer, and they should be all right, but we'll keep our eye on them. It's a very important update. Leon, does anyone have an update on that?
I can update real quick, Macy. I was going to say, well, for one thing, I was just going around Pulitzer Hall, and then Casey, you said you bounced him? Yeah.
Casey, we can't quite hear you.
Here, take it. Take it.
So I can confirm that I saw an NYPD officer duck his head into Pulitzer Hall, which is the home of journalism, or the journalism school here at Columbia University. And he said, if you come out one more time, you're going to get arrested. And that was directed at, I believe, a number of student journalists and faculty. And then the deans of the journalism school rushed out to respond.
Yes, we have...
Police being here doesn't mean we lost. I'll tell you what it means. It means we won in the most glorious way possible. This university offered us an empty deal. We did not concede. We didn't fall for their bribes. We are much more principled than they can ever hope to be. You a safety risk. Tomorrow.
What are they gonna do when the movement grows? When like other students join, are they gonna suspend every single student until it's just like a handful of students who love Israel? Is that what it is? Like, is that what's gonna happen? How the fuck are they going to fill the endowment coffers? What are they going to do? What are they going to do when other students from other campuses also take notice? What are they going to do when faculty joins? Oh my God. This dog, bro.
Tomorrow, you are the people they will be proud of. I need you to be loud. I need you to be mobilized. Disclose, divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. Disclose, divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. Disclose, divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. Disclose, divest. We will not stop. Police being
Farley, stop barking. What? Oh. They think they can make an example out of these students? It won't work? Yeah. Fired the faculty and replace them with adjuncts? No, they won't fucking do that. Yeah, they're just gonna... No, they can't do that. You're ridiculous. You're out of your fucking mind. There's no way. There's so much strength in numbers, dude. They can't do shit. They absolutely will do that. No, they won't. Yeah, okay. The most prestigious elite institutions in the United States of America, perhaps globally, are not going to fire their fucking tenured Ivy League professors and replace them with adjunct professors who are also most likely not going to fucking participate. They would have to absolutely gut through. I mean, this is all dependent on whether people back down from these unjustifiable actions that Colombia is taking, or if they push further.
$20 north of Columbia right now. Miguel, thank you. Stand by for a moment, if you will. Joey Jackson, our legal analyst, is here. Joey, we talk about dozens and dozens of arrests. What happens to these people on the buses? What does it mean to be put under arrest for tonight and for the next several days?
Yeah, I think, John, the prosecutor here, Alvin Bragg, has a decision to make. And what that decision is what he's going to do. Is there going to be a distinction between students? And if so, do you criminalize this, or do you offer them some resolution to the case which respects their right to protest, but again, you know, has some semblance of law that has to be mixed into it? And do you distinguish the students from the non-students, right? How they got onto the campus, what specifically did they do? Were they peaceful? And so,
bro, this is literally all the shit that your children will learn in history books in the future. Okay? If there is a future to begin with. If we haven't completely perished by that point, this is the type of shit that you already learn about in your history books as moments of shame from the past. It is insane to me that, I mean, the irony is ridiculous. The irony is ridiculous, especially when you consider that Hamilton Hall is the exact same fucking building that the students occupied in 1968, and the police brutalized them on April 30th, 1968. About 50 people were taken into custody at Columbia University so far tonight. Police used flashbangs, but not tear gas, per the NYPD. Student radio states that police have begun to leave.
You have a lot of paid agitators, professional agitators in here, too, and I see it all over. And, you know, when you see signs and they're all identical, that means they're being paid by us.
My favorite dumb guy, dude.
You know, these aren't hand-painted signs where people would go to their basement and paint something because they really believed it. These are all signs that are identical. They're made by the same printer. And, you know, when you see that, that means there's somebody at top that's paying or a group that's paying, and they're doing great. Well, I really think you have a lot of paid agitators, professional agitators in here, too, and I see it all over.
Crowd cheers on the NYPD bus filled with Columbia protesters leaving campus. Like, does she think that these are students who are like celebrating finally that like other students have gotten arrested, or are they cheering on the students for their bravery? Like, there's no way this person legitimately thinks that they're cheering on the NYPD, right? Yeah, per WKCR, NYPD is threatening journalism school students, professors, and even the dean with arrest if they leave Pulitzer Hall. The delicious irony. Brett's coverage on this is low-key funny as hell. Some type of special dwarf police officer guards a cop bus brought to take Columbia students to jail. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what the brilliant, bold, brave liberals, who are definitely very progressive and always on the right side of history, have to say on MSNBC while all this is happening.
What we have seen on the videos so far is actually the most organized and calmest and most professional police intervention we've ever seen on a college campus. And what we have seen on the videos...
Yeah, they beat the fuck out of those students, but so professionally. God damn, son. When they were brutalizing those fucking disgusting little anti-genocide students, I hate that. I hate those guys. But the cops, they were so beautiful. They were hot. The most humane, violent apprehensions that have ever happened. Yeah, this is the video humane. Guys, look at that. Look at how humane the NYPD is. Yet another example of history repeating itself. The DNC will be held in Chicago this year. Yeah, I'm bringing Chief Keef back to Chicago with me. Fuck Rahm Emanuel. He can stay in the Japans. That's right. More examples of the humane treatment. Tactical team, along with NYPD's emergency service unit and other officers, the strategic response group have breached the first floor of Hamilton Hall at Columbia University. Guys, just imagine, excuse me, sweetie, but imagine if Trump was president, okay? Imagine if Trump was president. The genocide in Gaza would be going extra hard, and students would certainly be still brutalized for protesting against it. But the ratings would be much better. Just saying. Guys, Biden would never. Fuck, I fucked it up. Biden would never in a blue state, in a blue city, in one of the most progressive fucking institutions of higher learning in the country, Joe Biden, the Democratic president, would never in a million years allow. Enjoy Trump. Enjoy Trump, sweaty. Enjoy Trump. What are you, Aaron Rupar? Yeah, I'm trying to fucking... Kyle Kalinske with a good take about all these annoying chirpers. Iraq war protesters were smeared and hated in the moment. Same with the Vietnam War protesters. Today, with anybody with a functioning brain realized they were 100% correct and the conventional wisdom was dead wrong. The fact that these people don't see this is exactly what's happening now is astonishing. It's not because they don't see it. I mean, many people that are just simply watching the news don't see it because they're fucking stupid and they believe unconditionally everything that the media tells them, which, by the way, of course they're supposed to. What are they, some kind of fucking freak? Obviously, of course they're going to look at the media, and without any kind of fucking critical media literacy, any kind of fucking critical thinking skills, they're going to be like, yeah, no, this makes total sense to me. Because it's not like there's a multi-billion-dollar fucking media apparatus specifically designed to make people docile, to make people think like, oh no, this is definitely a complex issue. They make so much money for this purpose so that your parents and your grandparents feel a certain type of way when unimaginable atrocities are being committed. Okay? Shut up, Hasan. You love listening to yourself, you dumb fuck. The world doesn't. Another, hate to see it, folks. Another October 7 chatter that returns only to say, shut up, Hasan. You love listening to yourself. You self-observed. The world revolves around me, ass dumb fuck. That's right. There it is. Another member of the community that has been here since 2021 left after October 7 only to return today to be like, you fucking suck, dude. I hate you. No positions whatsoever. No points, no grievances addressed. What? My mom is texting me saying the protesters were throwing frozen water bottles at the police. Is this another media lie? Dude, I don't fucking know, but I don't think so. Here, I unbanned you, by the way. Because unlike the Columbia University or the American state, I'm not going to immediately destroy your free speech. It's worth it to us because your bitch ass only hiding behind this screen. What dumbass throws frozen water at a man with a gun? Yeah, bro, you're slow as fuck, pretty much. It's worth it to us because your bitch ass only hiding behind. This dude need to be offed. Bro. Man, terrorism really looks different here. Students are dumb as fuck. This is regressive. Brother, you're demanding that someone else come and kill me from behind a computer screen. My name and face is public. Like, yep. That tracks. That tracks. Oh my God. How is this dipshit still on Twitch? Dude is a piece of trash. Damn, brother. How'd you go from being a fucking another active community member? Why is D not on Twitch? I don't know, brother. Maybe because his fucking community is a toxic shithole of weirdos like this that love terrorizing every fucking content creator on a regular basis, even though he's not on Twitch. Perhaps that is probably part of the reason. The fuck do you mean? Because he got banned for saying unhinged shit on a regular basis. And his fan base is filled to the brim with toxic piles of shit. But again, it is wild to demand someone fucking kills me behind a screen while simultaneously looking like this behind the screen and being like, dude, you're only behind the screen. Bitch, I go to the protests. You know what my face looks like. We coolin', son, he said. Go back to the dude who loves saying the N-word, okay? You don't have to be here. Go watch him. Why is his content so fucking boring that you have to literally come here all the goddamn time? I can smell this photo, dude. Holy shit. What did that guy say? Respect. Update from NYU. Crush one campus, another rises. For Gaza, for Hind. They try to crush the student movement and we still rise. Tense return to NYU. Gaza solidarity encampment as Columbia and CCNY face brutal NYPD violence. We disrupt, we destabilize, we rise. For our siblings in Gaza, for our siblings uptown. United for Palestine. Your biggest fans? No, my biggest fans are you guys. My biggest fans are those who fucking still go out there and actually protest. Those who still go out there and organize. These guys will never be important in this community. They'll just chirp and be forgotten about. That's it. The real fear that they feel every day that they will never leave a mark on this planet is what motivates them into being such fucking edgy, nihilistic shitheads. That's it. They're sad, pathetic fucking losers who have nothing to look forward to. So they try to draw everyone down. They try to fucking drag every single person around them in their immediate vicinity. And that's why their fucking circle gets smaller and smaller year over year. And they desperately try to do that online. And unfortunately, because of the anonymity online, they can do that. They can do that to some degree of success. But ultimately, it doesn't work. Okay? That's it. Columbia is limiting access to his 1968 incident page. Columbia's webpage discussing its regret for calling in police to arrest students in 1968 is displaying a warning about limited access due to NYPD on campus arresting students. Nice. It's pretty funny. Columbia is a far different place today than it was in the spring of 1968 when protesters took over the university buildings amid discontent about the Vietnam War, racism, and the university's proposed expansion into Morningside Park. After a week-long standoff, the NYPD stormed the campus and arrested more than 700 people. The fallout dogged Columbia for years. If you're so proud of your face, why are you using a pic from 1996? Jesus Christ. Also, Judith Miller, free speech. Fucking First Amendment activist. Why do all your haters look like this? You know, Brandon is fucked when the third wheel from the Pod Johns thinks this isn't great. Yeah. You can't be losing the Pod Johns, dude. It's an election year. What are you doing? That's a very important constituency. crazy combo, no disrespect. Cooney staff solidarity letter. CUNY professor staff support the encampment at CCNY. In 1968, Columbia students held a dean hostage for 24 hours and the police didn't show up until a week later. We used to be a proper country. Dean Harry Coleman giving his "Can I Leave" speech. These students didn't even hold hostage the fucking the 3 janitors, man. They let him leave. Wait, what are they doing? Oh, is this inside of the... Is it inside of Hamilton Hall? Bro, is that guy... Does he have a blicky on him? What's happening? Oh my God. Wait. What is this? Pictured men line up outside of John Fetterman's wife's house while he was committed for depression. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. That gave me a fucking stroke. Holy shit. I know they wish they were on subway duty. Listen. Listen. You don't understand, okay? You think these guys are not doing a great job? Angry Bird ain't gonna play himself, big dog, okay? Sitting around looking at fucking looking at TikToks. Thick Latina talk. While I wait for the next 14-year-old fair hopper to beat the shit out of. You understand? You think this shit's easy? Not Angry Bird, Candy Crush, whatever. These pig fucks had to stand in one spot all night for no reason, and the Knicks lost. Maybe the first question should be, why are the universities invested in anything to the degree that they are? A hedge fund with a college attached serves nobody but the malefactors of great wealth. Tired, divest from Israel. Wired, divest from everything else. Inspired, take away the tax subsidies for endowments. Bro, this chatter is correct, okay? They were like, listen, if you survived a school shooting, or maybe you're jealous that your friend survived a school shooting, right? And they then came to Columbia University. Here is the NYPD wonderfully helping you relive that experience with your own taxpayer dime. A lot of you guys are thinking, how unacceptable is this? But in reality, this is a wonderful experience for so many of the students who are maybe thinking like, oh, dude, what the fuck? How come all the cool kids survive school shootings at their schools and I never got to? think about it. Here's a little bit of government subsidized terror for you. Exactly. A lot of them were, a lot of them couldn't do their school shootings specifically because COVID kind of cooked a lot of American students from that wonderful American experience. It's like a coming of age for many American children is when somebody enters the building that you're in, the learning environment that you're in with fucking weapons and threatens you and threatens your safety. Just saying. It's called silver linings. We know the theme of tomorrow's news analysis already. Won't stop implying on CNN. Anderson Cooper won't stop implying that the occupying halls aren't students. He's not disclosing and explaining what this is based on. That's awesome. Thank you, Anderson.
They clear the protesters, and then they reestablish themselves the next day or the following day. So that's something that they are going to make sure doesn't happen. John?
Miguel Marquez just outside Columbia University, where police say it's done. The campus has been cleared. Hamilton Hall has been cleared. The encampment has been cleared. No injuries, the police say. Much more ahead. Our specialized...
No injuries to the police. Last night we toasted to a free press, to an informed citizenry, and to an America where freedom and democracy endure. Yeah. No injuries. I mean, we launched a fucking student down the stairs, but he wasn't injured. It's fine. Here's another good take from CNN, unintentionally.
And police clearly getting ready to go in. I've covered lots of this sort of stuff around the world, and I've never seen this many police moving into one area.
Okay, let's talk about the shot we're now. Hey, Miguel, the shot we're seeing now. Where is this?
Anderson's like, hey, can you shut the fuck up, please? Can you shut the fuck up? Can you shut the fuck up and start talking about how these guys are terrorists and stuff? Can you give me the good shit that I need to hear? Okay, excuse me. What do you mean you haven't seen this? It's called They Deserved It, the students. They deserve a 9/11 ×2, actually. If I could do that to the Columbia protesters, I would do it. I, Anderson Cooper, would do it. The more I hear that fucking asshole's coverage on the student protesters, the more I understand why there was that meta of him, like, specifically wearing an IDF sweatshirt all the time, apparently, to the gym. Where the fuck did I hear that from? Where was that? Anderson Vanderbilt Cooper. Anderson CIA internship Cooper. Always relevant. When I was a secretary in an architecture firm, Anderson Cooper was a client and he would often wear an IDF sweatshirt. What the fuck are you talking about? Anderson Cooper has an important point here. Yeah, no, he's so right. He's so right. He's always right, dude. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, and Anderson is right to fucking recognize it. And you know what? Many of you who are unsubscribed are going to fucking see that ad. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free. If you don't want to see the ads, you got to subscribe. That's it.
Property has now been cleared. Hundreds of officers on Columbia's campus tonight after the university asked them to clear out pro-Palestinian protesters who had set up an encampment and taken over a building.
10 people no longer see ads at the top of the hour.
And loaded onto buses. Columbia University putting out a statement reading in part, quote, "We believe the group that broke into and occupied the building is led by individuals who are not affiliated with the university."
Oh,
the decision to reach out to the NYPD was in response to the actions of the protesters, not the cause they are championing. Early Tuesday, protesters...
How much you want to bet they're going to say all the suspended students are technically unaffiliated with campus? Even though some of them literally were being suspended as they were inside of that fucking, inside of Hamilton Hall. As the student journalists reported on, for the past 2 weeks, the campus has been completely shut off. Access from anyone and everyone that does not have a Columbia student ID, an active Columbia student ID.
And the presence was just so enormous. You know, early in the night, we started seeing the arrival of the surge teams from the NYPD, the strategic response teams. And that's when you really knew something was about to go down
Goes.
here.
Thank you for the 10 gifted.
And it was just stunning to see the amount of officers that started just descending on the campus, onto the area around the campus. And there were, you know, hundreds of officers that started moving in, and then more units started moving in. And then really the most serious action and some of the most heavily armed, some of the most tactical officers from the NYPD started arriving here on the Amsterdam side of the campus outside of Hamilton Hall to enter the building. It's clear that they had been planning for this since probably early this morning when things took a significant turn after several of the protesters stormed Hamilton Hall, got inside. The NYPD, you almost feel, you get a sense that the entire day was spent planning this, just when you look at the enormous response. And so the emergency services officers responded here. And then we saw that heavily armed vehicle, it's called a Bearcat, and they went up against Hamilton Hall, going inside, dozens of officers climbing up on the truck and going through the window into Hamilton Hall, where they went room by room, clearing the hall, clearing the area, making several arrests, clearing the campus. They actually let some of the people on the campus, they told them to leave.
What the fuck?
Some voluntarily left. Dozens of others were arrested. And just a short time ago, it all just came to an end. Many of those officers who went in.
It didn't come to an end. Columbia University demanded or said to the NYPD that they need to stick around until May 17th. So no, it actually didn't come to an end at all. As a matter of fact, it came to the opposite situation, where now they are going to have permanent police presence on fucking campus. I just can't understand how all of this is happening when the police have been so egregiously defunded. So odd to me.
I have never seen a response like this, a mobilization like this, the way the NYPD came in with such force, with such precision. And it's clear, you know, in part, this was to send a message, in part to protect themselves. Something very significant
look at this fucking boomer
happened here. It seems that they probably got
this fucking boomer, bro. We thought we fucking shot someone. Breaking. NYPD officer at Columbia University texting, thought we fucking shot someone while on campus outside of Hind Hall. Hind Hall. Bro can't see. He's old. Old ass pig. Look at that large ass text, dude. Unkwatch. Ha! Bro's texting. This is like when those fucking old racists get caught on an airplane You know what I'm talking about? When like old ass racists will be like typing in fucking 54-point font and they'll be like, there's blacks around me. And then like everyone is like, dude, we can see what you're typing on your fucking phone. Wow, they never use those. Sal, they straight up breached the what? They straight up breached the building. Then SRG, CRT. CRT! Wait! CRT on college campuses. DEI. Hold on now. CRT on college campuses, not on my watch. What? I swear. What? I swear not mad. I saw org not mad. What the fuck? Oh. I saw SRG, not ESU. Good thing that this cop with very obvious brain damage you can't fucking see has a gun. As the NYPD Strategic Response Group leads the crackdown in Colombia, I'm reminded how the SRG was originally pitched as an elite counter-terror unit that would stop ICE attacks. 9 years on, and they're primarily used to spy and arrest protesters and clear out homeless camps. For those of you who are wondering why the media is so pro-cop, this is their job. The media's job and the cops' job is to protect the interests of capital. Okay, that's it. The media's job is to normalize the violence that you experience and make you feel like it's actually totally permissible that a bunch of fucking 48-year-olds with weapons just storm through a private Ivy League institution to beat the shit out of fucking 18-year-old protesters for saying, hey, I don't think my tuition dollars should go to fucking Israel doing a genocide. Like, that's it. That's the whole job of the media, is to basically tell your dumb fucking parents and your dumbass grandparents that, like, that's totally valid, actually. And they usually do a pretty good job. The difference now, however, is that with the invention of the phone camera and social media, it becomes much harder to just kind of keep a good grasp on that. You know? It becomes much harder to manufacture consent when we can just see what you're doing, and you have motherfuckers who are like, excuse me, that's ridiculous. That's actually kind of ridiculous that you did that. That's why there's a massive difference in opinion with people who watch people like myself, people who watch fucking TikToks, versus people who get all of their information from Anderson Cooper. I've shown you time and time again that since October 7, every violent action that was documented on camera that Israel was committing, every atrocity, was immediately in real time contextualized by CNN. They would have an IDF guy show up with his big fat fucking head like Jonathan Concuncrius or whatever, that fucking Frankenstein's monster looking piece of shit. He'd be like, yes, these are terror babies. You are seeing Anderson Cooper. You are seeing the babies of terror. We are fighting against darkness. Okay? Why do you think that was the case? Well, there was a deliberate media effort to try to manufacture consent, to try to massage the narrative, to try to contextualize all matter of violence that Israel was doing to the Palestinian civilian population. But of course, with social media, this has become basically impossible. The dam is broken.
People who live in the dorms here at the university, and they're able to sort of just stand out on the windowsills themselves and watch everything going on. But while it is done on the inside, it's certainly not done on the outside. Just a short time ago here at 113th, protesters are gathering. They're yelling at police, and police are still trying to control the situation outside of campus. You can see all the people across Amsterdam Avenue. They have set up an enormous cordon around the university here. Broadway is shut down both directions from 113 to 120th. Amsterdam is also shut down. So both sides, both avenues.
Remember, we aren't very smart as a population. We like to think that we are, but we're not. And those who are seemingly the most educated still obviously heavily rely on mainstream media. Now, I rely on mainstream media as well. I think it's very important for it to exist. I will never knock journalism in general. But I also have at least a little bit of media literacy. To the best of my ability, this is what I try to teach others as well on this broadcast. I look at the same exact things that they're looking at, but of course, I try to parse through that propaganda as best as I can. Many people don't do that. Many people are like, yeah, this is exactly what the fuck I trust. This is what they're telling me. I have no reason to think that CNN is going to lie to me or massage the narrative. And it's basically little by little every single day. If you rely on CNN unconditionally without ever questioning what you're seeing with your own two fucking eyes, you're inevitably going to start believing in the narrative that they're portraying, that these students for the past week were actually really violently and virulently anti-Semitic. Jewish counter-protesters, Zionist counter-protesters were Jewish, and they were all scared because of the virulent anti-Semitism that they'd fucking heard. You know what I mean? Jewish students kept hearing about how scary and how violent and how virulently anti-Semitic these student protesters were. And if you don't actually see the student protests, and the media rarely ever shows them, and when they do, they're certainly not showing them in a fucking good light, ultimately, you're gonna agree with what they're saying. They've been demanding police brutality non-fucking stop for the past 2 weeks. They're like, we gotta Kent State these fuckers. Pack watch. Get these 18-year-old shitheads out of here. Your parents are going to see these news. Your parents are going to be watching this and developing that framework. That's why I think it's good that we do this kind of real-time coverage and try to show you a different perspective, oftentimes directly from the students themselves. Like this entire time, I've been relying on the CUAD students, the campus organizers, to offer me insight into what's going on inside of Hamilton Hall. You know, and I'm doing that specifically to reframe the conversation. I'm doing that specifically to show you what is actually going on that is unvarnished and unfiltered. Crazy because they went from calling Tom Cotton a psycho to agreeing with him basically like within a week or so. Yeah. And then people engage in the cycle of debate because everyone wants to everyone wants to behave like they are the smartest guy in the room. So then they'll start debating you. They'll start saying stuff like, well, why did they break property if they didn't want fucking police to come through? To which your question should be, how much property did the police fucking destroy in an effort to apprehend these student protesters? What do you think is worse? One window being broken or 1,000 windows fucking being broken and hundreds of student protesters getting fucking violently and brutally arrested for the crime of doing what exactly? That's right. The crime of fucking wanting to divest from Israel's apartheid mechanisms. They broke every fucking door. That's what the cops did. They broke every goddamn door. So if you genuinely cared about the harm being done to the fucking property in and of itself, which you of course don't, there is no, this is ridiculous. It would be absolutely unimaginable. And all of that was done with taxpayer dimes too. Your parents fucking paid for that. My biggest difference between most members of like most white Western, supposedly social democratic and like, self-avowed liberals and leftists alike, my biggest deviation from them oftentimes is on American foreign policy. And this is, unsurprisingly to many, the one issue where liberals and Republicans, conservatives alike, are completely aligned. It's not an accident that what you hear from CNN is not all that different from what you hear from Fox News. Sure, Fox News is a little bit more racist, but ultimately CNN, MSNBC, they all were championing, brutalizing these protesters, brutalizing these pro-Palestinian protesters. These protests were a failure? No, they weren't. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. This kind of defeatist, dumbass mentality is just so fucking annoying. Mad respect. Pull a Finkelstein more often. He's a gaming frog. Do not ban. No, I'm not going to ban them. I just like... My mom thinks they're obnoxious. I'm sorry, chatter. Your mom is kind of fucking obnoxious then. What the fuck do you mean? That's ridiculous. She protested Vietnam. That's awesome. Yeah, your mom is the quintessential fucking boomer, dude. That's awesome. I agree with you. No, the protests are not a failure. But also, to be fair, your mom, it's unsurprising that your mom who protested against Vietnam now has this hardline reactionary stance against people who are doing the modern version of that. That's just how it goes. It's up to you to try to convince her, to explain to her that what these guys are doing is identical to what she did in college. MSNBC, man. Yeah, fuck MSNBC. MSNBC can suck my dick. MSNBC's job is to defend Joe Biden unconditionally. The war in Vietnam was unjustified, though. Yeah, you're right. Israel's genocide, on the other hand, is perfectly justified. Thank you. The more this community grows, or the more this community goes back to like the 30K concurrent viewership, the more you will see a lot of October 7 leavers coming back to chirp. It's okay. Welcome back. Okay? Welcome back. It's great to have you here. I hope I can once again convince you it's all right. That dude has been a hater since 2018, though, so I doubt it. I think that's just a straight up Destiny dick rider. But regardless. History will vindicate me.
Weapons,
and all of you,
they knew they
you
were
have been on the right
kids.
side of history.
They knew they were dealing with protesters. They knew they were likely to be unarmed, but they also knew that the possibility was that they might meet some kind of resistance, as they'd seen in earlier protests.
You know, John, we're seeing some footage from earlier tonight and also some live footage of people who are on the streets. And just, we are learning that the university has been asking for the NYPD to maintain some level of presence through at least even May 17th. I mean, shortly it will be May 1st, but that's at least almost a 3-week period at that point in time to have additional police presence. What would that look like in terms of the amount of police that would be present? It can't possibly be the numbers we're talking about here and we're seeing from tonight, but what would that look like?
So that's going to be a judgment call about what that would look like. So first of all, let's say why. What does it mean? What it means is that a few hundred police officers came up to clear the kids who were, and both students and non-students, who were camped out on that piece of ground. And then when that operation was over, life resumed, and they came back and they recamped out. So at this point, the college, Columbia University, has made the decision, if we're going to retake that ground for the second time, when we retake it, we have to have a program to hold it, because we have graduation coming up in just a couple of weeks, and we don't want to have to keep doing this either to that ground or the buildings. So the police can do a minimal presence there, which is they can put jersey barriers, not jersey barriers, they can put the bicycle barriers around that piece of land. They can have some limited access, controlled access, or no access as they prepare to set up for graduation.
You think all of this is good? Like this is the only way to deal with it? My way or the highway? We're just gonna increasingly stress out students. We're gonna fuck up graduation. That's crazy. Like furthering the crackdown, further stifling free speech on college campuses with the brutal arm of the state. Ridiculous shit, dude. All so that Colombia does not divest and continues funding Israel's genocide. That's awesome. Wonder how many people engaged in fair hopping while these cops were fucking busy doing this shit. Arrest happening at City College's police attempt to clear sidewalk in front of college gates. NYPD is raiding Cooney right now.
No. I'm right next to the encampment. Police officers are not currently dispatching the encampment. I got your umbrella. Oh, yeah. The cops are not dispatching the encampment. Here's the encampment right now. I'm live, CCNY campus. I'm live. I'm inside the barricades. Again, nobody can get into CCNY. Nobody can get onto the campus.
Your tweets today have attracted the attention of the most psychotic freaks I've ever seen. It's insane.
Security can get onto
Do like I do. I don't even look at the replies.
Right,
or duke it out with them in the replies. I don't really care. But I usually don't even look at the replies on my tweets.
What's going on inside the encampment?
They're filthy little freaks, dude. Little perverts. They're like, yeah, I love seeing students being fucking brutalized. Ooh, it's my favorite.
Numbers are not confirmed, though.
No, the cops are just working class people doing their jobs. No need to hate on working people. No, I will hate on fucking the cops.
Some more information about that?
No, thank you.
I don't know if there's any other.
You should post a video where you cry about it.
A lot of press around earlier. I don't
Current hostages of Hamas terrorists from October 7.
A press badge.
We cannot use the library or any resources.
It's bullshit.
We cannot use any.
Talking to press out here.
Push from both sides. There were NYPD behind us and SWAT in front of us.
Oh, they locked in medics. and journalists at Columbia, John Jay.
NYPD operations at Columbia destroyed a bus stop.
The SWAT was coming at us as if we were.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. All right. What is Aaron Rupar posting about? Beware of nihilism masquerading as leftism. There's a lot of that going on right now. Genuinely, I never believed that my college would ever do this to their students. Call me naive, but I truly did believe that the college would never showcase so much hate and violence towards students who they accepted to do the exact thing they are now being brutalized for right now. Meanwhile, this is what he was retweeting while Columbia was being raided. Yes, let's go straight to fascism then. That's the ticket. Wait, what? Bro, I don't understand. They literally are doing fascism. Like, you can't be like, oh, the other side is going to be worse while you're doing the bad thing. You're demonstrating to people why a vote for you doesn't fucking matter. A vote for...
The building, you see that that's the Butler Library. And the West Lawn, where everything really began and popped off at Columbia here almost 2 weeks ago. You see the tents are still up from the original
What's up, Naivety?
that Columbia had.
Thank you for being out there, brother.
To be cleared on Monday. Behind it, there's bleachers already set up for graduation. That's coming up in about 2 weeks, as we've been saying. But it's eerie, Laura. It is so quiet on campus. There's basically not a soul. It's just NYPD. It is. You can hear a pin drop in this campus right now, as you can imagine. And I heard Shimon's description of how precisely the NYPD worked with Columbia to get people out and clear campus. They have done an excellent job at that because there's not a soul. You can see students up in the residences.
I see that behind.
Dude, that's not American logic. It's also Israel logic. It's just fascist logic. The chatter that said, American logic, let's do preemptive violence because we fear that there might be violence from the students. That's exactly what every power center does. My mom just texted me and shared her outrage stating that these entitled little shits should just leave if they hate this country so much, and said, you literally are a Republican now. And I said, you literally are a Republican now. Yeah. So many people are just like straight up right wing as hell.
School has really stood up for all of us affiliated with the school and brought us back in. I was not expecting to be let in, but as the school somehow negotiated that with the NYPD and we were escorted back in, everyone is kind of in shock that this is happening at our school, and I'm speaking here as a student as well. I mean, I didn't expect this to happen in my school. Obviously, we saw the escalation over the past few days. It had to lead to something. So we knew this was coming, but it's still shocking. And it's still very jarring to see, to hear. And this is basically, I'll show you a little bit more.
All right.
Show a little bit. This has been basically a bunker.
We're seeing some images too, Julia. As you're showing us, we're also seeing images from earlier tonight, as well as the officers going in and out of Hamilton Hall, and to the point you were just raising about what the students are thinking. And I want to get right back to you, but I want to bring in Jonas Dew, who's editor-in-chief of the Columbia Sundial and a junior at Columbia University. You're on campus right now. I was just talking to my colleague about what she was seeing in the vantage point from even the journalism school, having a little bit of trouble with her audio, but you're on campus right now. What can you see?
So I am on campus property. I am actually in a friend's dormitory building.
but this dorm is not actually within the campus gates. And so what has happened is that all of today, Columbia students, even Columbia students that live in housing, we couldn't access campus if we didn't live in a couple specific dorms that are within the gates. So as a journalist, I was out on 114th Street trying to photograph the police, trying to photograph where they were coming in and bringing the protesters out. And so in preparation for that, what the police did was they pushed basically everyone on the street into the nearest building and made us remain there. I'm not sure if that restriction is still in place. I believe it is, which is why I've just been in this building the whole time. And, you know, we actually went up to the roof, to one of the upper levels, and we could see sort of onto the street. We could see the buses. They had like 5 or 6 police buses, massive police buses coming in. We saw them bring out the protesters. There were massive protests going on Amsterdam Avenue, and they were, you know, jeering as the police were bringing the protesters out. We saw a couple protesters try to obstruct the road, sit down, you know, make it hard for the police officers, and the police, you know, took care of that. We saw a woman who was, you know.
I'm not going to cover the Kendrick Lamar diss tonight, and I'm also not going to play The Walking Dead tonight. We obviously did 9 hours and 30 minutes of coverage because shit popped off at Columbia University. I apologize for everybody who wanted me to finish The Walking Dead tonight. I will do that tomorrow. I promise. Okay. I promise. I apologize.
Population, but are you getting a sense from your peers and your fellow students?
I'm tired, man.
That those who were arrested recently are students or from outside the institution?
Well, it's really hard to say, but there has to be some level of student involvement. At the end of the day, you need students. Well, even though campus has been locked down to Columbia ID holders, now there have been ways of getting non-affiliates into campus. But for the most part, you need Columbia IDs. You need students to provide you with IDs so that you can get into campus. I think there is evidence that there is sort of outside organizations behind the planning of the occupation. But there certainly are numerous students who are, you know, who were inside Hamilton Hall. And, you know, last night, as I was reporting on the barricade and on the occupation, I recognized many Columbia students in the crowd that was forming the human chains around the entrances to Hamilton Hall. So this is, at the end of the day, it's still a student-fueled movement. It wouldn't have gotten sort of to the extent it has gotten without the involvement of the student organizations here.
It's an important point. I mean, I wonder, are you getting communication from the university? I mean, are you guys getting emails? Are you getting phone alerts? How are you being communicated with the university? I'm assuming, you know, we in the media obviously knew about the request that was being made. It was public. There'd be a request made to NYPD. When were you first informed as a student body that it was happening? And what has been the communication since?
It's been virtually radio silence from the university, which is actually very shocking. And so what we have received are, you know, but during the day, you know, they told us there's, you know, an illegal occupation of Hamilton Hall, students might face expulsion, all of that. And then, you know, in the evening, as the NYPD, they were gathering around campus, we got a text message alert and an email saying that there was a shelter-in-place order and that we needed to stay in our dorms and not go out onto campus or not explore the area. No specifics.
I feel like he's trying to say that SJP is an outside org, but that is made of students. CNN wants him to say something else. Yeah, CNN wants to hear that, like, Hamas is there, and he's, like, not eating the bait. But he's, like, dancing around it as best as possible, trying to be like, listen, like, you know, no matter what, it has to be student involved. She's like, why do you say that? Say that it's Hamas. Say that it's the son of Hamas. Except this time it's one of the bad sons of Hamas. And the father of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, he's there. Say Ismail Haniyeh is at the protest. Anyway. All right, that's it for me, chat. I'm sorry. I love you all. I'm tired. I got to hang out with my dad and my bro. By the way, I got no warnings. A Barnard student. Columbia has purposely left Barnard students out of all Columbia communications. Of course. Everybody be safe. Okay. It's been a long day today. I love you all. And to all, I wish a good night. Tomorrow we'll look at the Kendrick diss. I apologize for not making time for the Kendrick diss today. I feel like there were some more important things that were happening. And you know, tomorrow's another day. I will do the Kendrick Diss tomorrow. I will also finish Walking Dead Finale tomorrow and many other things. Okay. Oh shit, Jesus Christ! I'm gonna go cuddle with Farley a little bit. All right. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Be kind to one another.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.